In this era where only women can become mecha pilots, men are relegated to various supporting roles, but combat is never part of them. Men throughout the city were assigned to various departments to provide logistical support for the battles on the front lines. There are very few men who are qualified to become mecha repairmen, so they naturally belong to the maintenance department, unless someone strongly requests to be transferred to other departments. Men who are not qualified to become maintenance technicians will be assigned to various logistical positions, such as the breeding department, feeding department, production department, collection department, and construction department. Today, as a male student who just turned 18, Zhou Shiyun finally ushered in the day of his destiny. And fate seemed to be particularly kind to Zhou Shiyun. He successfully awakened the talent of an SSS-level mythical repairman and obtained the qualification to enter the maintenance department. This also makes Zhou Shiyun a hot commodity in the eyes of many female mecha masters. We have mentioned in the previous content that Ling Shi's wild style made Zhou Shiyun a little uncomfortable. He had never been interested in such occasions and was about to leave after eating a few bites, but he was attracted by the drinking contest between SSS and Selena. Zhou Shiyun looked at the two of them and shook his head helplessly. In the end, he carried one in each hand back to his room. Looking at the two beauties with different temperaments on the bed, he was deeply moved for a moment. Selena's strength and SSS's charm made people feel awed and difficult to control themselves. However, he finally just sighed, covered the quilt for the two, and left the room silently. Ling Shi's style is so wild. Zhou Shiyun sighed silently as he looked at the bold scenes on the street. The end of the celebration banquet did not really bring peace, but a bigger storm was brewing. Hey everyone, this video is the second part of Mech era. I awakened with SSS-Class mechanic talent and became the idol of thousands of mech girls. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now I will explain the new story for you starting from Chapter 101. Chapter 101. But against a heavy wall. Why do you care so much? Why are you pretending to be a gentleman at a time like this? Selena glanced at Zhou Shiyun with disdain and stood at the door with her arms folded. Humph! A real man wouldn't take advantage of a drunk woman, let alone two at once. Zhou Shiyun was in a state of confusion, with a conflict between his conscience and his own thoughts. The White Angel advised him that a gentleman should do what he should do and not do what he should not do, while the Black Devil fanned the flames. If we don't act now, when will we act? Finally, he sighed and said, forget it, forget it. My main focus is on good character. He leaned over gently and kissed each of them on the forehead, muttering softly, You're all so drunk, the smell of alcohol is making me choke. After saying that, he put on his coat and walked out of the room. In the bathroom, the water was running. Inside the room, SSS and Selena, who were lying on the bed, suddenly opened their eyes and separated quickly as if they had encountered a mortal enemy. One person sat at the head of the bed, and the other sat at the foot of the bed, sitting upright next to each other, circulating the energy of the source core to force out the alcohol in their bodies. Humph! Vixen, are you disappointed that nothing was done to you? Selena sneered. SSS glanced at her and said without showing any weakness, Old green tea. There is nothing I cannot get, including men. She turned her eyes and added meaningfully, But you're almost 50 years old, and you are still learning how to date like a little girl? Selena stood up suddenly. You damn vixen, you are so itchy that you can't walk when you see Zhou Shiyun, right? SSS said, Old green tea. Didn't he rush home to wash his underwear when you saw him? Neither of them gave in, and the insults they exchanged became louder and louder. Zhou Shiyun, who was outside the door, felt a headache after hearing this and wondered if he had come to the wrong place. As the center of the quarrel, he shook his shoulders helplessly and made up his mind to go to Sister Nina to borrow a bed tonight and never go back to his room. The sun shone across the courtyard. SSS and Selena shook hands and chatted happily, as if the unpleasantness of last night had never happened. Dillies in the distance had already walked into the city, but Zhou Shiyun, who had just climbed out of bed, looked confused. Hey, why are you all leaving? I'm not here yet. He pulled Nina and hurriedly chased after them. In the meeting room, SSS's tone was calm and composed. We in Ling City have obtained a batch of ink gold in the northwest, with a total of about 65 tons. This may also be the reason for the attack by the Evolution Legion. Selena frowned slightly. 65 tons? How much do you plan to trade? What do you want to trade? SSS smiled slightly. We can't digest much, so we're going to take out 50 tons for trade. In addition to regular food, we'll also need a codenamed mecha. Hearing this, Selena shook her head decisively. Impossible. We don't even have enough codename mechas for ourselves. How can we have any extra for you? Estesha was not flustered and explained softly. No, we don't want to buy one, but we hope you can help us repair a scrapped code mecha. She glanced at everyone, finally landing on Zhou Shiyun, and added meaningfully, I didn't have any hope at first, but everyone in the room looked at Zhou Shiyun. He raised his hands helplessly. What model? If the damage is too serious, I can't guarantee that I can fix it. Dillies made the final decision. Repair a mecha in exchange for 50 tons of ink gold. We agree to this deal. On the way, Estisa's eyes gradually became deep, and her voice was a little hoarse and full of memories. She said, Qing Fuyun, it's an old guy from more than 20 years ago. She gently stroked the ornament on her chest and whispered, I was only 4 or 5 years old at that time, and Ling City was just a shabby shelter. Our hopes rested entirely on an old mecha and my teacher. She paused, a trace of sorrow flashing in her eyes. Later, we grew stronger and saved countless humans who were kept captive by dragons, and Ling City gradually prospered. However, one day, I watched with my own eyes Qing Fuyun being torn in half by a dragon, and saw my relatives and friends being devoured, but I was able to survive because I was out. Zhou Shiyun listened in silence, his fingers clenched unconsciously. Estesha took a deep breath and continued. Afterwards, I went to collect the bodies crying. On the shabby green floating cloud, I saw the word floating cloud written by the teacher with his last bit of strength. She paused for a long time, as if she was suppressing her emotions. After a long while, her voice was low but firm. She was reminding me, even if I am as insignificant as a cloud or a feather, I must shoulder my responsibilities. Estesha raised her head, her eyes as bright as torches. But I refuse to be a floating cloud, nor a feather. My mecha is called heavy artillery, because I want to be a towering mountain and a thick wall to protect those fragile floating clouds and feathers. Chapter 102. Top 3 Qing Fuyun. Listening to Estesa recounting her past, Zhou Shiyun listened quietly without interrupting. He could feel the obsession in her heart and the pain from the past. After a long while, Estesha took a deep breath, as if to expel the turbid air that was pressing on her chest, and slowly said, Qing Fuyun is a wood-attributed mecha, but its wood-light spirit has disappeared, and it is very difficult to repair. If you are really unsure, you can just say it directly. Don't force yourself. Zhou Shiyun grinned and said in a relaxed tone, It's okay, as long as the materials are in place, it won't be difficult to repair. Although he appeared to be indifferent on the surface, he was actually a little nervous inside. Qing Fuyun's condition was obviously very bad, but he had a trump card, his left hand nameless. This thing's endless property was the ultimate skill to repair the mecha. But the price was not small, and it needed dragon crystal to coax it. Following Estesa all the way to the underground warehouse in Ling City, the heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing the broken mecha stored in the deepest part. Everything in front of him made Zhou Shiyun's pupils shrink slightly. Qing Fuyun was almost in ruins to the extreme. The metal shell of the mecha was shattered, and the connection was only hanging by a few energy wires. A huge gap was torn in the waist, and the whole body seemed to have been gnawed by a monster. The system displays blue floating cloud incomplete. Power system, lost propulsion system, damaged transmission system, damaged power core system, damaged external armor, damaged 98%, weapon system, damaged 100%, internal connection system, damaged 87%. After reading the report, Zhou Shiyun felt his scalp tingle and cursed inwardly. Good fellow, can this mecha be repaired? Wouldn't it be easier to just replace it with a new one? Estesha seemed to notice his hesitation and asked, How is it? Can it be fixed? Zhou Shiyun met her expectant eyes, moved his lips, and finally sighed. Okay, no problem. Just prepare all the materials. After Estesha went to prepare the materials, Zhou Shiyun slumped on the ground with a bitter face. Hey, Wuming, there's work again. Wuming stretched out a thin branch from his sleeve, looked at Qing Fuyun, and instantly retracted it. I'm not here, I didn't hear it. Don't hide. There is enough dragon crystal. Fix it. Zhou Shiyun coaxed helplessly. 3 days passed in a flash in the warehouse. Zhou Shiyun's hair was a mess, and his eyes were empty, as if he had aged 10 years overnight. His left hand, Wuming, also had branches hanging down, as if it would fall to the ground at any time. All right, it will be ready soon. Wuming, send it off to the west, and give it some special features. Wuming listlessly jumped out his wrist and shook the tiny branches, and the last root drilled into the core of Qing Fuyun. Mission accomplished. The blue-white mecha was completely renewed. Its white metal wings spread out, and blue totem glow surrounded it, like a giant blue rock spreading its wings and soaring. Zhou Shiyun activated the skill Perceptive System Display. Qing Fuyun's sturdiness increased. Plus 100, strength increased. Plus 80, abnormal resistance increased. Plus 50, source core energy transmission speed increased. Plus 50, power core optimization. Plus 80, element conversion speed increased. Plus 50, mecha synchronization rate. Plus 0. Zhou Shiyun looked at this series of data and finally revealed a tired smile. This is a real war machine now. When SSS arrived, she saw Qing Fuyun standing in the middle of the warehouse, and the green light around him seemed to be flowing with life. She was about to say thank you when Zhou Shiyun staggered and fell into her arms, his hand subconsciously wrapping around her slender waist. Zhou Shiyun cried out in his heart, "God have mercy on me, this is truly force majeure." Chapter 103. What do you mean by you? Call me sister. Looking at the little lowly Raphael, jumping back to the cockpit step by step, Zhou Shiyun felt inexplicably envious. A few days ago, he finally got to satisfy his urge to drive a heavy artillery, and the experience is still unforgettable. Even though he was tortured to death by the soul-tearing pain at the time, the pleasure of driving the codenamed Mecha was unforgettable, like some kind of first experience for an adolescent boy, and once he tried it, he couldn't stop. But unfortunately, men will be rejected by the Mecha if they stay in the main driver's seat for too long. This restriction makes Zhou Shiyun feel itchy every time he thinks of it, but he can't do anything about it. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Forget it, let's save up some money slowly. One day I'll be able to drive my own Mecha." SSS smiled and consoled him. "Don't worry, Raphael is a bit eccentric. She's actually a lot like me when I was little, always wanting to righteously kill dragons and monsters. The only difference is that she does have the talent for it." She had an unconcealable smile on her face, and her tone was full of pride when she mentioned her disciple. He has never fallen behind in the driving course, and he is now becoming more and more proficient in controlling Qing Fuyun. Zhou Shiyun raised his eyebrows and nodded. Indeed, he has amazing talent. This starting point is not something that ordinary people can have. After all, with such a good master like you, his starting point is naturally high. SSS chuckled. "Thank you for repairing Qing Fuyun. Its performance is now abnormally strong. By the way, you haven't been home for a few days, right? How about coming to my place together?" Zhou Shiyun was stunned for a moment, then tentatively said, "If you are willing to go home with me, I have no objection." SSS blinked and smiled. "Okay, since you invited me, why shouldn't I go?" On the 97th floor of the Combat Command Center, Zhou Shiyun poured a glass of water for SSS as soon as he got home, and looked around but didn't see anyone else. Only then did he glance at the calendar on the wall and suddenly remembered that several people in his family seemed to be still receiving training from Dior. Forget it. I'm the only one left at home. Whatever. When he returned to his room to change his clothes, he saw a pair of black stockings on the bedside table and frowned. Whose stockings are left here? Then, he saw a lace panty on the pillow and collapsed. What kind of person is this? Using the bedroom as a storage room? He turned over the quilt and found 2 pairs of stockings and an earring hidden in the sheets. Zhou Shiyun gritted his teeth and said, "No, we must ask them for an explanation." SSS leaned against the door frame, holding a paper cup in her hand, and smiled mischievously. "Your house is quite lively." When Zhou Shiyun arrived at the training ground, several girls were training with Dial. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and sparks flew from the collision of their weapons. Dior folded his arms across his chest, holding a black pointer, and patrolled the field. She caught a glimpse of Zhou Shiyun and said in a cold tone, "Hey, isn't this our great hero Zhou Shiyun? You're finally willing to come for training?" Zhou Shiyun suddenly felt his scalp tingling and smiled. "It's my duty, it's my duty. It's my duty to rescue my compatriots." Dior snorted, but his eyes fell on Estessa, who came with Zhou Shiyun. She frowned and said in a cold voice, "Zhou Shiyun, I have to remind you that this Estessa is not a good person. When she first came to the Sky City," before he finished speaking, Estessa walked in with her long legs and said with a smile, "Oh, Dior, what were you talking about me just now?" Dior was stunned. His expression was a little stiff, and he complained to Zhou Shiyun in a low voice. "Why did you bring her here?" Then she put on a smile and tried to change the subject. "Ms. Estessa, you misunderstood. I was just praising you." Before she could finish her words, Estesha grabbed her waist and said in a bad tone, "What? I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. You don't know how to call me sister anymore?" Dior blushed and said with all his strength, "I am now the chief instructor of Sky City. Please show some respect." Estesha raised her eyebrows and stepped closer. "Have you forgotten how you hugged my legs and begged me to carry you?" Dior, look me in the eyes and tell me, are you drifting? Dior was forced to retreat with his back against the wall, his eyes dodging. "You don't come over here." Estesha reached her hand under the hem of her clothes and pinched the soft flesh around her waist. "Call me sister." "Ouch! It hurts." "Good sister, my good sister. Please allow it." Dior gave in and awkwardly tidied up her messy hair. Estesha smiled and said, "That's good. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. How have you been these years?" Dior gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. "That's good, especially after you escaped from the Sky City that year. I was scolded a lot." Estesha helplessly spread her hands. There was a reason at that time. I explained it to them a long time ago." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly reached out and hugged Dior, then kissed her hard on the mouth. Wow, the whole place was silent. Several trainees who were training stopped what they were doing and stared at the scene in amazement. Dior's face flushed red. He pushed Estesha away, glared at her, and yelled, "Estesha, are you crazy?" Estesha, however, looked nonchalant. She raised her hand to tidy up her messed up hair and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, Shouty. I just think you have grown up over the years and become more interesting." Zhou Shiyun stood not far away, turned his head silently, and sighed in his heart. These two are really a pair of treasures. Chapter 104. Zhou Shiyun was attacked at night. Late at night, in the quiet bedroom, the moonlight casts a faint light through the gaps in the curtains. Zhou Shiyun was a light sleeper to begin with, and the rustling sound beside his ears immediately alerted him, causing him to narrow his eyes slightly. As he tried to adjust his vision to the darkness, he caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure at the end of the bed. It was a woman with long hair, taking off her clothes quietly. "Holy shit, what's going on?" Zhou Shiyun was shocked, but didn't dare to say anything. He could only lie there and pretend to sleep, wanting to see what the other party's intentions were. The woman moved slowly. Zhou Shiyun squinted his eyes, following her every move, but still could not see her appearance clearly. "This is too bold. A late-night attack? Who is it?" Zhou Shiyun was extremely confused, but he resisted the urge to turn over immediately and just planned to wait and see what would happen. After a while, the woman gently lifted the quilt at Zhou Shiyun's feet and slowly came in, until some kind of physical reaction that could not be ignored made Zhou Shiyun suddenly realize. He heard a familiar murmur, and his heart suddenly shook. Selena. The voice, the breath, and the image of the tight black combat uniform, the black boots with red soles, and the bright red lips in his memory all instantly appeared in his mind. "Great, it's you." Zhou Shiyun chuckled in his heart and suppressed the urge to turn over. He knew that he couldn't panic at this moment, but instead he had to let the other person think that he was still asleep. But the next second, his body seemed to have its own consciousness. He suddenly turned over and put his big hands directly on Selena's shoulders. The next morning, sunlight poured into the room through the curtains. Zhou Shiyun slowly opened his eyes and reached out to touch his side, but did not touch anyone. He was stunned for a moment, confused. Was last night just a dream of mine? As he was thinking about it, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the dark red marks on the bed sheets, which completely dispelled his doubts. It's not a dream. He coughed lightly, feeling unspeakable in his heart. After a quick wash, he hurried to the resources department, intending to ask Selena directly for clarification. However, when he arrived at the front desk of the Ministry of Resources, the staff told him the minister did not come to work today and asked for 3 days of leave. Zhou Shiyun was frantic, and he couldn't guess what Selena was thinking. She attacked alone at night, and then sneaked back home in the morning with an uncomfortable body. What on earth was she trying to do? He pondered for a long time, and vaguely felt that Selena seemed to be demonstrating to him, or deliberately maintaining a strong image. "I have to contact her and ask her clearly." Zhou Shiyun took out his communicator and sent a message to Selena. "Zhou Shiyun, are you okay? Do you want me to come find you?" Selena replied immediately. "No need." Zhou Shiyun touched his nose and continued typing. "Yesterday? Selena, don't tell me. If you tell me again, I'll come again tonight." Zhou Shiyun's eyes lit up and he smiled slyly. Okay, then I will wait for you tonight." Selena sent an eye-rolling expression. "Stop talking nonsense." Remember to eat breakfast? Looking at the news on the screen, Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but smile. He vaguely understood the awkwardness and arrogance hidden beneath Selena's strong appearance. Although Zhou Shiyan couldn't guess the real intention behind her action, the words, "remember to eat breakfast," made his heart inexplicably warm. As expected, a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea. He shook his head, took a step forward, and prepared to go to the restaurant to treat himself. Chapter 105. The Base of the Evolutionary Legion. People feel refreshed when good things happen to them. This sentence is most appropriate for Zhou Shiyan. The surprise last night swept away the fatigue of the past few days and gave him more confidence and energy. He even felt that his aura had become more calm and steady. Putting Selena's matter behind him for the time being, Zhou Shiyan hummed a little tune and walked straight to the 100th floor. The missions of rescuing Ling City and repairing the Mecha have been successfully completed. Now it is time to report to Dillies. Good morning, Lady Dillies. Have you had breakfast? I brought you some. Zhou Shiyan pushed the door open with a flattering smile on his face. Dillies looked up and glanced at him, with a slight smile on her lips. Leave it there. Tell me, what's the matter? Zhou Shiyan rubbed his hands and seemed a little restrained. After all, he had kissed her on impulse last time, which made him feel uneasy at the moment. I have completed my task. Look, it's time to settle the account, right? He forced a smile and blinked his eyes. The meaning was self-evident. Dillisai couldn't help laughing out loud. I thought it was a big deal, but it turns out that you, a money grubber, are here to ask for your wages. Haha, I dare not. I dare not. Zhou Shiyan hurriedly smiled, but he could not hide the expectation on his face. Don't worry. The reward has already been communicated with Sky City, and it should be delivered soon. Dilly shook her head and continued, but don't be too happy. Take a look at this. She pointed to the huge screen next to the desk. On the screen was a dynamic map centered on the city. The blue dots marked the city's location. The green ones were friendly bases. The gray ones were miasma areas. And the black ones represented the range of activities of the dragon. Dillies placed her finger on a red flashing. This red, that is not far from where you fought the monster a few days ago. Zhou Shiyan frowned. What is this? Dillies said solemnly. The red dots represent the activity of the Evolution Army. To be more precise, it is the Monster Army. She continued. While you were repairing the blue floating cloud, we deciphered some signals from a nearby human settlement. They mentioned the activities of the Evolved Legion and the appearance of a dragon called the Dragon. We initially thought it was just fragmentary information and unreliable. But the investigation team we sent out reported that a large number of monsters appeared in the area, even carrying human corpses, but they did not devour them, but seemed to be demonstrating. Demonstration? Zhou Shiyan was stunned for a moment, then stood up suddenly. That thing is not dead? Yes. If it died, its extensions would also die suddenly, but they are obviously still active. Dillies' expression was rarely serious. Zhou Shiyan snorted coldly. Then I will chase it now. Calm down. Dillies waved her hand to stop him. It must have gone far away, because it intends to show off. Chasing it rashly is just a waste of energy. She pointed to an area near the red dot and said, this may be a large base of the Evolution Legion. For this mission, I need you to lead the team to completely clear it out. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Shiyan called SSS and prepared to set off. Because Strelitzia and others were receiving special training from Dior, Selena's body had not recovered yet, and Zhou Shiyan had no plan to call on anyone else. SSS, this mission is no joke. The monsters may still be there and may ambush us at any time. Are you still bringing your disciples with you? Zhou Shiyan glared at her. SSS disagreed. I know the seriousness of the matter. She is Qing Fuyun's pilot, not a burden. Hey, Uncle, I'm the #1 in Ling City's combat training. Raphael's voice came from the communication channel, his tone full of provocation. Who are you looking down on? Zhou Shiyan was furious when he heard this. I'm not even 19 years old. Who are you calling uncle? I'm so anxious. Raphael chuckled. The mythical maintenance engineer's defense has been breached. SSS looked at Zhou Shiyan's livid face and couldn't help laughing. Zhou Shiyan quickly counterattacked. What are you laughing at? I'm your uncle, so you must be your aunt? SSS was speechless, rolled her eyes, and simply ignored him. The three of them quickly headed towards the area where the red dot was. From afar, they could smell a familiar fishy smell. Zhou Shiyan and SSS looked at each other and realized the seriousness of the problem at the same time. It is indeed it. Let's go and take a look. Esdisa controlled the heavy artillery to accelerate, while Zhou Shiyin summoned Wuming in the co-pilot seat. Wuming poked his head out from his sleeve, took a look into the distance, and immediately muttered, "It's a replica of that thing, so disgusting. It's like wearing stinky socks covered in feces. The smell can be smelled from 10 miles away. Stop talking nonsense." Zhou Shiyin glared at it. "Be prepared for a response in a moment. If there is an emergency, you must react quickly." Wuming rolled his eyes and ignored him. With the roar of the mecha, the three quickly arrived at the target area. The scene before them made everyone's heart sink, several dilapidated houses leaning to one side and emitting a rotten smell. In a large courtyard in the center of the house, countless humanoid monsters were emerging from the ground and continuously merging into the bodies of several giant monsters nearby, as if they were merging and strengthening. These things. Zhou Shiyin looked at the scene in front of him, and cold sweat broke out on his palms. Esdisa gripped the control stick tightly and said in a low voice, "These monsters seem to be creating more powerful ones in some way." Raphael added on the channel, "What's worse is that there seems to be absolutely no end to their numbers." Chapter 106, Dragon Core Furnace. Those humanoid monsters can no longer be called human beings. They ran on all fours, their grayish-white skin covered with smelly pus that splattered everywhere. "Be careful," Esdisa warned, controlling the heavy artillery to quickly add a chest shield, and at the same time raised her hand to smash a monster that pounced on her. Raphael piloted the Qing Fuyan, turned her arm, and a small gun barrel extended from her hand. After accurately smashing several humanoid monsters, she frowned and said, "These monsters don't match the intelligence. They don't have the ability to regenerate after being injured or dead." Zhou Shiyin thought for a moment after hearing this. These monsters may not have been bred from the origin of monsters, or have they evolved into a new state? "We'll know what it is when we go in and take a look," Esdisa said calmly, controlling the heavy artillery to smash the wall of the yard with a punch, and led the way in. Entering the center of the yard, the corpses of several huge monsters were lying on the ground, emitting a foul smell. These corpses were crawling with humanoid monsters, which were frantically biting and devouring the corpses in front of them. Even when Zhou Shiyin and the other two approached, they did not react at all, as if they had lost all their minds and were only concerned with eating until their stomachs were bloated. What is even more disgusting is that after swallowing the humanoid monsters, they drilled into the bodies of other living monsters without hesitation and merged with them. It's so distorted that it doesn't even look like a living creature. Zhou Shiyin couldn't help but tremble all over, with goosebumps all over his body. Qing Fuyun's guns and cannons were used to clear all the active monsters. After heavy artillery testing confirmed that there were no signs of life, the three of them got off the mecha and walked towards a dilapidated room deep in the courtyard. After breaking into the room, the sight before them was disgusting. The original furniture in the house was gone. The ground was covered with thick, smelly black pus, and in the middle of the room, hanging from the ceiling, was a huge heart. This heart beats rhythmically as if it has life. There are more than a dozen thick black metal tubes inserted around its body. These tubes go straight into the ground, transmitting some unknown energy. "How did this thing get here?" Esdisa frowned, her tone full of shock. Raphael pinched his nose, looking disgusted. "Teacher, what is this? It looks disgusting." Zhou Shiyin walked forward, pointed at the beating heart, and said seriously, "This is called the Dragon Core Furnace, or the Source Core Mother. It is the core of the dragon tribe." He went on to explain, "The core furnace has a wide range of functions. It is a key device for the evolution, reproduction, and absorption of metal energy of the dragon. It can optimize resource allocation and even accelerate the evolution of the dragon." He pointed at the black metal pipes and said, "See these pipes? They are used to transmit energy. The dragons transport the corpses or metals to the core furnace through the pipes, and then they are transformed into the resources they need. And those black pus are waste." Raphael's eyes widened. "Such a powerful thing? Why is it here?" Zhou Shiyin shook his head and said in a low voice, "This thing is the lifeline of the dragon tribe. It can only be formed after a super dragon dies and after a long period of shaping. They are usually more important than life. There is only one possibility for them to appear here. The monsters are cooperating with a super large dragon tribe. A traitor's conspiracy." Esdisa snorted coldly, drew the long knife from her waist, and cut off several black pipes. As the pipe broke, black pus mixed with body parts flowed out and fell to the ground, emitting a foul odor. Zhou Shiyin was furious. He also drew out the Azure Dragon Sword, cut off all the remaining pipes, then lifted the core furnace and walked out of the room. SSS set fire to the sinful house and several dilapidated buildings around it. At the moment the core furnace was destroyed, the monsters around seemed to finally notice the presence of the three people. They let out sharp roars and stared at them with their red eyes. It seems that the core reactor is their control center. After destroying it, their sanity has been restored to some extent. Estesha controlled the heavy artillery and quickly entered combat status. She looked at the huge and terrifying monster in front of her and sneered. Raphael, go and practice your skills and clean up the small ones. Leave this big monster to me and Zhou Shiyin. Zhou Shiyin used clear observation to scan the data of the giant monster, and his expression suddenly became serious. Its body is swollen, and there is something in its stomach. It's not digested. When Estesa heard this, she immediately realized the seriousness of the situation, and without hesitation, she controlled the heavy artillery and punched the monster in the chest. The huge force directly pierced through the monster's body. The other hand quickly blocked the monster's dying counterattack, and then the knuckles moved all the way down to completely cut open the monster's abdomen. The monster fell to the ground with a loud bang and turned into a pool of pus. From its stomach, a badly damaged mecha slowly emerged. Zhou Shiyin looked at the mecha in front of him. His pupils shrank slightly. This is the guardian of Zhou City. Ultimate Series, Tears and Fire. Raphael was stunned. This is impossible. Our Linkshire communicated with Zhou 4 months ago. How could this happen? Estesha opened the cockpit and saw the dead pilot. Her face was heavy as she took the body out of the cockpit and carefully placed it on the ground. Zhou Shiyin said in a low voice, "The garbled signal a while ago should be a message for help from Zhou City. It seems that they couldn't hold on." Estesa said nothing more. She straightened up the pilot's combat uniform, dug a hole with her bare hands, and buried her in the center of the courtyard. The three of them stood there in silence. Their hearts were extremely heavy, and what they were going to face next would be an even more difficult decision. Chapter 107. Fight to the death. Fire spirit dies for love. Zhou Shiyin took a deep breath, activated Observe the Detail, and began to investigate the situation of the Tears and Fire. Tears of Fire remnant. Fuselage damage. 99% propulsion system. Damaged assist system. Damaged weapon system. Damaged core power system. Damaged. Only a frame, barely maintaining its shape, was left of the Tear Fire surge, and almost all other parts were corroded and riddled with holes. Estesha controlled the heavy artillery and carefully picked up a small black box on Tear Fire's chest. "This is Tear Fire's small black box. It's not locked. Let's take a look together." She inserted the black box into the heavy artillery's reader, and as a curtain of light unfolded, the contents were slowly projected into the air. In the picture, Zhou City was engulfed in smoke and flames. On top of the ruins, the pilot Colin, with tears and fire in her eyes, was driving a mecha in a desperate battle with monsters. "This is Zhou City. I'm the pilot of the Tear Fire, Karen." Her voice echoed in the picture, with a strong sense of fatigue and unwillingness. "We suffered a terrorist attack. The distress signal was interrupted. I think I'm going to die." In the camera, Tear Fire and 5 ordinary mechas were blocking a small safety fortress, and countless gray-white humanoid monsters were rushing in like a tide. "Lady Colin, the signal has been blocked. We're afraid," a team member said in a trembling voice. "Everyone in Zhou City, I am unable to protect you all, and I am ashamed of your trust." Colin's voice was trembling a little, but she still turned to face the fortress with determination in her eyes. "Fight to the death." In the picture, some residents of Zhou City are singing generously, some are holding weapons and staring at the monsters, and there are even couples hugging each other tightly at the last moment. As the Tear Fire surge was destroyed, the picture gradually dimmed. Colin's last voice was low and weak. "No matter who you are, when you see this video, please remember, monsters are afraid of the fire element. Fire can restrain their self-healing ability. Finally, please avenge the 4,457 people in Zhou City." The light curtain went out, and only dead silence remained in the air. Zhou Shiyin clenched his fists and let out a breath after a long while. "Damn it." He took a step forward and placed both his hands on the fuselage of the Tear Fire, using his left hand for purification and his right hand for Kato's hand, trying his best to awaken the elemental spirit of the Tear Fire. The body of the Tear Fire surged slightly, and the long-dormant fire element spirit finally awakened. However, at the moment of awakening, it collapsed on its own. How could this happen? Zhou Shiyun widened his eyes and looked at the shattered fuselage in disbelief. The elemental spirit's self-destruction is a phenomenon beyond common sense. At that moment, it chose to end itself completely by committing suicide, leaving only a corroded shell. Zhou Shiyun stood there in a daze for a long time, then suddenly kicked a stone away in anger, turned around, and strode away. Fuck, this is really too much. Estisa cleaned up the wreckage of Tier Fire, sighed, and called on Raphael to drive the mecha and follow Zhou Shiyun. Tier Fire Surge was placed in the repair warehouse. After Zhou Shiyun's purification technique and Kato's hand's initial repair, the minor damage to the body was repaired and the whole body was cleaned up neatly. However, Zhou Shiyun, who was standing in front of it, was still furious. Don't worry, Colin. He stroked his tears and said firmly, I will definitely kill that monster. For the next 4 days, Zhou Shiyun locked himself in the repair warehouse, repairing the Tier Fire day and night. He didn't know why he was so persistent. He just felt that there was a suppressed emotion in his chest that needed to be vented. And whenever he thought of the final appearance of Colin and the people of Zhou City in the video, he couldn't stop his hands. When the Tier Fire was finally repaired, the brand new machine gleamed brightly in the warehouse. Zhou Shiyun stretched and looked at the mecha in front of him. The heaviness in his heart finally eased a little. As soon as he stepped out of the warehouse, Zhou Shiyun saw Estisa. Are you okay? Estesa hurried forward, her eyes full of worry. Why did you suddenly lock yourself up? You didn't even tell us. It's okay. Zhou Shiyun rubbed his eyes and said in a more relaxed tone, It's just that the matter of Zhou City made me feel a little uncomfortable. Estesa didn't say much and gently touched his head. This kind of thing happened frequently more than a decade ago. At that time, in addition to dragons, there were also rebels and bandits. The wasteland was in a mess. Estesa, but now it's better. Under the iron-blooded suppression of the general, such incidents are becoming less and less. You have to believe that one day, we will completely drive away the dragons and rebuild the wasteland. Listening to her soothing voice, Zhou Shiyun finally smiled and nodded repeatedly. Well, I could believe it. The two went to the combat command center together and found Dillies. Lady Dillies, I would like to ask, have the materials for the Sky City arrived? Zhou Shiyun asked. Dillies nodded. We have arrived at warehouse number 6. Everything inside is yours. You can check it out yourself. There is one more thing. Zhou Shiyun hesitated for a moment and said, I wonder how you will arrange the whereabouts of Tier Fire Yome? Dillies tapped the table lightly with her fingers and thought for a moment. A fire elemental mecha. I remember Esley had one under him. Before he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened. Nebeka walked in slowly, her eyes firm. Give me the fire of tears. Chapter 108. The Rebirth of the Red Killer God. Zhou Shiyun stepped forward, frowning. Mother, why do you have to intervene in this matter? Driving a codenamed mecha means being ready to go to the battlefield at any time. Do you know how dangerous this is? Nebeka looked calm, but her tone was firm. Xiaoyun, I know what it means to pilot a codenamed mecha. You also know that I have never stopped thinking about returning to the battlefield. Zhou Shiyun wanted to persuade her, but his words were interrupted by Dillies' action. Dilly stood up from her seat, looked at Nebeka for a moment, sighed softly, signed the book that she had prepared long ago, and handed it to her. Go, Red Killer God, Dillies whispered. Nebeka nodded, took the document, and turned to leave. In the elevator, Zhou Shiyun caught up with his mother and couldn't help asking, Mom, why didn't you discuss it with me in advance? How did you know about the tears and fire? Nebeka looked ahead and said calmly, Xiaoyun, I know you are worried about me, but I am a warrior. From the time I was born to the time I graduated from the mecha school, I have only had one goal in my life, to fight the dragon. She paused, a trace of pain flashed in her eyes. After so many years, I have never forgotten those comrades who died at the hands of the dragon. I am the only mecha pilot of my generation who survived. If I don't avenge them, who else can do it? Zhou Shiyun was speechless, yet his heart felt as heavy as if it were being pressed down by a huge rock. Besides, Nebeka looked at her son and gave a comforting smile. You have helped me heal my leg, and you and Nelia have grown up. I have nothing to worry about. The elevator door opened, and Nebeka walked out, leaving Zhou Shiyun standing there in a daze. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then chuckled. Yes, my mother is the red killing god. Why do I have to stop her? He raised his hand and pressed the elevator button, muttering, However, I haven't introduced my restoration results to her yet. In the warehouse, Zhou Shiyun pointed at the brand new Tier Fire Surge and proudly introduced it to his mother. Mother, the Tier Fire Surge is in very good condition now. I added the two abilities of Flame Lord and Yang Saint to it, and its basic stats are much higher than before. But there is one thing to note. It does not have an elemental spirit. Nebeka frowned slightly. No elemental spirit? Yes, the absence of elemental spirits means that there will be some resistance in using elemental skills, and the conversion efficiency will also be reduced. However, you didn't have elemental spirits when you were driving the Red Flame Dance before, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhou Shiyun explained. Nebeka nodded. Okay, I'll try it. She leaped lightly into the cockpit filled with tears and fire, and bound her soul to it. As the power system started up, the Tier Fire Surge body vibrated, and the source core energy quickly flowed to the limbs. The mecha raised its hand slightly, unplugged the line connecting to the fuselage, and stepped out of the warehouse. It feels good, much better than the Red Flame Dance. Nebeka controlled the Tier Fire to fly towards the training ground, with a hint of excitement in her voice. Suppression on the training ground. When Tier Fire Surge landed on the training ground, Qi Yinwu was already waiting there. It turned out that Diel's training had recently entered the final stage, and the mecha combat capabilities of the women were being intensively trained. Nebeka's arrival was arranged as a sparring partner for today. Counterattack quickly and use the thrusters to adjust the angle. Don't resist head-on. Use the flexibility of the mecha to avoid frontal impact. Nebeka corrected Nina's operational mistakes while feeding her moves. Tier Fire Yang's smooth and flowing movements completely suppressed Qi Yinwu. There was no flaw in the transition between offense and defense. The entire training ground was filled with light and shadow intertwined with red and blazing flames. She is indeed the Crimson God of Death. Her combat instincts and driving skills are impeccable. Dior, who was watching the battle nearby, said with emotion. She relied on these skills to suppress everyone of her generation back then. Unfortunately, Zhou Shiyun glanced at her and asked, "Can you finish your sentence?" Dior shrugged and didn't continue, just turned to look at Nebeka. At this time, Strelitzia drove the warrior onto the field and started a new battle with Tier Fire. Estisa and Raphael also came over to watch the fun. Estisa started to tease. Lady Nebeka is really suitable for tears and fire. I was right about that. When Zhou Shiyun heard this, he immediately grabbed Estesa's ear and said, "So it was you who told my mother about the tears. You are the culprit." Estesa was so embarrassed that her face instantly turned red. Zhou Shiyun, you let me go. Hey, stop it. Raphael quickly squeezed in between the two of them, put his hands on his hips and shouted, "You flower thief! How dare you touch my teacher? Believe it or not, I will put thumbtacks in your socks tonight." Zhou Shiyun couldn't help laughing and let go of her hand. "Okay, Estesa, I'll let you go this time. But seriously, the Tier Fire Surge has no elemental spirits, which is indeed a big problem." Diel nodded. "That's right. A mecha without elemental spirits will lose a lot of advantages on the battlefield. Even if the Tier Fire Surge itself has excellent performance, there will still be hidden dangers in the long run." Zhou Shiyun fell into deep thought and murmured, "Maybe after a while, the elemental spirit will be generated by itself." "I hope so." Diel sighed helplessly. But Lady Nebeka hasn't touched a mecha for so long. Her elemental affinity may have dropped a lot. On the training ground, Tier Fire Surge once again defeated Wushuang with an overwhelming advantage. Nebeka's operation was still skillful, and each move was extremely smooth. Zhou Shiyun watched his mother's skilled manipulation of the field, and a hope ignited in his heart. Maybe the Tier Fire Surge can really create a miracle. Chapter 109. Beating Heart. When Zhou Shiyun saw this sinister little lowly, he became playful and raised his hand to grab her little hair. Don't you have your own things to do every day? Why do you always follow your teacher?" Raphael couldn't pull back as a hogue, and his arms were too short to hit Zhou Shiyun. So he could only say angrily, "I'm doing this to protect my teacher from being taken advantage of by guys like you." The little lowly opened her arms and stood in front of Estisa, like an old hen protecting her chicks. "Zhou Shiyun, what are you doing?" Estisa, who was pulled on the ears in front of so many people, only felt her cheeks were hot, and the little ears that were pulled also felt strange. "I'm not saying anything. Why did you tell my mother about your tears? Look at how my mother looked." Zhou Shiyun pointed at the extremely excited one, and tears welled up in his eyes as he beat Wushuang. "TSK, you know nothing. If Lady Nebeka were to live in the city in her old age, that would be your biggest loss." Estasha stared at him with starry eyes, not blinking as tears welled up in her eyes. It was the same in the Sky City back then. Whenever Lady Nebeka was free, she would come to our academy to teach us for free. At that time, she was so young that no one could obey her. But in the end, everyone was defeated by Lady Nebeka. As she spoke, Estasha waved her hands and said, "Let me do the next one. Let me do it." Esdisa summoned heavy artillery and rushed past Zhou Shiyun and others. Virtue! Zhou Shiyun curled his lips, pinched Raphael's face subconsciously, and pulled her and Dior to watch. "Lady Nebeka, it's been so long since I've trained with you on the training ground. Ha! Then you'd better be gentle. I can't catch up with the geniuses like you guys." He said this, but his voice was gentle, and there was no fear in his voice. "Lady Nebeka, you taught me all these skills. Are you kidding me?" The two men stood face to face, neither using weapons, and slowly approached in their mechas. Tears of Fire raised his hands into claws, broke through the air, and took the lead in launching an attack. He accepted all the heavy artillery, opening and closing it with great force, and punched out with one hand, while the killer move was the other hand hidden in the lower abdomen. Fists and claws collided, but Tears and Fire suddenly made the wrong move and went straight for heavy artillery's chest. The big hand that had been gathering strength in the lower abdomen was raised to block the hand that was bursting with Tears and Fire. Lei Huiyong took advantage of the situation, and while his arm was bounced away, he also led the heavy cannon's straight punch to the outside. Then his backhand, which had been charged up, came and went straight to the heavy cannon's chest. The heavy cannon's thrusters roared, and Lei Huiyong's fingertips rubbed against the heavy cannon's chest, creating sparks. "Lady Nebeka, so many years have passed, and you are still the same as you were back then. Then I have to be serious too." Heavy Cannon shook his hands and took up a stance again. "Then you better be careful." Nebeka stepped forward again, tears welling up in her eyes, her hands slightly curled up and raised in front of her chest. Straight punch. Chong Pao turned sideways, stretched out his hand, and walked to Lei Huiyong's lower abdomen. Lei Huiyong seemed to have anticipated it and directly raised his leg to hit his knee, pushing Chong Pao's hand away. Immediately, he used inertia to kick out, forcing the heavy artillery to lower his arms for defense. And taking advantage of this gap, Tears of Fire formed a palm with one hand and stabbed out horizontally. The heavy artillery had no time to block and had to retreat again, but Lei Huiyong had already predicted the retreat, routed the heavy artillery, and stepped forward. The arm stopped firmly at the neck of the heavy artillery, and the scene became quiet for a moment. "Gudong!" Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva. He was stunned. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement, while the expert sees the details. Zhou Shiyun is well aware of the difficulty of Nebeka's smooth operation and moves. Zhou Shiyun could only describe this kind of game thinking as exaggerated. That is a heavy artillery that can be regarded as the 10th top mecha in the wasteland. Even though the two of them didn't use any elemental skills or weapons, they were able to suppress the heavy artillery with just their bare hands. Who will believe this? No one will believe it. But Zhou Shiyun, who actually saw this scene, had to believe it. He had always heard others say how powerful and enchanting his mother was in the past. When Zhou Shiyun really saw a move like this today, he just felt a little strange. "What's wrong with you? I've told you before that fighting must be rigorous. A bold and aggressive approach is extremely dangerous. You must be meticulous," Nebeka taught. In the heavy artillery cockpit, Esdisa stuck out her tongue in a way that was not in line with her character. "I understand, Lady Nebeka. It's mainly because we've gotten used to using heavy artillery over the years, so our attack method relies on suppressive firepower. You still have to pay attention." Nebeka started her teaching mode again. Seeing that they were having so much fun, Zhou Shiyun stopped disturbing them. He said hello to Dior and turned away. His purpose today is not just to watch his mother Nebeka fight. With brisk steps, Zhou Shiyun came to warehouse number 6. After the fingerprint and iris scans at the door were unlocked, Zhou Shiyun was let in. When the warehouse door slowly opened, Zhou Shiyun saw piles of black metal and various mecha parts. "Oh my god, this is a titanium alloy from the series. There's also the Thunder King's transmission matrix here. Damn, this is the 3-in-1 meteorite iron from the Fengyan series. The Sky City actually has some of this stuff left. Isn't this a war reserve resource?" Zhou Shiyun touched here and looked there. The more he looked, the more excited and happy he became. If I heard correctly, what Dilly said was that he could arrange everything in the warehouse by himself. It's all his. pushing open two large containers. Zhou Shiyun heard a bang-bang sound, and his heart was beating normally. When I walked in, I saw that the dragon core furnace I saw that day had been modified and cleaned, and it was beating vigorously like an enlarged human heart. While it was suspended in the air and jumping, it also autonomously absorbed and exhaled various energies emitted in the air and sprayed out pure source nuclear energy. Holy crap, Dilly's gave me this thing too? Is she okay? Wuming also poked his head out at this time and said in surprise, wow, the advanced power core is switching to an autonomous state? You are not the illegitimate son of Dilly's, are you? Go away. You are her illegitimate child. Wuming, do you know a lot about this? Zhou Shiyan asked. Well, I've seen everything when I was traveling the universe. Wuming explained. This thing is also a rare commodity in the universe. Silicon-based creatures like to use it to modify themselves. How should I describe this thing? It's like your heart and stomach combined to achieve internal digestion. It's like opening up a new energy pathway. Chapter 110. Another night attack? Seeing that Zhou Shiyan was still confused, Wuming said, well, anyway, this thing is equivalent to adding a new digestive tract and energy pump to the body. If this is installed on the Mecha, it is equivalent to installing a fully automatic energy conversion system, and it can also automatically transport the energy. But no one has ever used a whole one of this kind of thing. The largest giant stellar ape I've ever seen only used a mid-level one. I'm afraid there's nothing in your world that can withstand this thing operating at full power. Oh no, maybe those two guys can... Oh, so what do you say? I use this thing as the core of my mecha's power system? Zhou Shiyan asked. Wuming looked Zhou Shiyan up and down, especially at his head. His eyes seemed to be saying, are you okay? You can try. Zhou Shiyan was too lazy to say more. The first time he saw this thing, he had a strong urge to load it onto the broken mecha deep in his soul. Or rather, the mecha deep in the soul seemed to come alive at that moment. He was obviously interested in this heart. Of course, Zhou Shiyan did not tell Wuming about this matter in detail. He was keeping it in mind. Okay, you have good eyesight. Come and help me see which of these things are more powerful. Keep them for me. Hey, you've been bothering me all day. Isn't it time to give me more dragon crystals? Wuming wrapped his tentacles around himself and made a waste-handed gesture. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. So they started to pick and choose from the items. When they found something good, they put it aside. If it was of no use or outdated, they threw it aside for someone to recycle it. However, in the subsequent searches, Zhou Shiyan never felt the throbbing from the depths of his soul again. That night, Zhou Shiyan turned over and moved his mouth and said, well, everything is mine. As he spoke, Zhou Shiyan's whole body suddenly twitched. He kept feeling like he was shaking, and at first he thought he was just dreaming. But the feeling in the dream became more and more obvious, forcing him to open his eyes. A white ceiling, a red cross, and the smell of disinfectant in the air. What is this? It turns out to be an operating room. Huh? Operating room? Zhou Shiyan realized something was wrong and immediately came to his senses. He stood up and saw that his hands and feet were tied, and he was locked to the operating table. Hello, hey. Who is this? Help me let him out. Who is playing such a perverted trick? Hey, let me go and talk to him nicely. Zhou Shiyan was speechless. Who will play this kind of game? They tied him up and brought him here from his home. Who is here? Hey, are you awake? Let me tell you, you've finally become a little sister. The door of the operating room was pushed open, and a woman in a loose surgical gown came in holding a thick white paper. She was not wearing a mask, revealing her delicate and neat face. At this moment, she was looking at Zhou Shiyan on the operating table with a smile. Fuck, what the hell do you mean? Where's my Kuan? Zhou Shiyan screamed immediately, but after he felt it carefully, he found that there was no strange feeling in his lower body, and even the source of giant could still be used, so he felt relieved. I'm telling you, Brad, even if you're very powerful, this is the city, and my wives are all over the city. If you touch me, I'll keep you from leaving here. The person who came was Savannah Brad. She smiled and took off Zhou Shiyan's pajamas with her hands. Hi, little guy, we meet again. I want to invite you to drink this time. I invited you here because I want you to help me research something. I'm just researching. Why are you taking off my clothes? Damn you, old man. Are you taking advantage of me? Let me tell you, Dilisai is my first wife. Esley is my second wife. The general is my third wife. And that one is my... Okay, Brad, let him go. The fun time is over. Deli's voice came from the ceiling above. Hey, Dilisai. You did it on purpose, didn't you? I just licked you that time. Why do you hold such a grudge against me? I was wondering who could have secretly brought me here without alerting you. And it turned out to be you. Forget it, Brad. You should just cut him into pieces. This little scoundrel, your tools should be confiscated. Deli's voice became cold, and her words frightened Zhou Shiyun so much that he dared not act rashly again. Okay, what research? You have to let me go first before I can cooperate, right? Brad smiled, walked over, and untied the ropes that bound Zhou Shiyun's hands and feet. I'm sorry, little guy. I wanted to invite you to my place openly this time, but Dilisai insisted on bullying you. Huh? There was a teasing look in the woman's expression, just like a groom who lifts up the bride's red headscarf, with inexplicable excitement in his eyes. And this excitement is not ordinary love between men and women, but more like pure desire for his body. That's right. It's the kind of desire you get when you haven't eaten meat for a long time. She leaned forward and said, I didn't make it clear last time. Let me introduce myself again. I am the former guardian of the city, and now I am the incumbent director of the city's Special Research Institute. Zhou Shiyun flexed his wrist and asked, Why did you and Dilisai bring me here? It's like this. Recently, I have some new ideas about the stimulation of human potential, but I have to study you to find definite evidence. If my research can really be mass-produced, then every one of us humans will be as powerful as a dragon, and the future will be even brighter. Wait a moment. Zhou Shiyun frowned and said, I understand the principle, but I want to ask, what does it mean to study me? Brad's eyes sparkled. Literally, I want to take a closer look at your veins. That's outrageous. I don't have time to study this with you. Zhou Shiyun picked up his clothes and left. Hey, little guy, really? If you just let me study it, my experiment will be completed, and then we humans will rise. Brad followed Zhou Shiyun's steps closely. The experiment is about to be completed? In other words, you are trying to trick me with an unfinished experiment? And you even want to check my veins? What if I die? Zhou Shiyun showed no mercy, even though she was the former guardian. Little guy, don't be anxious. It's okay if you don't want to look. Let Annie use the inner lens to take a look at your body. Hey, I don't want to look. How about you give Annie a few drops of blood? I only want a few drops of your blood. Chapter 111. Potential Stimulation Potion. Impossible. I tell you clearly, this is impossible. Zhou Shiyun shook his head proudly and said again, You tied me up in the middle of the night like this. I will definitely not help you do any messy research. Brad quickly stepped forward and said, Don't go, Zhou Shiyun. I tell you, this is a big step forward for mankind to move forward into the universe and the stars. It only requires a little bit of your blood, really just a little bit of blood. Hey, don't go. As long as I have no morals, no one can kidnap me. Zhou Shiyun strode towards his home. Brad is handsome, but he has a bad brain. Why didn't I see it last time? Brother Zhou Shiyun, little brother, you can't do this. My research is missing the most crucial person, you. If you don't support me, the future of mankind will be ruined. Zhou Shiyun rolled his eyes and didn't want to communicate with Brad anymore. The more he talked to Brad, the more he felt that Brad was a little neurotic, like an old witch who would take out a poisoned apple at any time. He quickened his pace. Brad looked anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only pounce on Zhou Shiyun and hold him. No, you can't leave today no matter what you say. My experiment will definitely fail without you. Whoa. Okay, Zhou Shiyun, just give her a few drops of blood, and think of it as a physical examination. Deli's voice came from the ceiling. Tisk. Zhou Shiyun smacked his lips. Since Deli's had spoken, he couldn't refuse. Under Brad's excited and expectant eyes, he inserted the needle she handed to him into the tip of his left index finger. Okay, I've given you this blood, so you have to tell me what research you are doing, Zhou Shiyun asked. Brad looked at Zhou Shiyun and said, My research is called the end of days. It means the end of the world, when the sun rises in the east. Almost all of our researchers are participating in this project. We have found in hundreds of examples that 99% of the offspring of geniuses will be more geniuses. So we are wondering if this state is related to the mechanical heart affinity of both parents. If so, can we artificially control the mechanical heart affinity of our offspring or ourselves? After a long period of research, this conclusion has failed. Facing the unfathomable mechanical heart, what we humans can see is just the tip of the iceberg. At this point, Brad suddenly became very excited. She said, However, during the experiment, we discovered the huge potential in the human body. It's a real potential that has never been activated and discovered by anyone. When we were tested at the Mech school, the mechanical heart affinity we obtained at that time was only the one that was activated when everyone was born. However, we have more, greater potential hidden in our bodies that has not been activated. She looked at Zhou Shiyun and said, but you are different. You have great talent and potential. If we can use your blood to research a potion that can enhance human potential, then you and I will definitely go down in history. Zhou Shiyun was confused by what he heard, but Dilisai obviously knew about it and strongly supported it. So Zhou Shiyun didn't say much. As for scientific researchers, according to history books, in the New Century era hundreds of years ago, these scientific researchers all had big bald heads, stayed in the laboratory every day, and had extremely abnormal personalities. Okay, then don't team up with Dillies to deceive me. I tell you, my blood is very precious. After using purification magic to repair the needle holes on his hands, Zhou Shiyun turned around and left without further delay. Brad got Zhou Shiyun's blood and didn't even have time to say a few words. He rushed out, even more anxious than Zhou Shiyun. After walking out of the operating table and following the elevator all the way up to the first floor, Zhou Shiyun realized that he was in the park next to the Combat Command Center. Looking at the sky, which was already turning slightly white, Zhou Shiyun picked up the communicator and saw that it was already past 6 in the morning. Forget it. I can't sleep if I go back now. I'm too lazy to explain in case I disturb Nelia and the others. If I say that I was kidnapped to the operating room and a woman forced me to take my blood for research, I don't think they will believe it. Zhou Shiyun shook his head, which was a little annoyed from staying in the operating room, and went to Selena's house. As the Minister of the Municipal Resources Department, a position that controls the lifeline of all types of resources in the city, it is naturally impossible for Selena to live in the Combat Command Center every day. Pushing open the small door of Selena's house. Even though the door looked extremely small, Zhou Shiyun had to bend his head to go in, but behind the door was an extremely spacious courtyard. This is my first time here. Why do you fence your house so high? Zhou Shiyun knocked on the steel plate next to the door behind him. Don't worry about this. Why are you coming to my place so early in the morning instead of sleeping? Even though it was just past 6 in the morning, Selena had already gotten up early. Because the resources department had not started work yet, she was processing documents at home. Selena is wearing formal work clothes at the moment, a white shirt and hip-hugging black stockings, which perfectly show her temperament. Shaking the breakfast in his hand, Zhou Shiyun said, I'm here for breakfast. I brought you one too. Then you still have some conscience. Okay. Leave it there and eat it yourself. Later I will. What are you doing? Selena's eyes widened as she looked at Zhou Shiyun's dirty hands reaching towards her chest in confusion. I'm having breakfast. What's wrong? Zhou Shiyun was puzzled. Just go over there if you want to have breakfast. Why are you touching me? I told you I want to eat breakfast. Zhou Shiyun raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, You are my breakfast. After saying that, Zhou Shiyun threw the steamed buns in his hand onto the table, bent down, and picked up Selena. You little pervert. Selena held Zhou Shiyun's neck and said, I'm so sorry. I'm not available these days. Zhou Shiyun's excited consciousness suddenly became clear and his body stiffened. Depend on, I am here now. Zhou Shiyun made up his mind and walked into the house holding Selena. Zhou Shiyun, didn't I tell you that I'm not comfortable? What on earth are you going to do? Humph, if it's not convenient down there, isn't there still up there? A gentle breeze blows. He walked over to the small door and closed it gently, and the yard returned to silence. It was just that the retching sounds coming from the house made the quiet little courtyard a little abrupt. Chapter 112. Codename Lin Zhongqing, the duel between the two captains. After returning home and changing his pants, Zhou Shiyun collapsed on the big sofa in his home. Ayun, do you want to have breakfast? I fried a heart-shaped egg for you today, Nina asked, wearing a small apron and holding a spatula. No, I've already eaten outside. Zhou Shiyun waved his hand. Zhou Shiyun rubbed Anya's little head and felt extremely comfortable. Compared to Raphael, that black-bellied little lowly, this little cutie in my family is indeed more lovable. Brother Ayun, I still don't understand what you just said to me. Can you say it to me again? Anya tilted her little head. I say, Sha Wujing, don't underestimate him because he is honest. He was actually the one who teamed up with Pan Jinlian to kill Wu Daolong. He was also the one who teamed up with the Dogwai to bully Superman. He was also a bandit in Liangshan and a lackey of Big Bad Wolf in Wolfburg. He was the one who spat on Grandpa Nyo's quilt. He was the one who squeezed little head dad's head with the door. He was the one who tricked the 7 Gord brothers. And he even smashed the other ear with a pistol. Anya blinked and said, But isn't he a bad guy? Don't worry about this. Just remember that Sha Wujing is a bad guy. Anya nodded dazedly. To To be honest, she didn't understand. Okay, Brother Yin. Ion, did you see my pink lace one? I remember I threw it on your bed. Strelitzia rubbed her sleepy eyes, picked up a steamed bun on the table, and stuffed it into her mouth. Her puffed-up little mouth looked particularly cute. So it's yours? I think I hung it on the balcony. Go find it yourself. Zhou Shiyun winked and said, But why did you throw that thing on my bed? Strelitzia smiled mysteriously, wiped her hands and mouth with paper, and didn't say why. Why do you feel weird? Zhou Shiyun said this and looked at the time. He found that it was already late. The girl also had to start training today, and he couldn't stay idle at home. You guys go train and ask for leave for Diol. I have to go repair the mecha today. Nina untied her apron and asked, You want to repair the mecha again? Yes, it's the wood-attributed mecha. Dillies and Esley have come to me many times. If I don't fix it, I'm afraid they will cause trouble to me again. Then you won't be like before, repairing the mecha and not going home for days and nights, right? Nina asked. I tell you, staying up late for such a long time will cause problems for your body. No, Sister Nina, I will definitely come back on time to rest this time, don't worry. Zhou Shiyun followed the girls out and separated at the elevator. Pushing open the warehouse door, Zhou Shiyun stretched. Well, this mecha is not that damaged, so it will be less stressful for me to repair it. 5 days later, Zhou Shiyun threw down the huge wrench in his hand and said, Finally, it's done. Now I can hand it in. As his body suddenly warmed up, Zhou Shiyun felt a warm current sweeping through his body. The fatigue he had felt for the past few days disappeared, and the abundant source core energy washed away the fatigue in his limbs. He was promoted without even realizing it. At this moment, his source core level has reached level 49. Wearing the death armor and the Azure Dragon Sword, he can already exert a strength close to level 49. Feeling his own strength, Zhou Shiyun shook his hands and stomped his foot, making the hard steel floor make a roaring sound. Zhou Shiyun then nodded with satisfaction. Familiar with the new power emerging in his body, Zhou Shiyun played a minor tune and went to find Dillies. Push open the door on the 100th floor. What's wrong with you? You didn't even knock on the door before coming to my place recently? Dillisai's voice was flat, but her eyes were fixed on Zhou Shiyun. Tisk, Lady Dillies, you are so powerful, but you don't know I'm here? Why? Are you afraid that I will disturb your privacy? Dillies and Brad attacked him late at night a few days ago, and he still holds a grudge against them. Dillisai was too lazy to say anything more to Zhou Shiyun. She just lowered her head, not knowing what she was busy with. She asked, What are you doing here? Lord Dillies, Lin Zhongqing has repaired the mecha. Who are you going to give it to? Well, I talk about this with Esley. After all, they were the ones who brought this about, so I still want to follow their rules. Whoever is capable gets it. Let's let them compete. Zhou Shiyun nodded. Then I'll go inform them now? Dillisai said, Okay, go ahead. When the time is confirmed, send it to me in the address book. I'll take a look then. Zhou Shiyun turned around and walked out, heading towards the city wall. In addition to regular training, on-duty combat teams usually station themselves near the city walls to ensure they can strike the enemy quickly. Arriving at the garrison, Zhou Shiyun followed a motorcycle girl upstairs. Tinas worked on the inside of the room, while Das Hadelin worked on the outside. They were both captains of combat brigades in their respective cities. Now that the two cities have merged, Das Hadelin, as an outsider, has voluntarily become the deputy captain. Tinas Das Hadelin, Lin Zhongqing has been repaired. Lady Dillies asked me to inform you. Please decide when you are free. The two stood up, looked at each other, and said in unison, Now. That's fine. Zhou Shiyun took out his communicator and asked Dillies to make the arrangements. Anyway, he is only responsible for repairing the mecha, so let Dillies worry about the other things. In the training ground, the motorcycle girls who were in training got the news and came over to peek at today's battle. Zhou Shiyun quickly found Dior and her group who were training and pulled them to a suitable place to watch. On the high platform of the training ground, Esley stepped out, looked at the two people standing opposite each other, and said in a calm voice, Today's rules are very simple. The two of you will fight each other. You can choose any weapon. Whoever falls to the ground or is knocked out of the black circle on the field will lose. Okay, without further ado, let's get started. Following Esley's order, the two men bowed to each other and immediately picked up suitable weapons from the shelf next to them. Tinas held a golden stick in her hand, placed it in front of her, and pointed the tip of the stick at Das Hadelin. Das Hadelin was not to be outdone. He took the two swords in his hands, bent his body slightly, and placed the swords in front of him, one in front of the other. The two of them didn't say much. There was no need for any pre-war declarations. They both already knew what would happen in today's situation. From the day Esley proposed that Zhou Shiyin repair this codenamed mecha, Tinas and Das Hadalin had been ready to fight each other. Tina nodded slightly, raised the stick, and swept it across. The stick flew out of the wind, and the battle began. Chapter 113. Belonging, come with me. Both of them are strong, and neither of them is a pushover. And a pushover cannot become the captain of the Mecha Brigade. Tinas took the lead in launching the attack, but Das Hadalin was not afraid at all. He crossed his two swords and took the initiative to meet the attack. With a crisp ding sound, the two separated immediately, got into defensive postures again, and began to test each other. Watch carefully. It's not common to see people watching others fight. Especially Xiaoyan, you just don't have enough practical experience. Watch for me. Go back tonight and tell me what you saw and learned today. A battle of this nature is about honor and faith, and is actually not much different from a battle of life and death. Nebeka narrowed her eyes and had a bright smile on her face, but what she said made Zhou Shiyin feel unwell. Wow, do I have to make a summary at night? Well, this place, the little girl named Tinas handled it well. The other one named Das Hadalin was a bit bad. Her attack was fierce, and her momentum was strong. She gave people the feeling of a tiger on the battlefield, but her movements were a bit awkward. While watching the battle, Nebeka analyzed the situation to Zhou Shiyin and others, pointing out the points that needed attention. As the battle between the two became more intense, no one noticed the passage of time. It's not that their fight was particularly exciting, it's just that Das Hadalin's condition was so touching. At this moment, Das Hadalin's body was a little crooked, and anyone could see that there was something wrong with her left leg. But even so, she still wielded her two swords with all her might, trying to overcome her own shortcomings. Her left leg was born with some deformity, but she refused to accept our treatment because she was afraid that the anesthesia would affect her reaction speed. She is such a stubborn child. Esley came over and explained to everyone. Hearing this, even Zhou Shiyin, who had just been listless and was about to go back to bed early, was shocked. How can someone with congenital deficiencies be trained to this level? Her combat moves and on-the-spot reactions are probably not inferior to mine, Zhou Shiyin said in surprise. Everyone. Zhou Shiyin. Well, I'm most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. At this moment, the situation in the field suddenly changed. After a clang, Das Hadalin's double swords were thrown to the ground. Tinas's stick head was pointed directly at Das Hadalin's head, and she had been forced to withdraw from the black circle on the ground. She straightened her hair that was wet from the battle, then pulled her left leg and slowly picked up her double swords. Seeing her walking slowly, even though her feet could not even stand upright due to the intense fighting, no one present dared to urge her. We won. Captain Tinas won. Humph. If Captain Das Hadalin hadn't had a problem with his legs, it's unclear who would win. Oh, what a pity. It's such a pity. But it doesn't matter. They are both our good captains. Tinas and Das Hadalin did not listen to the discussion of the people around them. Das Hadalin put away her two swords and walked slowly to Tinas. Facing the panting Tinas, she said calmly, "Thank you. Tinas, you have given me enough respect. This time, I really lost." After saying that, Das Hadalin showed a sincere smile, bowed to Tinas and Esley on the podium, and then slowly walked out of the training ground. If Zhou Shiyin had not seen the crystal light flashing from the corner of Das Hadalin's eyes when she turned her head, Zhou Shiyin might have thought that she didn't care about this mecha. But he was wrong. How could such a self-respecting and strong girl not feel wronged or sad? Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they failed due to physical defects. Looking at her determined back, Zhou Shiyin sighed deeply. At this time, Tinas also came over and waved to Nina from a distance. Captain, I succeeded, and I became the pilot of the codenamed Mecha. Tinas was a little excited. You are wrong. You are the captain now? Nina said with a smile. Congratulations, Tinas. Zhou Shiyin also expressed his congratulations. No need, Master Zhou Shiyin. Thank you for repairing Lin Zhongqing, thank you. As she said that, Tinas actually bowed deeply to Zhou Shiyin, making Zhou Shiyin quite embarrassed. To be honest, he doesn't like being called sir. Not long after everyone started talking, someone came and called Tinas away, asking her to bind herself to Lin Zhongqing. Zhou Shiyin and the others had nothing to do, so they simply waited on the training ground. They also wanted to see what Lin Zhongqing looked like. As the thrusters roared, a silver-blue mecha slowly rose from the underground warehouse. He exuded a murderous aura, with an extremely large Tang sword on his back and several small metal balls surrounding his mecha. These small metal balls transmitted incomprehensible light signals to each other, and green rays were sweeping around. That is a special feature specially designed for Lin Zhongqing, the elemental forbidden zone of the killer move. Those small balls are the special releasers of this feature. They can radiate a range of 500 meters around Lin Zhongqing. Within the 500-meter range of Lin Zhongqing, if there is an element of what attribute, any other elemental attributes will be suppressed. Wow, this mecha is so cool. It gives me the feeling of seeing the Special Forces King in history books. Estisa walked over from outside the training ground. Raphael behind her looked at Lin Zhongqing with stars twinkling in his eyes. Teacher, this mecha is so handsome. So cool, Raphael said while shaking Estisa's arm. Well, go play with the sister who drives the mecha later, and let her take you to have a closer look at the mecha. As Estisa raised her hand, the little loli rushed out immediately like an athlete hearing the whistle. Estesha pointed at Lin Zhongqing and said, "Did you repair the mecha?" "Of course. Don't you think about who I am? I am a legendary mechanic." Zhou Shiyun patted his chest. "And let me tell you, did you see that powerful special killing move? I gave it that myself." "Really? Then you're pretty awesome," Estisa said, and suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhou Shiyun and ran outside. Zhou Shiyun was suddenly confused by this and let her hold his hand. Before he could figure out the situation, he was pulled out by Estisa. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem abnormal today?" Zhou Shiyun asked suspiciously. Estisa looked around and made sure there was no one around before she spoke slowly. "Zhou Shiyun, the deal between Lingshi and the city has ended. I can't stay here any longer. I'm leaving soon." "Ah," Zhou Shiyun asked in surprise. "Is it over? Are you leaving?" That's good." Zhou Shiyun, "Do you want to go with me?" Chapter 114. Does it have to be here? Before Zhou Shiyun could react, he was stunned by Estisa's next words. "Ah, I follow you? What do you mean? I don't understand." Estesha took a deep breath, stared into Zhou Shiyun's eyes, and said seriously word by word, "Zhou Shiyun, I feel like I like you a little. There are no rules and tenderness in the wasteland, and neither do I. I think I like you, and I must get you. Do you want to go with me?" Wait, Estisa, you like me? Are you kidding?" Looking at Estisa's beautiful face with an unsmiling expression, Zhou Shiyun was stunned for a long time and put away the smile on his face. "Estisa, I don't know what you're thinking, but you want me to follow you to Ling City. This is impossible." Zhou Shiyun said again, "I won't leave the city. Otherwise, you can stay in the city. Anyway, they are the same." Estesha shook her head. "If I stay in the city, many more people will be taken as blood food in the wasteland. I shouldn't be in a certain place. My wall is only suitable for moving around. By the way, I left more than 10,000 people in the city, and I gave the corresponding survival supplies to Selena. I hope you could take good care of them. After all, they're all poor people in the wasteland." "Okay." Faced with Estisa's request, Zhou Shiyun agreed immediately. "I still haven't figured it out. What is it about me that you like?" Zhou Shiyun asked puzzledly. Estisa shifted her gaze and scanned Zhou Shiyun's eyes, taking a look at him. "I don't understand either. It might be your confident aura, kind heart, gentle and responsible personality. Anyway, there's so many things. Maybe I'm just an old cow who likes to eat young grass." Estisa never hesitated when speaking and said whatever she thought, which made Zhou Shiyun feel a little embarrassed. "Is this you?" Before Zhou Shiyun finished speaking, Estisa's mouth was pressed against Zhou Shiyun's. For a woman like Estesha, confidence and boldness in pursuing what she likes is an innate and cultivated character. This is a strong woman who has led a team to survive alone in the wasteland for more than 10 years. She is courageous and will do what she thinks. "Zhou Shiyun, what about now? What do you think now?" He looked at Estisa, who had her arms around his waist, the inexplicable blush on her face, and the fragrance of her breath as she pressed close to him. Zhou Shiyun only felt a ball of fire rising, bursting out from Estisa's chest close to his, quickly rushing to his brain and flowing through his Kuan area. That was a close call. Zhou Shiyun stood with a gun in his hand and almost agreed to Estisa's idea of going with her. "I'm sorry, Estisa. I have my own life that I can't abandon. My career, my pursuits, the people I like and the people who like me. I can't just give up on all of this, so Estisa, I'm sorry." Zhou Shiyun suppressed his inner impulse and tried his best to restrain himself from looking down at Estisa, who was in his arms. He was afraid that if he looked at her, he would not be able to control himself and do something without thinking. Estisa, I really... Don't talk, kiss me. Estisa closed her eyes and pouted her red lips slightly. The sunlight shone. Rays of light reflected on Estisa's pretty face, making her rosy cheeks even more attractive. Her gently trembling eyelashes were like a frightened little rabbit, moving restlessly. The fine hair on her face was filtered through by the light, which was very beautiful. The atmosphere was so tense that Zhou Shiryun couldn't possibly hold back any longer. He immediately leaned over and took a bite. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and Zhou Shiryun felt that Estisa was like a tiger with its huge mouth opened, wanting to swallow him whole. In fact, it is not wrong to describe it this way. After all, Estisa is already in her 30s. This is the first time she has boldly pursued a man and experienced this strange feeling for the first time. Of course she wants to have more. The two hugged and kissed each other. Estisa's body was still twisting constantly. She tried to rub Zhou Shiryun into her arms, while Zhou Shiryun's little hands were restlessly touching Estisa all over. Swoosh! The space where the two were located was fluctuating. When they opened their eyes, they found that it was Estisa who was holding Zhou Shiryun and moving them to the cockpit of the heavy artillery. Pushing aside the various lines that seemed a bit annoying at the moment, Estisa reached out and pushed down the seat. Estisa, it's not good for you to be here, right? Do we have to be here? Actually, my house is fine too. Estisa smiled evilly, and her remaining rationality made her shake her head, and then she hugged Zhou Shiryun in an instant. Zhou Shiryun, who had been suppressed by Estisa, could no longer bear it. What a joke! Zhou Shiryun is a man with the origin of giants. How could he endure the feeling of being suppressed by a beauty? Zhou Shiryun removed the last barrier between Estisa and himself, pulled her soft hand over, and pressed her on the seat he had just pushed over. The two of them lingered for a long time, until Zhou Shiryun felt hungry. Then he picked up the communicator and took a look. My goodness, it started at around 8 or 9 in the morning, and it's already past 3 in the afternoon. No wonder Zhou Shiryun is a little hungry. Zhou Shiryun gently shook the softest Estesa in his arms and said, Are you hungry? Do you want me to buy something? Estesa raised her hand to wipe the sweat and the saliva that flowed out inexplicably. She must be hungry, and said, Yes, I am a little hungry. Go ahead. I want to eat the baked buns at the east gate of your city. Go buy them for me. Hearing Estisa's slightly hoarse voice, Zhou Shiryun touched her hand with heartache. Okay, take a rest. I'll buy it for you. After saying that, Zhou Shiryun stood up, put on his clothes, and left the heavy artillery. After Zhou Shiryun left, Estisa straightened up, looked at her current posture, and carefully recalled those embarrassing scenes. Estisa felt inexplicably happy in her heart. It turns out that the bad guy has so many moves. What tricks does Zhou Shiryun have that can make a woman like Estisa feel a little shy? I won't talk about them, because the East Gate was a little far from the training ground. Even though Zhou Shiryun ran very fast, it still took some time. When he came back, the heavy artillery had disappeared. Chapter 115. Reward me to treat you. After Zhou Shiryun searched for a while and couldn't find her, he heard a rumbling sound coming from outside the city wall. Zhou Shiryun immediately rushed to the entrance of the city wall. Standing on the city wall, Zhou Shiryun looked at Ling Shi, who had already activated the mobile system and was retrieving the trading channel, without saying a word. He didn't know what he should or could say. He couldn't keep this wild woman, and he couldn't go with her. It would be useless to say anything more, and it might even add to his troubles. Maybe Estisa thought the same, so she left without notifying Zhou Shiryun. Looking out from the city wall, Zhou Shiryun saw the graceful figure standing above Ling Shi. Go back, Zhou Shiryun. Our story is not over yet. We are not finished yet. In this wasteland, we will meet on the road ahead. Estisa's voice was clear, and in front of outsiders, she returned to her self-possessed and confident demeanor as a superior. Estisa, you must be fine. Wait for me. Zhou Shiryun waved, then raised his hands high and made a big heart shape above his head. Poochie. Looking at the heart shape made by Zhou Shiryun's crooked hands, Estisa smiled. Her smile was bright and free, and tears flashed in the corners of her eyes. She spoke again. Okay, go back now. By the way, I left something for you at Dilly's place. Don't forget to get it. See you next time, my little man. As Ling Shi flew into the air and slowly disappeared into the gray sky in the distance, Zhou Shiryun finally regained his composure. That's all. Zhou Shiryun walked home with his hands behind his back, eyes slightly narrowed, swaying at a moderate pace, as if he was thinking about something. I heard that woman of yours left. Ugh. Zhou Shiyin felt a little embarrassed as he looked at the strange looks given by the women in the room. I just said a few words on the city wall, and you knew it so quickly? But Zhou Shiyin has never been a timid person. When it comes to feelings, he is always straightforward and treats everyone equally. Well, Estesia has her own career and her own great ambitions to achieve. How can I stop her? The women became interested and started asking about Estesia. They didn't know much about the long-legged woman. They only knew that she was very strong and a good fighter, but they didn't know what Estesia was doing or what she was carrying. Wow, this big sister is so cool. She saved so many people and fed so many people. After listening to Zhou Shiyun's words, Anya's eyes sparkled and her face was full of admiration. The other women were almost the same as Anya. As everyone laughed and joked, the time quickly came to 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Shiyun, who had just finished a big meal prepared by Nina, finally stopped lying on the sofa watching TV today. He was taking a walk. I've been a little lazy recently. I didn't attend Diyuer's training and never went to the summary meeting held every morning. Zhou Shiyin even felt that he had gained weight. As he walked, Zhou Shiyin saw a beautiful figure staring at the sky in a daze. You are Dashitaran? What are you doing here so late? After hearing the question, Das Hadalin came back to his senses and rubbed his sore eyes. It turned out to be Master Zhou Shiyin. I thought it was those girls urging me to go back and work overtime. Good evening, Master Zhou Shiyin. I'll look at the sky from here. Seeing her serious expression, Zhou Shiyin also looked up at the sky. Well, the gray miasma envelopes the sky, which is extremely depressing even during the day, let alone the night without the sun. If there were no energy shield operating all year round above the city to purify the air, these miasma would kill ordinary people instantly. Seeing Zhou Shiyin puzzled, Das Hadalin explained, in the entire city, only above the combat command center, the concentration of miasma is not that high because of the energy burst transmission, so you can still see the stars through the miasma. Zhou Shiyin looked up again, and sure enough, he saw faintly twinkling stars in the gray sky. Indeed, I didn't expect that we can still see stars in our city. By the way, how did you know that there are stars here? Dasha Turan said, It's nothing. I cried a lot when I was little, and my mother told me to raise my head when I cried, and the tears would stop falling. Then that night, I raised my head when I cried, and I saw the stars in the sky above the combat headquarters. There were no stars anywhere else. Zhou Shiyin asked without thinking, Why are you crying? Das Hadalin pointed to his legs and said, When I was a child, I was often bullied and looked down upon because of my legs. She waved her hand to stop Zhou Shiyin, who was about to speak, to comfort her, and continued, Master Zhou Shiyin, you don't have to say anything. I've always made those guys who bullied me obedient. After so many years, I've already gotten used to it. Zhou Shiyin touched his nose and said, Then why don't you go for treatment? Our city's medical technology is well known among the 7 major cities of mankind. And as the captain of the combat team, you must have a great advantage in treatment. Das Hadalin shook his head and said a little embarrassedly, Master Zhou Shiyin, I don't want to have surgery. I can't compare with others in anything. The only thing I can show off is my reaction speed. But I heard that anesthesia will slow down people's reaction speed. I think if I lose my reaction speed, I may be useless. Zhou Shiyin always found it a little funny. This girl looked mature and knew everything, but she was entangled in such trivial matters. Master Zhou Shiyin, why are you laughing at me? Is there something on my face? Zhou Shiyin waved his hand and said, No, I was wondering why you were so concerned about whether anesthesia would affect your reaction. And because of this, you haven't had surgery for so long? Zhou Shiyin thought about it and said, Actually, the anesthetic is nothing. It shouldn't affect your reaction speed. Look, Master Zhou Shiyin, you don't know whether the anesthesia will have any effect on me. Zhou Shiyin reached out and scratched his neck. Then suddenly an idea came to him, and he shook his left hand. Okay, since you don't want to have surgery under anesthesia, then I can just give you the treatment. I don't need anesthesia. Das Hadalin stared at Zhou Shiyin blankly. If she hadn't seen Zhou Shiyun's affirmative expression, she would have thought that Zhou Shiyin was joking. Really, Master Zhou Shiyin, my legs are deformed from birth. Can they really be cured without anesthesia or surgery? Chapter 116. Redemption of the Miasma of Riot. Zhou Shiyin nodded seriously. For Wuming, treating a little girl's legs was not a difficult task. Zhou Shiyin squatted down and motioned Das Hadalin to sit on the platform next to him. He picked up Das Hadalin's left foot, lifting up her trouser legs little by little. Zhou Shiyin saw the condition of her feet. The connection between her left ankle and heel was slightly bent and protruding. This tiny flaw has caused the girl to suffer for many years. Every time she walks, runs, fights, etc., the pain in her left foot will increase sharply. Zhou Shiyin, sir, if it doesn't work, forget it. Das Hadelin's face was red. This was the first time in 16 years that she was grabbed by her feet by a man, and her body defects were exposed, which made her a little embarrassed. Of course it's possible. Just watch. Zhou Shiyin threw out Wu Ming, who was resting, which made Wu Ming start quarreling with Zhou Shiyin again. However, after Zhou Shiyun's friendly and cordial exchange, Wu Ming still extended his tentacles. Putting the tentacle on Das Hadelin's ankle, Wu Ming gently stabbed it, piercing the skin with the tentacle and slowly drilling inside. Ah! Das Hadelin cried out as he felt the pain in his ankle and saw the strange creature that Zhou Shiyin took out. Little girl, it will be very painful next. You have to bear it. I have to repair your extended bones, Wu Ming said, shaking his head. Zhou Shiyin also didn't want to see the little girl in pain, so he flipped his right hand and performed the purification spell on Das Hadelin's left calf. The waves of warmth diluted the pain that Wu Ming felt when he repaired Das Hadelin's ankle. Das Hadelin only felt that his left foot was warm and a little itchy. As Wu Ming crawled out, Zhou Shiyin hurriedly applied the purification technique to the little girl's ankle to repair the wound, pulling the little girl to stand still. Zhou Shiyin felt a little uncomfortable watching her marching and even jumping on the spot excitedly. Hey, if I had known earlier that there was something wrong with your foot, I would have cured it earlier. Maybe the outcome of your fight with Tinas would have been different, and maybe Lin Zhongqing would have been. Das Hadelin raised her hand to stop Zhou Shiyin from speaking. Zhou Shiyin looked down and saw that the little girl's cheeks were already covered with tears since he didn't know when. Das Hadelin shook his head and said, "No, Master Zhou Shiyin, I know how strong Tinas is. I know that even if my legs are healed, I will never be able to beat her. What should I do? I'm really happy now. I will never be bullied again, never be talked about behind my back again, never have to endure that pain again." Das Hadelin suddenly hugged Zhou Shiyin and rubbed her tear-stained face against Zhou Shiyin's chest. "Master Zhou Shiyin, can I call you brother? Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. You don't lack women, but I'm not bad-looking. Mom said I should find a man too. Otherwise, why don't you take me?" Zhou Shiyin quickly pushed her away and stopped her from saying the shocking words she was about to say. He said, "Das Hadelin, I'm not treating you to ask for anything in return. If you really want to repay me, then please continue to train seriously. There will be no shortage of codenamed mechas in the future. Your efforts are seen by everyone, and there will definitely be a codenamed mecha that belongs to you. So, you need to seize the opportunity and take down your own codenamed mecha. I believe in you." The little girl nodded, kept Zhou Shiyin's words in mind, and chatted with Zhou Shiyin for a while before she skipped back. Before Zhou Shiyin had time to relax, his communicator suddenly rang. Zhou Shiyin picked it up and saw that it was a message from Dillies. "Dillisai, I didn't expect that, Xiaoyan. You are so good at flirting with girls? That Esteso is like this. And so is Das Hadelin. You are quite good, but you still worked hard this time. I was just thinking about how to tell Esli." Although Dillisai didn't say anything else, Zhou Shiyin always felt that Dillisai's words were sour. He didn't know what she was so sarcastic about. It couldn't be that Dillisai also liked him, right? Well, it's possible. After all, I'm so outstanding. Zhou Shiyin immediately replied. "It's okay. It's just what I should do. Since Delhi's is fine, please come to my place. There are some new situations that I need you to take a look at." Zhou Shiyin put away the communicator and went to Dillies' office on the 100th floor. This time Zhou Shiyin was too lazy to knock on the door. Since the door was not locked, Zhou Shiyin pushed the door open and walked in with a swagger. Dillies had already gotten used to Zhou Shiyin's arbitrary manner, so she didn't say much. When she saw Zhou Shiyin coming, she put away the report she was reading. Taking the teacup off the table, Dillies knocked on the table. The azure blue desktop slowly expanded from the center, and a planet with gray and black colors emerged. If Zhou Shiyin was not mistaken, this was the Earth of the past. As the picture zoomed in and out, Zhou Shiyin saw the sea that was no longer clear, and a land that was a mixture of black and brown scorched earth. Finally, the picture froze above the city. "This is our city's satellite, Freedom 1. Take a look at the scene it captured. Do you have anything to say?" The picture froze in the city and continued to play as time went on. Zhou Shiyin only saw that the miasma circle that was originally 50 kilometers away from the city was slowly shrinking towards the city. The miasma mass within this 50-kilometer area was also inexplicably restless and flowing everywhere. It's very strange. Why are the miasma circles starting to move towards us? Aren't we cleaning them up regularly? And what's wrong with these miasma groups? Why are they so violent? Dillies didn't answer immediately, but just played another video. This is the city, this is the city, this is District 9, this is... As Dillies explained, Zhou Shiyun saw that the miasma outside the city seemed to come alive and move towards the city. Zhou Shiyun frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Dillies picked up the teacup beside her and said, "According to the investigation of the Sky City, it seems that 9 super-large dragon tribes have reached some kind of agreement deep in the miasma and are pushing the miasma towards the human territory." What? Zhou Shiyun was horrified. How dare they do that? Aren't they afraid that our powerful humans will destroy them? That's the weird part. Logically speaking, with our guard and the threat of the Sky City, those old guys in the super-large dragon tribe wouldn't dare to act rashly. But since 7 days ago, the miasma circle has been controlled by them to shrink towards the human territory. Chapter 117, Special Operations Team, Deputy Captain, Zhou Shiyun. Zhou Shiyun stared blankly at the satellite videos scrolling on the screen. Based on the analysis and comparison of these videos, Zhou Shiyun could clearly see the dragon figures faintly appearing in the gray miasma. They are generally not strong, not physically strong, small, and fast-moving. They always observe the city from a distance. As the miasma approaches little by little, if someone comes, they will run away immediately. Outside almost every city, you can see these small dragons hiding outside the miasma and observing the city stealthily. They look like cats on the hunt. Zhou Shiyun frowned and said, "They think we are their prey." Dilisai nodded slightly, then clasped her hands to support her beautiful chin. From time to time, she would pick up the teacup and take a sip, then put it down and pinch her nose bridge, looking quite embarrassed. After a long time, Zhou Shiyun was still waiting for her next words, but Dillies didn't say anything for so long. "What's wrong, Lady Dillies? Are you still thinking about what happened before?" Zhou Shiyun joked. Dilisai looked up at Zhou Shiyun and said angrily, "Zhou Shiyun, why are there so many things in your head? Be serious." "Tisk," Zhou Shiyun said. "What's the matter? Is there something you can't tell me? What are you thinking about that takes so long?" Dilly sighed and said, "In response to the abnormal behavior of the dragon tribe, the Sky City has set up a countermeasure team to specifically deal with these abnormal reactions. It was formed by the ugly ox, guardian god himself." "Well, then what? Lady Dillies, can you finish what you want to say at once?" Zhou Shiyun scratched his ear. "And then? Then they specifically asked for you. They want you to be the deputy investigative captain of this team." Zhou Shiyun nodded. "Oh, so that's it? What's the big deal? Just go. Just go." Zhou Shiyun, don't you understand the seriousness of the situation? Do you know what a super-large dragon tribe represents? Do you know what it means that the miasma that has not changed for nearly 30 years is suddenly agitated again? You don't even know what it means that the Tiger Guardian God personally formed and led a countermeasure team. Dilisai stared at Zhou Shiyun and said word by word, "I tell you, Zhou Shiyun, a super-large dragon tribe is composed of at least 5 super dragons. The general, and we have suppressed the wasteland for 30 years. Have you ever wondered why they are not afraid now? Do you know what the Tiger Guardian God does? She is a human killer. A human killer. Do you know what human killer means? She is the dark side of the Sky City, the executioner of the Sky City. She is the human killer who killed so many demons that they dared not even fart. Do you really think there are no powerful characters in the giant world? They were destroyed so easily. Do you really think the 12 guardians are all good girls? You will die. Zhou Shiyun, you don't understand the seriousness of this matter at all. You will die." Dilisai almost spoke the last sentence in a roaring voice. After roaring, Dilisai fell silent again, holding her forehead with one hand and no longer looking at Zhou Shiyun. After a long time, Zhou Shiyun walked forward, patted Dilisai's back gently, and took her hand off her forehead. Rubbing Dillies' calloused hands, Zhou Shiyun said seriously, "Dillies, I know you care about me and how good you are to me, but you have to understand that since the Sky City has already asked the Underground City for people, it means that the situation must be urgent. If I don't go this time because I'm afraid of death, then what if others are also afraid and don't go? Then what should we do in the wasteland?" Zhou Shiyun walked behind Dillies and opened the window on the 100th floor of the Combat Command Center. The thick miasma was right in front of us. If it weren't for the thick energy shield, the disgusting miasma would have already invaded. Look, Dillies, our wasteland has become increasingly dilapidated. Yes, it is dilapidated. I just thought about it for a long time. Since you said that the Sky City takes this matter very seriously and even sent out the Tiger Guardian, then why are you still worried about me? Dilisai blinked her eyes slightly and turned her chair to the back. Looking at Zhou Shiyun's figure getting closer and closer, Dilisai's always stern face relaxed a little. Her calm eyes were filled with some affection, and her brows were as delicate as silk. The two of them got closer and closer, and finally when Zhou Shiyun slowly bent down and the distance between them reached a dangerous point, Dilly suddenly stood up. She put down the teacup, turned around, and walked out of her office. Go if you want to. I can't stop you anyway. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, go back to the training ground with Diur. Someone will come to pick you up. Zhou Shiyun looked at Dilly's pretty figure walking away and couldn't help but wipe his lips. It was just a little bit more. Dilisai turned the corner and there was no one around, so she pressed herself tightly against the wall at the corner. Delis placed one hand on her heart, feeling the beating of her heart as if it was about to jump out. She felt a little confused. Before, Dilisai didn't have much thoughts about Zhou Shiyun. When she teased Zhou Shiyun, it was just like playing with the kid next door. But since that time, she always felt that something was weird every time she saw Zhou Shiyun. It was an emotion that I couldn't quite put my finger on. Maybe it was fun, maybe it was entertaining, or maybe... Shaking her head, Dilisai murmured in a low voice. Dilisai, you're almost 40 years old. Do you still want to eat young grass? Don't you know your own responsibilities? You are still thinking about nonsense. Slightly. When Dillies walked towards the elevator again, her expression became serious again, and her previous emotion could not be seen. Zhou Shiyun didn't stay with Dilisai for long. He covered Dilisai's teacup with a lid and gently closed the door of Dilisai's office. When Zhou Shiyun returned home, the girls' training had already ended yesterday. He felt a little embarrassed to face Diur, so he did not attend their party. Pulling open the sliding door of the balcony, Zhou Shiyun saw Strelitzia Regini standing on the balcony and looking into the distance. Lan, do you know about that? Strelitzia came back to her senses and turned around. Seeing that the person coming was Zhou Shiyun, she nodded and said, Yes, Instructor Diur has already told me. Good. Then Strelitzia said nothing and suddenly turned back, and then the two fell into silence again. If it were the Strelitzia Regini of the past, she would always smile when she saw Zhou Shiyun and would always chat and joke with Zhou Shiyun. Don't worry, Lan. I'm with you. You don't have to worry. Bad guy, I'm just worried about you. Chapter 118, Tiger Codex. Wool. Low sobs came from Strelitzia's throat, and Zhou Shiyun walked forward and hugged Strelitzia from behind. What's wrong? Why are you two like this? Why are you so sad? Am I not here? Strelitzia let Zhou Shiyun hold her in his arms. The warm warmth from his body dispelled her discomfort. I've told my teachers many times, but they still insist on having you go, even though you're so weak. Zhou Shiyun pinched the soft flesh on Strelitzia's waist and said, Hey, what do you mean I'm so weak? You actually said that your brother Zhou, am weak? I don't admit it. I tell you, I punched the Nanshan nursing home and kicked the Beihai kindergarten. When I roared in the morgue, no one dared to breathe. I am not strong. Strelitzia was amused and said, Which history book did you learn this old joke from? It's so unfashionable. Really? Zhou Shiyun laughed it off. He didn't want to stand on the balcony with Strelitzia in the cold wind. Even though their physiques were strong enough to be immune to it, this place was 97 floors above the ground after all. Holding Strelitzia's little hand, Zhou Shiyun ignored the looks of other women and followed Strelitzia into her bedroom. Normally, Strelitzia would not let him into her bedroom, but today, she took the initiative to pull him in. Strelitzia's bedroom was not like the pink girl's bedroom that Zhou Shiyun had imagined. It was very ordinary, but very clean and tidy, with a faint fragrance in the air. Wait, just stand here and don't move. Strelitzia Regini climbed onto the bed and put away the underwear that was vaguely visible on the bed, then allowed Zhou Shiyun to sit down. Because this is a bedroom, the two of them can only sit on the bed for the time being. Facing the Strelitzia beside them, Zhou Shiyun wanted to do something, but seeing her serious look, Zhou Shiyun gave up the idea. Why do you want to go too? I really don't understand. Strelitzia pouted, looking a little angry. Maybe it's because I'm better. Zhou Shiyun laughed. Still talking nonsense here. With your small body, what can you do on the front line? I tell you, stay away from me when the time comes. If you encounter any danger, run to my Wu Shuang. Okay, I got it. You know nothing. By the way, I didn't tell Nina and the others about this. I only told them that we were going to the Sky City to do some work. Don't let anyone slip. Zhou Shiyin nodded. 9 o'clock the next day. Zhou Shiyin had been waiting there early with Dyer and Strelitzia. As soon as it was 9 o'clock, the airship of Sky City stopped at the training ground on time. Dyer stepped forward to make a connection, then called Zhou Shiyin and Healy Wanglan to go up. When the airship flew away and Dilly stood in front of the window on the 100th floor, she withdrew her gaze. Forcing herself to stop her emotional fluctuations, Dilly's expression gradually became firm. No one knew what she was thinking of, but the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to have taken shape, suppressing the restless miasma through the energy shield. With the roar of the airship, Zhou Shiyin once again arrived at the city in the sky. But this time is not like the last time, when you can still see people selling things on the streets. This time, the Sky City lacks the atmosphere of fireworks and becomes full of solemnity. After watching the Sky City for a while, Zhou Shiyin saw mechas of various models flying out of the Sky City 3 times. Where are they going? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Zhou Shiyin pointed at a team of ordinary 4th-generation combat mechas below and asked, "This group should be going to suppress the Demon Sea, or they may be going to call Longya. I'm not sure," Dial said. After getting off the airship, Zhou Shiyin followed Dior into a low building. When they arrived at a door, they saw that Dior had tidied up his appearance in an unusual way and even asked Zhou Shiyin to fix his irregular collar. When everything was ready, Diol took a deep breath, put on a standard fake smile, and pushed open the door. "Report, Commander Inhu," Diol reports in. Diol beat his chest with his right hand and said respectfully. Zhou Shiyin then followed Dial in and saw the person in the room. This person was wearing golden clothes-fitting armor. The armor disappeared at her lower abdomen and thighs, revealing her healthy, wheat-colored skin and her six-pack abs. The clothes-fitting armor brought out her slender skin and the broad muscle lines. Zhou Shiyin and the other two arrived at the wrong time. Inhu was wearing boxing gloves and practicing boxing on a hanging sandbag. Zhou Shiyin took a closer look and saw drops of black blood dripping from the bottom of the sandbag. He listened carefully and heard a slight groaning sound coming from the sandbag. "You brought Zhou Shiyin here, didn't you? You're the fastest to come here. It seems that Dilisai hasn't let you down, young man." When Inhu speaks, she sounds like the big sister next door. In addition to her explosive muscles, she is actually very beautiful. But as Inhu greeted him and raised his gloves, Zhou Shiyin clearly saw the blood on the gloves. "Yes, that's right. Hello, Tiger Guardian." Inhu threw away the boxing gloves in his hand and said, "Don't be so reserved. Just call me Captain. How is Dilly's these days? It's not easy to ask her to send your city's treasure out." Seeing Inhu, who was nearly 2 meters tall and bigger than Zhou Shiyin, approaching him, Zhou Shiyin felt his scalp tingling. It was the human's natural sixth sense that was warning her that the woman in front of her was extremely dangerous. Facing Inhu's kind eyes, Zhou Shiyin swallowed his saliva and said, "Lady Dilly's has been doing well recently, and I often hear from you." "Oh, what did she say about me?" She said, "Lord Inhu, you are very handsome, and she missed you very much." Inhu grabbed Zhou Shiyin's head with one hand and rubbed it, making Zhou Shiyin almost explode with anger. "You little brat can't even lie. How could that woman Dilly's miss me? Haha, come on, you guys came so early, and the other guys haven't arrived yet. Just wait for now." Inhu withdrew his hand, pressing his knuckles until they crackled. Zhou Shiyin felt that these big hands were about to hit him. "By the way, this matter must be kept secret. Remember our code name? Top secret. You stay here first. I'll have Dior show you more details later." Inhu stared at Zhou Shiyin and said again, "Zhou Shiyin, I won't say more. You know why I invited you here, right? Well, Vice Captain, right? Yes, I've heard them mention you many times. I hope that in the next action, you can satisfy me even more." Chapter 119, The Unexpected Woman. After walking out of the room where Inhu was, Zhou Shiyin felt better all over, as if he was sitting by a campfire in winter, and he was no longer depressed. To be honest, when Zhou Shiyin saw Inhu's appearance for the first time, he felt that it was somewhat different from what was described in the textbook. I still remember when I was studying at the Mech Academy, the book described Inhu as the suppressor of the demon world, a powerful person who could overcome difficulties and dangers, and a strong person who always controlled his desires. Anyway, from various positive introductions, Zhou Shiyin's impression of Inhu is that he is very powerful and sunny. But Zhou Shiyin didn't really feel it just now. He rubbed his neck and didn't think about it anymore. Inhu is his captain, so he should be worried about the enemies. While Zhou Shiyin was still thinking about something, Diauer had already taken Strelitzia Regini back to report and threw a key to Zhou Shiyin when he left. Let me see, 78th District 8, where is this? Zhou Shiyin was completely in the dark and had no idea where Area 78 was. It wasn't so troublesome the last time he came to Sky City. With a sigh, Zhou Shiyin didn't think any more about it. He took the key and started looking for a place. He couldn't die from holding his urine. In fact, Area 78 was quite easy to find. Zhou Shiyin hadn't walked for long when he found the place. As the elevator went up, Zhou Shiyin took out the key and opened the door. The basic room layout of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, simple display configuration, and a very simple decoration style. Overall, this house is okay, but it has not been lived in for too long and is a bit dusty. Zhou Shiyin coughed and said, "Now that I'm here as the deputy captain, I still have to do the cleaning myself?" Having said that, Zhou Shiyin had already picked up the broom in the corner and started cleaning. When the house was clean and the bed was made, there was a click sound from the door unlocking. A woman opened the door. Looking at Zhou Shiyin, who was shirtless because he was feeling hot, she just stood there staring at him at the door. Then, she stepped out of the room and looked at the room number. After realizing that she was in the right place, she looked into the room again and saw Zhou Shiyin, who was shirtless, revealing his muscular body and 8-pack abs. Zhou Shiyin also put down the broom in his hand, looked at her strangely, and put on his clothes. "Hello. Are you also from the countermeasures team?" The woman nodded, unwilling to say anything more, and walked straight in. Hello, this is my room. Can you please come out?" Her voice was extremely pleasant, as if it was naturally full of charm. But the strange thing was that this woman seemed unusually calm, and her words were without any emotion, like a lifeless machine. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Zhou Shiyin always feels some vague discomfort coming from this woman. When she walked towards Zhou Shiyin, it felt like she was facing a high-speed nuclear energy vehicle. The great sense of crisis made Zhou Shiyin's face freeze. Ma'am, I'm Zhou Shiyin, the deputy captain of the countermeasures team. Captain Inhu assigned this room to me. Who are you?" As he spoke, Zhou Shiyin picked up the key on the coffee table and waved the side with the area and room number engraved on it towards her. "Hello, I'm Persefina, captain of the city guard." She stretched out her flawless white right hand. Zhou Shiyin shook hands with her, and only then did he have time to take a closer look at the woman in front of him. Her light blue hair was scattered on her pretty face. Her slender figure wearing a pair of thick-heeled high heels made her look more imposing, and her delicate facial features made up a good-looking face. But there was not a single ripple on this beautiful face. After seeing her appearance clearly, Zhou Shiyin couldn't help but think that if her face wasn't so calm, and she just smiled slightly, there would be countless men who would be convinced by her. Zhou Shiyin's face was full of black lines at this moment. He didn't know who was so wise as to arrange for a beautiful woman to live with him, a young man who had just reached adulthood. The key point was that this beautiful woman was quite weird, and people felt that there was something wrong with her at first sight. "It's outrageous anyway." Zhou Shiyin nodded and didn't want to say much to Sophia. After all, it was the first time they met and there was nothing much to talk about. After putting down his things, Zhou Shiyin went out. In fact, if it weren't for the unspeakable sense of crisis when staying with Sophia, Zhou Shiyin would not want to come out at all. After all, who doesn't want to see more of a beautiful woman? After contacting Strelitzia, Zhou Shiyin was waiting in a square. Later, Strelitzia had changed into more casual clothes and greeted Zhou Shiyin from a distance. "How about it? Do you like the little surprise I prepared for you?" Strelitzia blinked her bright big eyes. "So it's you? I was wondering who is so bored and has nothing to do all day." Zhou Shiyin said, stretching his hand forward, wanting to get some interest back from Strelitzia. "Humph, it's itchy." "Zhou Shiyin, it's so itchy." "Humph, you've been so naughty all day. You really think I can't deal with you when we get to the Sky City, right?" Zhou Shiyin retracted his hand and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. Who is that woman? Why did you give her to me?" Strelitzia stopped joking and put away the smile on her face. She said, "That person seemed to be a disciple of a certain guardian god. She was very powerful at that time. People said she was a rare genius in a century. She had been practicing in a certain world. Later, due to special reasons, her status as a disciple was cancelled and she was asked to go back to practice." "Well, then what? Why give her to me? I can't go and plead for her with the guardian angel. My connections are not that strong." Zhou Shiyun waved his hands. What are you thinking? Strelitzia patted Zhou Shiyun's arm and said again, it wasn't my idea to give her to you. The higher-ups told me to do this. She raised her hand and pointed at the sky. Her meaning was self-evident. Her situation is quite special. I heard that her elemental affinity is ridiculously high. The previous guardian god regarded her as the one who would inherit his mantle. I really don't know what happened to her, but I heard from my teacher that she seemed to have killed a lot of humans. Zhou Shiyun was confused. If you said you wanted to give him some dragon cores and crystals or some high-end mecha parts, he would accept it. But why did you want to give him a woman? And the one he gave to her was not a good person. Okay, by the way, when will this countermeasure team take action? Strelitzia shook her head and said, only Lady Enhu knows the specific details, but it should be soon. By the way, I have sent more detailed information to your address book. Remember to read it when you go back. Now come with me to the cafeteria, over here to eat something. Chapter 120. Horrible Conjecture. Zhou Shiyun nodded and followed Strelitzia Regini, thinking about that woman. According to Strelitzia, that woman should have been a genius in the past, but something happened and she returned to her own city. It seemed that she was abandoned by the city in the sky, and now he was called back and handed over to Zhou Shiyun. Since she stuffed it into his pocket, she must be asking for something from him. So what was it? It couldn't be Zhou Shiyun's beauty, right? Zhou Shiyun shook his head and dispelled the evil thoughts in his mind. I followed Strelitzia to visit the Sky City. The atmosphere here is no longer as relaxed as it was before. Teams gathering for action can be seen everywhere. Under Strelitzia's forced arrangement, Zhou Shiyun ate the food in the Sky City. How to say it? Zhou Shiyun initially thought that only that restaurant had bad food, until he changed several windows and finally understood the characteristics of Sky City. It was so delicious that it could rival its mother, Nebeka. By the time he sent Strelitzia off, it was already dark, and Zhou Shiyun slowly returned to Area 78. When I opened the door, Sophia was not there, and the room was dark. After turning on the light in the living room, Zhou Shiyun noticed that the light in the bathroom next to the room was on. The slender and slim figure revealed Sophia's proud figure through the bright light. Listening to the gurgling water, Zhou Shiyun felt that he could eat 3 bowls of rice just by the sound. Shaking his head to get rid of the complicated emotions, Zhou Shiyun returned to his room. Sitting on the bed in the room, Zhou Shiyun turned on the communicator on his arm and looked at the more confidential information sent by Strelitzia. Investigation records show that the total concentration of miasma on September 2nd increased by 0. The synchronization of the basic concentration of miasma in the past 20 years has failed. The danger level has been raised. On September 4th, a suspected super-large dragon-calling tribe was found. The Jinduo tribe acted abnormally. All investigators died. The time of death was 18. The cause of death was dragon-calling attack and miasma backflow. The death list is, on September 5th, the total concentration of miasma increased by 1. It is extremely dangerous. Natural disasters occurred in the wasteland, and the mutation of plants and animals intensified. On September 6th, the super-large tribe called Longziki, and Jinduo joined the Chiji Mountain. Abnormal energy appeared in the crust of Chiji Mountain. Energy analysis was unsuccessful. On September 7th, the total concentration of miasma rose by 2, the ozone layer was unstable, and the oxygen content in the wasteland decreased. The deformity rate of newborns in the territory increased. On September 8th, the super-large dragon-calling tribe and the Mingtun tribe met at Chiji Mountain. On the same day, a large number of dragon-calling corpses appeared at Chiji Mountain. The specific reason is unknown. As Zhou Shiyun read the news one by one, he became more and more stunned. The terrifying data and the attached satellite images made Zhou Shiyun feel like he was falling into an icy cave. Did you see this photo taken on September 8th? Zhou Shiyun came back to his senses after hearing the voice. He looked up and saw Sophia had already put on her clothes and was standing next to him. Her head was right next to Zhou Shiyun. A faint fragrance came from her. She was looking at the information on the communicator with Zhou Shiyun. Well, what's wrong with this photo? Zhou Shiyun asked without caring too much. You can zoom in on it, right here in the lower right corner, and then combine it with the photo behind it, and you can see. Sophia pointed out the strangeness of the photo, and Zhou Shiyun looked in the direction of her finger. Sliding the communicator, I saw in the lower right corner of the photo that the corpses of those called dragons were lying in a mess at the foot of Chiji Mountain. One of the corpses was still there, but when the next photo appeared, the corpse of that dragon had been mostly dissolved. No, it's not dissolving. Combining the two photos, it's more like swallowing. This is, Sophia said calmly. Yes, that's right. If I'm not mistaken, the seven-finger mountain must be devouring the corpse of the dragon. That's not right. Why would the seven-finger mountain swallow up the dragon? It's not a living creature. Sophia paused and said in a cold voice, like a robot without any emotion. What if there is something inside the seven-finger mountain? What if the seven-finger mountain is just a layer of skin used for camouflage? Zhou Shiyin took a deep breath. If what Sophia said was true, then this matter was really scary. It is hard to believe that the super-large dragon tribe, which is at the top of the wasteland food chain, is feeding dragon corpses to something. What level of thing is that thing, and what kind of identity does one have to enjoy such treatment? Have you told your superiors about this matter? Zhou Shiyin swallowed his saliva. Well, I just went out and told Lady Yinhu. She told me not to think too much and to come back and wait for news. Sophia's voice was neither happy nor worried. Really, don't think too much about it. What if there is something abnormal? Just wait for the results. Zhou Shiyin comforted. Sophia nodded gently and said, Well, I know. I was just thinking if it's really as ordinary as I guess. Zhou Shiyin waved his hand and said, Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, we still have the generals. It's okay. Sophia nodded and sat on the bed, continuing to think about something. Seeing that she had no intention of leaving, Zhou Shiyin felt that he might not be able to sleep well if she stayed any longer, so he coughed and said, Well, Sophia, it's getting late. Why don't you go back to bed first? I just received a message saying that we have to get up early tomorrow to gather. Do you hate me? Sophia turned her head and glanced at Zhou Shiyin. Her dark pupils seemed to devour Zhou Shiyin. The darkness in her eyes seemed to be about to turn into substance. Zhou Shiyin just felt creepy being stared at, so she withdrew her gaze. How could that be? Sophia, I just don't want to fall asleep again during the assembly tomorrow. It's really late now, and I'm already sleepy. Okay, then go to bed early. Sophia stood up, turned around, and left without saying anything else. Smelling the scent of shower gel slowly dissipating in the air, and seeing that she had indeed closed the door, Zhou Shiyin sighed. Zhou Shiyin felt quite puzzled by the glare Sophia gave him just now. There was definitely no kindness in that look. Oh no, she just did this and I forgot to ask her about her past. Forget it. I'll ask her tomorrow. Zhou Shiyin yawned, changed into pajamas, and prepared to go to bed. It's late at night. As Zhou Shiyin's light breathing spread, footsteps were heard in the originally silent living room. Sophia came out of her room and looked at Zhou Shiyin's tightly closed door. She walked to Zhou Shiyin's door and stopped. It was unknown what she was thinking. It took a long time for her to turn around. Sophia opened the French window on the balcony and jumped out of the 12th floor with a light jump. Chapter 121. Captain of Snake Team 2. Sophia's flickering figure slowly descended from the rooftop of a building not far from Area 78. You're back, my little Sophia. The teacher hasn't seen you for a long time. It's been almost 3 years since we last met. Lord Sish, I'm a member of the countermeasures team reporting to you. Sophia lowered her head. Sophina, why are you still like this? That matter has nothing to do with you. Please don't take it to heart. That matter was the negligence of the command center. The figure gently raised his hand, as if wanting to touch Sophia. But Sophia dodged and said, Lord Snake, I committed the sins myself and reaped the bitter fruits myself. I will never evade the responsibility. Seeing that she was not joking at all, Sish didn't say anything more and slowly withdrew his hand. Be careful under Yinhu's control. She's a serious person. By the way, Monkey has calculated for you. Zhou Shiyin is your variable. Remember to seize the opportunity. The woman kept chattering on and on about something. Sophia couldn't tell what her mood was at the moment. Maybe it was the same as usual, or maybe she was a little touched. Sea Snake didn't stay for long. He called her out in a hurry and left in a hurry. He wanted to get closer to Sophia, but stopped what he was doing after seeing Sophia's indifferent expression. Sophia jumped off the building only when the snake could no longer be seen. The next morning, Zhou Shiyin thought he had gotten up early enough, but when he left the room, he saw Sophia, neatly dressed, sitting upright on the sofa. What are you doing? Zhou Shiyin rubbed his sore eyes. I'm waiting for you. Sophia stood up. Zhou Shiyin didn't take it seriously. He nodded subconsciously. Then he felt something strange. Okay, let's go gather. It's getting late. Walking in front of Sophia, Zhou Shiyin felt uncomfortable. He could always feel Sophia's vague eyes looking at him from behind. Fortunately, the meeting place was not far away. and Zhou Shiyun and Sophia arrived there in a short while. When Zhou Shiyun arrived, Strelitzia was already waiting there. There were already quite a few people gathered in groups of 3 or 4 at the gathering place. Seeing that the only male in the place was also walking towards the gathering place, the curious women took the initiative to inquire about Zhou Shiyun. Who is that man? Isn't this a secret high-level operation? Hey, you don't know this? That's Zhou Shiyun. The title of legendary maintenance engineer is not just for show. I heard from the sisters in Ling City that Zhou Shiyun's skills are very powerful. They are simply a blessing on the battlefield. If that's the case, we have to build a good relationship with him. After all, no one is sure whether we will get hurt. Several women chattered and moved towards Zhou Shiyun's direction. The more confident and outgoing women had already started talking to Zhou Shiyun. For example, the woman standing in front of Zhou Shiyun now has shiny black curly hair. Her skin is a little darker than normal people, and her pupils are light yellow. She should be a mixed race. Hello, Lord Zhou Shiyun. Are you also on the countermeasures team? That's great. Zhou Shiyun asked in surprise. Do you know me? The dark-skinned girl shook her head and smiled, revealing 8 perfect white teeth. Now we know each other, Master Zhou Shiyun. We will be working in the same team from now on. I have heard of your name for a long time. This girl was very outgoing, and as she spoke, she came up to Zhou Shiyun and put her arm around him, which made Zhou Shiyun feel a little embarrassed. After pulling his hands out of the girl's 2 huge cages with great difficulty, Zhou Shiyun had no intention of dealing with the people around him. Sophia and Strelitzia stood next to him, waiting for Inhu's arrival together. 3 minutes past 8. Inhu's figure appeared at the intersection, walking slowly towards this side. They were not children anymore. They were all soldiers who had received formal training on the battlefield. The moment they saw Inhu, they all quieted down, straightened their backs, and stood properly. Inhu put his hands behind his back and looked around at the dozen or so people at the scene. He took a good look at each of them and compared them one by one with the information in his mind. Okay, I'm very pleased today that all the people invited by Sky City are here. Inhu walked slowly, making sure to take everyone in. I have only 2 reasons for calling you all here today. First, we need to figure out why we are fighting so hard. Second, we need to understand clearly how to fight so hard. After saying that, she swung the communicator in her hand, and a huge light screen appeared out of thin air. Looking at the pictures of miasma and dragons scrolling on the screen, she said loudly, according to the latest news, 9 super-large dragon-calling tribes have occupied the Seven-Finger Mountain and completely blocked the Seven-Finger Mountain. Outsiders have no way of detecting the truth, and the 10th super-large dragon-calling tribe is on the way to converge. The photo zoomed out, and it was a huge and ferocious dragon leading the way with 6 slightly smaller dragons, followed by thousands of ordinary dragons. This is Beaten, and these are his 6 sons. The 7 leading them are all top level, and behind them are his tribes. We have completely lost our right to monitor Qiji Mountain, and we dare not rashly send troops to investigate. So we need to reduce their power from the outside. Inhu pondered for a moment and spoke again. For this mission, we will be divided into 2 teams. Team 1 will follow me to explore the periphery of Qiji Mountain and determine the exploration location. Team 2 will join forces with Sky City Armed Team 7 to wipe out the Beaten Dragon Tribe. Immediately afterwards, Inhu divided the team very quickly. Team 2, when I'm not around, you must follow the orders of Vice Captain Zhou Shiyun. There was no self-introduction session at a first meeting, let alone any acquaintance at a first meeting. There was only an overwhelming sense of nervousness. Before some people even had the chance to talk to each other, they were assigned to teams and received their respective tasks. Zhou Shiyun took a deep breath, put away his contempt for the countermeasures team, and led the 3 assigned people on the journey. Strelitzia did not go with him. She was assigned to a team and followed Inhu. After getting to know each other, Zhou Shiyun realized that the main members of Team 2 all had special abilities, but were relatively weak in direct combat. Of course, Zhou Shiyun had no idea why he was assigned to the second team by Inhu. What a joke! Am I not strong? Zhou Shiyun fell into deep thought as he looked at the source core energy level of 49. Chapter 122, Duaming Peak and Changhongya. The second team, including Zhou Shiyun himself, only has 4 people, including Sophia. While following the armed Team 7 on the journey, everyone also briefly introduced themselves. Zhou Shiyun, captain of the second team, has the ability to repair mecha damage and perform a series of mecha value enhancement methods such as mecha enchantment. On a small combat airship that was assigned to him, Zhou Shiyun stood up first. Next came the first girl on the left. She stood up and said loudly, Xiaomin Run, Extreme Series, codename Mecha Freeman Pilot, with the ability to overclock or grant any object the ability to overclock. I'm Vija, the pilot of the God King series, codenamed Mecha Tsiya. My ability is quite special, similar to a magnetic field. Within the range of my magnetic field, I can reduce the output power of the enemy's source nuclear energy and increase the output power of my own source nuclear energy. The last one was Sophia. Her voice was cold, and it was hard to tell whether she was nervous or not. Safina, emotional resonance and manipulation, can control living things. Zhou Shiyun looked at Sophia and found that she had no intention of continuing to speak. Zhou Shiyun did not ask any more questions, nodded, and began to deploy according to the combat information sent by Sky City. You see, the Bodan tribe started from the south and headed north. The route they chose was very smart. There were no dangerous places along the way, but they still overlooked one place. Zhou Shiyun tapped the table lightly with his fingers and circled an area. This is Duanming Peak, and not far from here is Changhongya. The two mountains intersect and extend to each other. Here near Duanming Peak, there is only a small path along the mountain leading to Changhongya. According to the intention of the 7th Arm Team, they will implement firepower coverage at high altitudes on Duanming Peak, but it is inevitable that one or two will slip through, so we need to stop them at Changhongya. Do you understand? Understood, the three women said in unison. Zhou Shiyun nodded without saying anything else, and quietly followed the armed team 7 in front of him as they flew towards Duanming Peak at high speed. Not long after, the armed team 7 in front stopped and began to fall. The combat airship that was originally flashing with cold light was covered by an energy shield, and it slowly disappeared. Zhou Shiyun controlled the small airship to avoid their position and began to fly towards Changhongya, not far away. Also landing above Changhongya, Zhou Shiyun activated the hidden device of the combat airship. Because they couldn't use the combat airship, the women summoned their own codenamed mechas and flew down. Zhou Shiyun landed on the tune and flew downwards together. Zhou Shiyun then turned around and saw Sophia's mecha. He didn't hear Sophia introduce her mecha just now, and she thought Sophia didn't have it. It seems that he was overthinking it. For such a genius, how could the Sky City not arrange a powerful mecha for her? I saw this mecha. Its entire body was black and gray, with a golden dagger attached to its waist. The outer armor flashed with a dangerous metallic cold light, and even the dazzling sunlight could not erase the terrifying murderous intent emanating from it. Yes, it was like a thorn in the back, as if there was real murderous intent. Zhou Shiyun had also seen blood, and he had also seen people who exuded terrifying murderous intent, but he had never seen someone like Sophia. It's not that her murderous intent is strong or powerful. Zhou Shiyun carefully felt the feeling coming from her. It was a desire to kill mixed with hatred, and it couldn't be restrained. It seemed that as long as she put on this mecha, she would be filled with tremendous hatred, and this hatred could not be hidden. Zhou Shiyun shook his head and put aside the unnecessary things for the time being. He was currently on a mission and was too lazy to ask any more questions. Be careful to hide your body. There will be an encounter in about 2 minutes ahead. Be alert. Following Zhou Shiyun's loud shout, several people controlled the mechas and hid their bodies among the cliffs. While Jiaolong was not here yet, Zhou Shiyun gave the women a layer of god-level enchantment. Xiaomin Run and Svaya were fine. Even though they felt Zhou Shiyun's touch as if it was a gentle caress, they just endured it and didn't say anything. But when it came to Sophia, Zhou Shiyun just stood there in a daze and was reluctant to take action. Looking at the dark and domineering mecha, Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva. He was afraid that it might make her feel uncomfortable in a while. What if he was killed? With his weak arms and legs, he couldn't withstand the huge monster in front of him. What's wrong? Can't you enchant me? Sophia asked with some doubt. Nothing. Zhou Shiyun decided to go all out and stepped forward and placed his big hand on the black mecha. The feeling of touch penetrated Sophia's body through the mecha, and Sophia could not resist this touch. Thanks. Unexpectedly, Zhou Shiyun did not hear any sound of Sophia's discomfort, but the two women could not help groaning a long time ago. Zhou Shiyun didn't think any more about it. He put on the death armor and held the Azure Dragon sword in his hand. To be honest, if there was a mecha that could be driven, Zhou Shiyun would not fight alone. Unfortunately, the woman here did not sign a contract with him, and he did not want to force her. At worst, you just have to be more careful. Anyway, they're just a few cats and cats, Nothing to be afraid of. When he turned to leave, he did not notice that the black mecha, which had been tense and not showing any discomfort, suddenly staggered and almost fell to the ground. Strangeness. Boom. A deafening explosion came from afar. The dazzling halo and the waves of the explosion made Zhou Shiryun unable to open his eyes. When I looked again, I saw that a large hole had been blown out of the Duanming Peak in front of me, and there were densely packed dragon corpses lying inside. Various elemental skills began to burst out. The 7-armed teams formed groups of 3 and 6 people into a group and cooperated to start clearing out these dragons. Wow! Advanced elemental skills. Wow! They have superlimit loading? Wow! They even have a small source core energy recovery matrix. Zhou Shiryun looked at the battlefield ahead with some surprise. It goes without saying that every 3-person combat team must have a series of mechas as the main attacker. The flashing lasers in the sky alone are enough to give the dragons a hard time. The most important thing is that even if those combatants are not driving codenamed mechas, with their superb driving skills and the Sky City's magnificent equipment, the power they unleash is in no way inferior to that of ordinary codenamed mechas. Attention, attention! A level 1 dragon has been missed. Countermeasures Team 2, please pay attention. When the notification sounded from the communicator, Zhou Shiryun's spirits were lifted. Just when he was about to make a move, he found that Sophia had already rushed out the moment she heard the news. Chapter 123. Bodan wants to run away. Zhou Shiryun took a closer look and found that the black mecha had taken out the dagger at its waist while rushing out. With the dagger in hand, the black mecha shook lightly, the dagger was reloaded, and a sharp sword tip popped out instantly. Only then did Zhou Shiryun have time to look at the sword. The sword was covered in golden light, but the tip of the sword was flashing with cold silver light. As the black mecha shook, the cold light flashed by in an instant. The black mecha was flying in the air, and its thrusters roared again. Its speed exploded, creating a sonic boom in the air. The sword was held horizontally. His right hand grasped the hilt, and his left hand held the end of the handle. Zhou Shiryun saw a black flash of light, and the dragon that was fleeing in panic was stabbed in the neck before it could make any reaction. Black blood spurted out, and the black mecha seemed to not want to be stained by the black blood. It drew its sword and retreated, swung the sword in the air to make a beautiful sword flower, and then put it back to its waist. After all the operations, Zhou Shiryun felt it was pleasing to the eye. It was a textbook-level killing method. There was no hesitation at all throughout the process, and he killed the dragon with one sword. The last time I saw such a smooth operation was during Dial's training, and his opponents were Nina and others who had just started special training. As Sophia flew back, Zhou Shiryun didn't say much. With such a capable and strong team member, what else could he say? I told you to run? Super energy bomb. Clear the ground for me. The commander of the 7th Armed Team in the distance was also an impatient man. Seeing Jiaolong fleeing in all directions, he issued an order to annihilate him. I remember that the commander of Team 7 was originally the pioneer of the Vanguard team, right? Vigia asked, but seeing that no one paid attention to her, she simply said nothing more. Originally, everyone was not very familiar with each other, and with Sophia being such an ice cube next to them, Zhou Shiryun didn't want to discuss anything. The firing order from afar ended, and huge gun barrels slowly extended from the flanks on both sides of the huge combat airship. The terrifying suction force disrupted the airflow under the airship. As a dazzling white light flashed, missiles engraved with strange runes were shot out at high speed. When the missile was in the air, those strange runes began to decompose layer by layer, causing the missile to split into several pieces. The already countless missile groups, after being decomposed by the strange runes, became even more like stars in the sky, completely covering the dragon tribe below. Boom! When the dazzling light flashed again and the mushroom cloud began to rise, the breathtaking sound of the explosion finally came. Zhou Shiryun narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the vibration from the ground beneath his feet and listening to the screams coming from the Jiaolong tribe. The tension of the past few days was slowly diluted. This is a new gadget from the Sky City Anti-Earth Research Institute. Those runes seem to have been engraved using Master Rat's gold elemental skills. Not only does it increase the speed and power of the bulky missiles, it can also split the missiles. Really? Is that so? That's amazing. Xiaoman Run on the side seemed to be unwilling to explain, and Vigia was ignored again. So he answered perfunctorily. Be prepared. Something is wrong. Sophia rarely said a word. Vigia asked, what's wrong? Seeing that Sophia was too lazy to explain anything, Zhou Shiyin stepped forward and pointed at Duanming Peak in the distance and spoke. Look, the dragons didn't choose to charge and fight back. The small dragons at the outermost edge were even in a daze and had no intention of fighting back on their own. Did you see that Botan didn't do that? Why didn't he let his son fight back? Why did he shrink in the center of the dragon's circle? Zhou Shiyun's eyes flashed with brilliance. I suspect that the abnormal behavior of the small dragons on the periphery must be caused by Botan. If I'm not mistaken, the large dragons and their sons will surely charge at the battle formation soon. They must be planning something at the moment. Botan is going to run away. Now, in the center of the battlefield, Botan hid himself in the sand and gravel raised by the explosion. Glancing at the 6 sons surrounding it, it said, "My children, go ahead without worry. I will devour 1,000,000 humans to avenge today's shame and relieve my hatred." Under the suppression of blood, even though Butan's 6 sons had already begun to resist Butan's orders, it was of no avail. Kill! As Butan activated the blood in his body, all the dragons were like being injected with chicken blood, and the little dragon who was in a daze just now had red eyes. The metal skin on their back squirmed, and all these little dragons changed their state and grew 2 wings on their backs. With their red eyes wide open, these fearless dragons rushed towards the 7th Armed Team. Return to defense. Keep the formation in order. The heavy shield men are holding on. Activate overload. Withstand this wave of attacks. Scan Butan's position. The commander issued the order calmly and calmly. For her, who had rich combat experience, all this was within her expectations. Report, Butan's source core energy is 30 meters inside the mountain, and it is impossible to achieve accurate strikes. The direction of movement is Changhongya. Glancing at the team members fighting below, the commander said loudly on the communication channel, "Attention, Botan is moving towards Changhongya's position. It is expected to leave the mountain in 20 seconds. Stop it. We will start targeted support. Be careful." The voice came through the communicators of several people, leaving them no extra time to deploy anything. This is what a super dragon is like. Even if it knows it is going to escape, where it is going to run, and how it is going to run, it still sends its 6 sons to disrupt the airship with all their strength. Armed Team 7 was unable to intercept this conspiracy quickly and could only place their hopes on Countermeasures Team 2. Deploy the anti-shock source nuclear shield, slow down, and harass it with sonic waves first. Zhou Shiyin has been under Dial's nose for such a long time without participating in special training, but it is not because Zhou Shiyin has any privilege. On the contrary, during the period of rest, he also took time out to participate in the city's joint training. After all, the power of an individual is limited. Ever since the human mecha army defeated the dragon for the first time with close coordination, everyone has noticed that coordinated combat between mechas is the most effective way to defeat the dragon. This time, Sophia did not dare to be careless. She followed Zhou Shiyun's order, took out the golden sword from her waist, and placed it upright in front of her. As the sword extended to both sides, a huge golden sword shield stood up. "Everyone come closer to me." Zhou Shiyun raised his hands and shouted, "God-level enchantment." The pure energy guided the mecha to begin to change. After the energy penetrated the mecha, it was transmitted from the cockpit to the driver's body, allowing them to feel a strange feeling similar to that of a caress. Chapter 124. Yunlu Magnetic Field is you. Holding Wuming in his hand, Zhou Shiyun pushed off the ground and left the dangerous ground. As the only human on the field without the protection of a mecha, Zhou Shiyun is in danger at any time. Therefore, he had to avoid possible dangers as soon as possible. After all, being called a dragon was no joke. As the founder and leader of the super-large dragon tribe, Botan has been fighting in the wasteland for who knows how long. Its IQ is no less than that of ordinary humans. Faced with the siege of all members of the 7th Armed Team who were full of murderous intent, and with the Sky City's dedicated combat airship overhead, it was very sure that it could not take away its belongings this time. But it doesn't matter. As a veteran dragon, it single-handedly established the Botan tribe. As long as it can run and escape death today, it will become strong again in the future and rebuild a powerful tribe. Burying his body into the side of the mountain, Botan put aside all other messy thoughts and concentrated on controlling his body. The end of the Duanming Peak is coming soon. If we can get into the Changhong Cliff before they can make it in time, then we will be able to fly freely in the sky and fish in the sea. Thinking of this, Botan relaxed his mind and rushed out of the Duanming Peak in one go. On the path between Duanming Peak and Changhong Cliff, a huge dragon, with black blood flowing all over its body but bright eyes, emerged from the mountain and floated above the path. Ha ha! Damned human! Wait for the revenge of the great Beaten. As it roared, Beaten's entire body was revealed, and two horns appeared on its head, shaking back and forth. At this moment, it was already across the top of the trail, and the horns on its head had already penetrated into the mountain of Changhongia. Here, cut off its horns! Xiaomin Run was the fastest, driving a light-speed Type Freeman and directly found the direction of Beaten. Cloud Flow Magnetic Field. Maximum power infrasound. As Vigia shouted, bursts of white clouds instantly covered the path like spreading smoke. The thick fog spread rapidly, and Zhou Shiyun and others in the thick fog were like fish in water. The thick fog in the sky will not block the vision of Zhou Shiyun and others, and it even has the effect of continuously increasing the passive source core energy. But Beaten, who was in the magnetic field of the cloud flow, did not feel so good. Intense discomfort came from all angles of his body, and the surrounding cloud flow seemed to have turned into substance, pressing down on him and making it unable to move. The cloud flow meticulously visited every inch of its body, causing the circulation of its core energy to be blocked. The tiny wounds that had begun to heal themselves were torn inch by inch and began to bleed again. The thick clouds even blocked its vision, blocking its five senses to the greatest extent. Faced with such a situation, Boden obviously did not want to sit and wait for death. His muscles squirmed, and sharp thorns emerged from his body. Then he surrounded himself like a hedgehog. Not only did it arm itself like a hedgehog, it even began to float in the air and rotate clockwise at high speed. The speed of rotation was getting faster and faster, causing the thick fog around its body to begin to form a huge air vortex, which was broken up and Beaten rushed out. Because the thick fog that formed the vortex had not yet been replenished and dispersed, a vacuum area without fog appeared. Aiming at this place, Beaten rushed over, and the airflow he created along the way caused the sand and rocks on both walls to fly everywhere. It rushed towards the direction where Sophia was standing with a black mecha she was controlling. Faced with Beaten, who was coming with tremendous momentum, the black mecha unexpectedly did not retreat even a single step and faced Beaten head-on. He raised the sword and shield in his hands, pressed his body down, and placed all his gravity on the ground under his feet. The black mecha was like a black city wall. Boom! The loud noise made Zhou Shiyun's heart tremble. The aftermath of the collision widened the originally narrow path. Gravel and stones on both sides rolled down, quickly submerging the center of the battle. When Zhou Shiyun looked again, he saw a black hand breaking out of the ground in the yellow dust. Before Zhou Shiyun could be happy, the black mecha was seen rising in an extremely irregular parabola. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the lower abdomen of Sophia's mecha had been broken at some point. Beaten actually pushed the black mecha away from the lower abdomen. The thick fog was blowing, and a large white cloud gently embraced the falling Sophia, hiding her figure in the thick white fog. Haha, I thought they were some powerful characters. Turns out they're just a bunch of small fry. If you know what's best for you, get rid of them right away, or I'll catch you little rats and kill them one by one. Buten's ridicule spread, and if it weren't for the teen watching nearby, Sophia would probably go forward to fight him again. At this time, Zhou Shiyun's voice came out. Safina, don't be impulsive. Our mission is only to trap it, not to fight it head-on. Be alert and be careful. The cloud flow magnetic field is effective against it. We have to use the cloud flow magnetic field to fight it. That's true. But just when Zhou Shiyun was treating Sophia's black mecha, Vigia screamed, "Oh no! The flowing magnetic field of my Yunlu magnetic field is being disrupted by it. My skill is going to fail?" Zhou Shiyun took back Wuming, who had entered the black mecha, and immediately flew into the air and said, "Retreat, everyone retreat." Tear. The cloud flow magnetic field that was originally suppressing Beaten was split in the middle, and the whole piece was torn apart easily like a white paper. When Boden opened his eyes again, Zhou Shiyun had already retreated dozens of meters with the three women and surrounded Boden from four angles. "You guys have some good sense." Beaten shouted loudly, feeling the murderous intent coming from behind him, and he did not dare to stay any longer. If it is dragged here and waits until his son is killed, it will be the one to die. Its eyes rolled around, and it originally wanted to escape by drilling into the mountain of Changhongia. However, the path near Changhongia had been widened a lot at this moment, and it could not get in for a while. Choosing a direction, Bitan suddenly rushed out. The direction it was attacking was exactly the location of Zhou Shiyun, who was not wearing a mecha but a death suit, and exuded the aura of a weak person. God help me. God really helps me. There's actually such a weak mouse here. And it's you, little mouse. Its voice became more and more frantic, and its eyes flashed a dangerous red as it looked at Zhou Shiyun. Before it got close to Zhou Shiyun, it had already opened its bloody mouth impatiently. Chapter 125, Flowers in Montag Yuan Slaukata. Zhou Shiyun narrowed his eyes slightly, holding the Azure Dragon sword straight in his hand, ready to display his swordsmanship at any time. Even though Zhou Shiyun knew that his swordsmanship might have little effect on Bodan, people can't be scared to death, right? Taking a deep breath and preparing himself to face the danger, Zhou Shiyun suddenly opened his eyes wide, his face full of confusion. Looking up, I saw that Bitan, who had a crazy look on his face just now, with the desire to survive and the desire to kill intertwined in his body, suddenly changed direction at this moment. Butan's face was full of confusion and doubt at this moment. He didn't know why, but at that moment he really wanted to run over here. He hated the woman in that direction very much. In that direction, it's Sophia again. Touching the mecha on her lower abdomen that had been repaired, Sophia's eyes showed determination. Since so many mistakes have been made in the past, we must not let anything happen to Zhou Shiyun, the only legendary mechanic in the human race. Even if I will die, just think of it as atonement for the sins of that year. Miracle Series, Emotional Miracle, Mo Yuan. Fight! After saying that, before Bodan could react, Sophia had already controlled Mo Yuan to rush forward. The black fuselage swayed continuously, causing ripples in the air. Wherever Mo Yuan passed, a faint black tail was left in the air, which then slowly dissipated. The golden dagger in his hand was like a swimming fish, starting from Mo Yuan's waist, sliding up to his chest, and then sliding into Mo Yuan's head. At this moment, a golden lotus blossomed above Mo Yuan's head, shining brightly in the world. Combined with Mo Yuan's pitch-black body, it looked like an unstained lotus that had just grown out of the mud. The golden lotus continued to shine, and at the same time it also dispelled the tension in Zhou, Shiyun, and others' hearts. When the golden lotus bloomed, Bidan was like a shark that smelled blood. For a moment, the primitive desire even surpassed its reason. It seemed as if it had returned to the time when it was still weak. Every day, apart from killing to fill his stomach, he doesn't think about anything else. The fangs in his mouth completely protruded from his mouth, and the mad Bitan's aura surged. His body even rose again, almost catching up with the height of the Changhongya mountain. As a super powerful dragon, after forgetting to escape, it finally showed its terrifying side. Snap! Boom! As the bloody mouth opens and closes, the air is rubbed at a high speed, producing a sonic boom. Mo Yuan raised his head and looked at the free man in the distance, bowing slightly to express his gratitude. If the free man had not used his special skills and overclock speed, half of Mo Yuan's body would have been bitten off. The golden lotus above his head was shaking, and the dazzling golden light gradually stopped Bitan's desire to kill, and was replaced by laziness coming from the bottom of his heart. I don't want to eat, I don't want to reproduce, I don't even want to become strong. I just want to find a place to have a good sleep. Bitan staggered towards Mo Yuan, looking like a drunk uncle, with his eyelids drooping and about to close. Puff! Bitan retracted the sharp horns extending from his back, walked past Mo Yuan, who was slowly falling to the ground, and spat. If time permits, I will definitely have a taste of what you taste like, little mouse. Retracting his head, Bodan took a step and began to run out of Changhongya. Stop! Various metal components fell from his chest, and wires flashing with sparks were dancing wildly. If you looked closely, you could see the big hole in Mo Yuan's chest, and he made a dull, low sound. Did I let you go? Emotional miracle, hatred. Bitan's eyes became fierce again, and after running a few steps, he turned back again. Wow! Damn rat bug. Once I kill you once and for all, your disgusting abilities will be useless to me. Zhou Shiyun was helpless as he watched Bodan rushing towards Mo Yuan, who had not yet stood up. He simply wielded the Azure Dragon sword with great speed, shooting out sword energy along with the Green Lotus sword technique. Although the attack caused Bodan great pain, under the miracle of Mo Yuan's emotions, it was unable to change direction for a while. That's enough. Sophia, don't bear it alone. Let it come over here. Zhou Shiyun, quickly take them both away. Ignoring Zhou Shiryun's shouting, Sophia had a firm look in her eyes. Seeing Botan rushing towards her again, she just spoke softly. It seems that the emotional miracle has no effect on you, so emotional miracle, killing. The golden lotus shines brightly. And this time the target is not Botan, but Mo Yuan himself. When the desire to kill filled Sophia's brain and was transmitted to Mo Yuan's body, the golden lotus that was originally shining with golden light began to wither. Every time a lotus petal fell, the golden warm light faded a little, and gradually it turned into a dull red, like blood. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. Mo Yuan reached out and grabbed the lotus handle above his head. When the lotus handle was slowly pulled out, a scarlet sword with a bloody aura appeared. Kill. It was like a devil from hell crawling up to choose someone to devour, or like a demon that had been sealed for a long time and finally saw the light of day. Accompanied by blood and low hums, Mo Yuan faced Botan. Mo Yuan, who was at a disadvantage just now, is now fighting back and forth with Botan, and can even injure Botan repeatedly. However, Zhou Shiryun felt that Mo Yuan, who was originally normal, became less and less like a human as the battle progressed. In other words, Sophia has become unlike a normal person. The distorted killing moves, the wild and defenseless attack methods, the reckless exchange of injuries, and the entanglement that would not let go until death. Zhou Shiryun just felt as if he was watching two wild beasts biting, killing, and devouring each other. Zhou Shiryun frowned slightly. His intuition told him that something was wrong, and he immediately started to observe everything carefully. Mo Yuan. The body is hit by an emotional miracle, a killing miracle. The source nuclear energy of the body is increased by 180. The kinetic energy of the mecha is increased by 180. The propulsion system of the mecha is increased by 200. The affinity of the mecha elements is increased by 150. And the total combat power of the mecha is increased by 300. The price of miracles is eternal damnation. The flowers of the abyss only bloom in slaughter. Although Zhou Shiryun didn't know what the so-called emotional miracle was, he saw the unreasonable range of improvement and the price for eternal damnation in hell. Zhou Shiryun knew that if he didn't come up with a solution now, even if Mo Yuan won, his small countermeasure team too would not get any benefit at all. Regardless of the danger on the battlefield, Zhou Shiryun flew to Mo Yuan's back. Then he bit the Azure Dragon Sword, held the fuselage tightly with his right hand, and ejected Wuming with his left hand. Wuming, break open the back of her mecha and send me to her cockpit, Zhou Shiryun said with difficulty. Chapter 128. First kill facing the abyss hell. Bidan was completely enraged. He knew very well that the mecha in front of him would never let him go. No matter how he threatened, he would only get harassment from her without giving up. In this case, since its way of survival is gone, as the founder of a super large dragon tribe, it naturally has its own pride. Then let's die together. The dragon, which was originally on all fours, suddenly stood up from the ground. Its huge tail and the extra metal muscles on its back all moved into Beaton's limbs little by little as its body squirmed. When it stood up completely, its bulky body had completely transformed into a humanoid dragon of the same height as Mo Yuan. The barbs on the back are gathered together to form an extremely huge and ferocious mace. Holding the mace, Bodan stuck out his scarlet tongue and hung it at the corner of his mouth, revealing the standard evil smile of a villain. Damn, you're so ugly, Zhou Shiryun said with disdain. Beaton's current form was so ugly that it made Zhou Shiryun feel uncomfortable. You nagging boy, come and die. Raising the mace, Beaton rushed forward and smashed with the mace. As a super dragon, he had already abandoned those unnecessary means. Just based on his physical fitness, it was obvious that no one could be his opponent. However, what it is facing now is an emotional miracle. Unlike ordinary mechas, the mechas of the Miracle series do not require elemental affinity. Every free emotion can become its own combat power. This is a mecha with a very low lower limit and a very high upper limit. For a half-baked driver like Zhou Shiryun, he can use such a mecha to its maximum power. Clang! The mace fell and intersected with the upward sword in the air. The accompanying force pushed Mo Yuan back 5 or 6 steps, and his right hand holding the sword was also cracked. However, as Wuming swam, the cut on Mo Yuan's hand disappeared instantly, and Zhou Shiryun rushed forward with the sword. That's all? It's nothing more than that. Even though Zhou Shiryun was at a disadvantage in the fight, Wu Ming's powerful recovery ability and the emotional miracle he exerted with all his strength made up for the disadvantage at this moment. Ding, ding, ding. Zhou Shiyun was relentless and raised his sword, smashing it hard on Bodan like a heavy stick. Blue Lotus Sword Song. The first move, Blue Lotus Solitaire. As if by magic, Zhou Shiyun controlled Mo Yuan to use his own combo. His attack was as fast as thunder, and his sword thrust as swift as a rabbit. A green lotus seemed to have come from the ancient times and was deeply rooted in the entire void. The sharp feeling forced Bidan to hold up the mace and barely resist. Green Lotus Sword Song. Second move, One Lotus Withers. Finally, the green lotus that has existed since ancient times began to move. Years could not stop the sword. Time could not extinguish the sword's edge, and history could not trap the intimidating sword energy. Blue Lotus Sword Song. Fourth move, 10,000 Twin Lotuses. Thousands of moves and all kinds of dazzling tactics made Botan overwhelmed, and he had no way to fight back. If it doesn't react in time, the giant sword will hit it hard. When all the moves were over, Botan was already exhausted and held the mace horizontally with powerlessness. However, the final killer move only appeared from hidden among thousands of lotus flowers. The sword stabbed straight into Butan's left chest and tore down along the wound. Bodan was cut directly from the chest to the lower abdomen, and blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. Let's all die together. Bodan knew he had no chance of survival, so he immediately activated the energy of his nuclear source throughout his body, stimulating his dragon core, and prepared to self-destruct. Facing Butan's dying counterattack, Zhou Shiyun put away his giant sword, did not make any other unnecessary movements, and did not dodge anything. Zhou Shiyun, who had already used up the nuclear energy of the light source, had no way to deal with the super dragon self-explosion. Even if he could control Mo Yuan to escape a few steps, it would be useless. Even if I can run a few steps, what's the use? Are there a few more parts left? Zhou Shiyun smiled self-deprecatingly. He spent the whole day hunting geese but was still pecked in the eye by a goose. Emotion miracle, fear miracle. A faint voice came from in front of Zhou Shiyun. Sophia opened her eyes without knowing when, and pressed one hand on the operating table. A faint light emanated from Mo Yuan. The emotion that was previously so small that it could be ignored caused Botan, who was now desperate, to slightly stiffen his movements. Laugh. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Shiyun controlled Mo Yuan to hold the sword and stabbed it into Butan's head, but that was not the end. With one hand, he controlled the great sword and continued to stab it into Butan's body. With the other hand, he reached in through the huge wound on Butan's left chest, grabbed Butan's dragon crystal, and pulled it out. Botan opened his eyes wide and looked up at the sky weakly, his pupils slowly losing their color. And finally, when Zhou Shiyun pulled out the greatsword, he fell to the ground with a boom. Incredible! They actually killed the leader called Dragon. Vigia shouted, and pushed Xiao Minrun next to him, and continued. Did you see it? Did you see it? Our captain killed a level 1 monster alone. Even our guardians have never had such a record. Xiao Minrun nodded, but was also surprised and speechless. The cockpit inside Mo Yuan's body. Before Zhou Shiyun could savor the joy of victory, he felt a sense of weightlessness, and Mo Yuan could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground. Zhou Shiyun had just climbed up and helped Sophia up, but he saw those strange tentacles appear again. The difference from last time is that this time the tentacles are faster and more purposeful. Grabbing her limbs and wrapping them around her body, a large black hole appeared, engulfing Sophia's body. Zhou Shiyun tried to pull her again, but this time Sophia pushed Zhou Shiyun away resolutely. Enough! Zhou Shiyun, Sophia said. Don't waste your time. This time is different from the previous ones. The previous one was the price I paid for overusing the emotional miracle. I just needed to replenish the emotional energy in time. But this time, it was the consequence of me using the killing emotional burst power on myself. I've already sold myself to the abyss. It's useless. Don't save me. Shut up. Faced with Sophia's explanation, Zhou Shiyun just frowned and shouted. He absolutely could not allow Sophia to be swallowed by the abyss of hell. I tried my best to pull you out of the darkness. Why did you swallow me? Zhou Shiyun, if you keep going like this, we will both be dragged into the abyss of hell. Let go. What the hell? Do you think my people dare to attack me? Zhou Shiyun made up his mind, grabbed Sophia, pulled her out in one go, and threw her far away. The strange tentacles, having lost their target, instantly wrapped around Zhou Shiyun. Chapter 129. Divine Power and God-Granted Great Harvest. No, no! Zhou Shiyun, don't do that. Sophia ignored the pain in her body and crawled towards this side. But in the end, she failed to grab Zhou Shiyun. She could only watch as the tentacles retracted and swallowed Zhou Shiyun. Ah! Sophia went completely crazy. Her son was gone again. The son that she regained, once again, moved away from her. And in this way, helplessly pounding the floor, Sophia sobbed. I will definitely save you. Zhou Shiyun, if my miracle power doesn't work, I will go and ask Lord Sish for help. If Lord Sish's divine gift doesn't work, there is still the general's divine power. Don't worry, I will definitely save you. After wiping away her tears, Sophia controlled Mo Yuan and flew straight to the city in the sky. What's wrong with them? Looking at Mo Yuan leaving, Xiao Minrun and Vigia were both a little confused. Outside the elves' alien dimension, Sish looked at the communicator that was about to explode, silently put it away, and stood there waiting for Sophia. Lord Sish, come on, help me. Mo Yuan flew in from outside at a very fast speed, and his speed had already alarmed the patrol team. Waving his hand to signal the patrol team to retreat, Sish asked, What's wrong? Don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. Sophia then told the story of how she encountered a dragon that went berserk, how Zhou Shiyun made a contract with her, and how Zhou Shiyun was swallowed up instead of her. Sish frowned and walked into Mo Yuan's cockpit, placing his hand on the place where Zhou Shiyun disappeared. Weird syllables uttered from her mouth, and bursts of golden light appeared around her. Behind the snake, the figure of a giant nine-headed snake gradually appeared. Is your miracle useless? Snake asked, looking up. I tried everything, Lord Snake, but my emotional miracle had no effect at all. Sish nodded and spoke again. My divine gift cannot locate him either. I'm afraid I have to borrow the general's divine power. If the general enters the other dimension to guard it, I can only go to Dilly's in the city. Then, the two decided to act separately. Sish went to ask the general for help, while Sophia went to find Dilisai. Feeling something slippery and moving on his face, Zhou Shiyun slightly opened his eyes. The red eyes looked at Zhou Shiyun, and the long sticky tongue licked Zhou Shiyun's head. Seeing Zhou Shiyun wake up, the thing ran away happily, shouting loudly, but Zhou Shiyun couldn't understand. Only then did Zhou Shiyun see clearly what this thing was. It has a short, oval body, with a small burning red flame on its head. When viewed from the back, its entire body is red, which looks quite cute. But Zhou Shiyun still remembered that he was licking his face just now. That face had only one eye, no nostrils or ears. Under the huge eye was a hideous giant mouth, and there were disgusting pustules on the skin. Zhou Shiyun moved his body, and found that he seemed to be tied up and could not move at all. The only part of my body that could move was my eyeballs, and I couldn't even make a facial expression. Zhou Shiyun laughed at himself and felt a little stupid. Is it really okay to do this for someone he doesn't even know? Tada footsteps came from a distance. Zhou Shiyun tried hard to move his eyes and finally saw the person coming clearly. A dozen strange creatures that looked like the thing just now surrounded a monster that was even larger and had more intense flames on its head and approached him. I don't know what they were chattering about, and Zhou Shiyun couldn't understand it anyway. However, seeing how jubilant those monsters were, with simple spear-like weapons in their hands and a huge ball of fire in their hands, Zhou Shiyun felt that he was going to be roasted. Seeing those things getting closer, even Zhou Shiyun became a little nervous. Fortunately, not long after Zhou Shiyun woke up, and before the monsters got close, a giant face suddenly appeared in the inky black sky. In fact, Zhou Shiyun didn't know whether the thing in the sky was a face or not, because it had no facial features, and its white face was extremely smooth. That face looked down at the earth, and before the fire monsters could react, it instantly melted them into the ground. Just when Zhou Shiyun thought he was finally saved, a huge crack appeared in the middle of his face from bottom to top. In that mouth, there were barbed fangs, and the hole was bottomless. Oh no, this guy is here to eat me too. As he slowly fell, Zhou Shiyun was completely swallowed into his stomach. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps 1 or 2 seconds, or perhaps even decades, Zhou Shiyun heard a deafening roar of rage. How could it be? With 2 divine powers protecting him, who is this guy? Is he a descendant of the Great Styx? Or is he the only son of that guy called End? This feeling, no, it's not right. Chaos silicon. How can there be chaos silicon in your body? Isn't it already extinct? Why is there still some left? I want to report. Ugh. No idea what happened. When Zhou Shiryun opened his eyes again, he was covered in smelly saliva. The guy next to him, who had no facial features, must have gone crazy. At this moment, he was rolling on the ground, crying miserably, and picking off the metal skin on his body while crying. I don't know what happened to him, but his normal skin began to turn metal rapidly, and various rejection reactions also appeared on his body. Before Zhou Shiryun could take a closer look, all kinds of bizarre things enveloped him. Strange energy also penetrated his body. Zhou Shiryun could feel that his source core energy was being purified madly. A powerful suction force came from within his body, and he felt as if he had been stirred up by a flush toilet. When I opened my eyes while the world was spinning, it should be in Mo Yuan's cockpit. In front of him is Dilly's with an anxious look on her face. Next to him is Sophia with a concerned look, and behind him is a feminine and charming woman. I'm back. It seems that Lady Dilly's power is really useful. Sophia pinched Zhou Shiryun's thigh excitedly, and when she felt the right touch, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Zhou Shiryun was not confused by Sophia's sudden change of mood. He found the blind spot and asked, "What is divine power? And what is this miracle of yours? Why are they all new things that I have never seen before?" Dilly said, "It's time to tell you that you weren't qualified enough before. Do you know why I can always beat some people who are at the same level as me? Do you know why some of the 12 Guardians are allowed to guard the other world space, even though they are not as strong as the top mecha pilots? That is a special energy system that does not belong to the source nuclear energy. It is a miracle, a gift from God, a divine power." Chapter 130. The Wishes of All Beings and the Path of Inheritance. Zhou Shiryun moved his body and felt warm all over. Those pure and strange energies were something he had never encountered before. After being baptized by those energies, Zhou Shiryun couldn't tell where he had improved, but his own energy was indeed purified. Moreover, the strange energies that baptized his entire body of source nuclear energy basically all flowed into the depths of his heart, and only a small amount of the remaining energy entered his body. It was not clear how the energy was absorbed. Anyway, Zhou Shiryun only had time to take a look before returning. The source nuclear energy began to purify, and Zhou Shiryun couldn't help but hum with such a pleasant feeling. Zhou Shiryun didn't think about it anymore at this moment. Anyway, the purification was not over yet, and it would not be too late to examine himself carefully later. He looked at Dilly's, who had stopped, and asked, "God's gift, what exactly is divine power? How come I have never heard of it?" Dilly's continued to explain, "Since the post-Wasteland era, with the riots in the alien space, the number of top dragons breaking through to the level has increased. Our mecha updates have reached their peak, and we can no longer strengthen them. The overload, source nuclear matrix, and other war equipment that are now circulating in the market are all what we left over from the past. We were really in a desperate situation back then." Seeing that Zhou Shiryun was fine, Dilysai felt relieved and continued to explain. "When we were at a loss, our predecessors came up with a hypothesis, a conjecture about the existence of gods." Dilly's looked at Zhou Shiryun and asked softly, "Zhou Shiryun, do you think that when a person's strength is strong enough to do whatever he wants, can he be called a god?" Seeing Zhou Shiryun nod, Dilly said again, "If that's the case, then did the gods in history also evolve from humans? Did the gods in the other dimensions evolve from the most basic creatures? In our research on gods, we discovered a new power. When a person receives sincere worship or love from tens of thousands of people of the same kind, there's a slight chance that he can try to build an energy transmission channel that is only in the soul. We call this thing the wish of all living beings. This is the model of divine power, but so far, only the general, I, and another top guardian have such a channel. What is the gift from God?" Zhou Shiryun continued to ask, still confused. "The formation of God's gift is relatively simple. Didn't I say that we were studying gods? But there are no gods in our wasteland. In addition to studying those false gods in other dimensions, our research object is the guardian gods of the 12 zodiac signs. At the beginning, the wasteland had no power of the 12 zodiac animals at all. But when we were in danger, the dormant ancient memories were awakened. It was the guardians from ancient China who once again passed on their power. We don't know the source of this power. This power of the ancient strong, we call it the inheritance road. In other words, the so-called God's gift is the grace or legacy of the powerful people of ancient China." Zhou Shiryun said, "Well, We haven't done much research on the fall of the ancient times. If it weren't for the emergence of the inheritance path, we wouldn't even know that there were 12 zodiac guardian gods. Zhou Shiyun nodded and asked, "Then you who possess divine power are more powerful than the guardian gods who possess divine gifts? How is that possible?" To put it bluntly, divine power is the power that comes from oneself. It is more specific and closer to oneself when used. There is no such thing as being more powerful than a gift from God. Dilys continued, "There are also miracles. Miracles are relatively simple. They are actually the location coordinates of the gods in deeper latitudes. It's ridiculous that we have to study, develop, and use those chess pieces that were randomly laid out by the existence to invade the wasteland." Seeing that Dilys had stopped talking, Zhou Shiyun tugged at his wrinkled shirt and asked again, "Besides what you said, is there any other special power that I don't know about?" Only then did Dilys realize that the guy in front of him had no idea about the path to advancement to the source core, so it was necessary to give him some basic knowledge. "Little guy, let me tell you, in addition to our normal standard classification of level 1 source core levels, there are also extraordinary ones, flawless ones, divine ones, godlike ones, and true gods. We don't know what's above the true gods either. So-called extraordinary people are like you, who are born with awakening or later comprehend various special abilities. Their strengths cannot often be assessed based on their source core levels. A flawless pilot is a pilot who has perfected physical skills or possesses super high elemental affinity. Such a person can easily unleash power beyond their own limits. Your mother is a flawless pilot." Dilys continued, "However, these two types of people will be limited by their own source core level, while miracles, God's gift, and my divine power are powers that are not limited by the source core level. We have another kind of power, which is collectively called divine power. As for the later stages of becoming a god and concentrating the divine power, they're the follow-up research of the Sky City on the path to advancement of divine power. The true God is a great terror that we have observed before." Dilys told us everything she knew and answered all the questions Zhou Shiyun asked clearly. "By the way, when I was dragged into the abyss, I ran into a faceless guy. He seemed to be a god." Hearing Zhou Shiyun's words, Dilys was shocked and hurried forward to grab Zhou Shiyun's wrist. Feeling the energy flowing in his body, Zhou Shiyun blinked, a little confused. Fortunately, there is only a little divine power left in your body. Since you have encountered a god, how did you survive?" Dilys asked worriedly. "Well, I don't know either. I was also confused at the time. As soon as I opened my eyes, I was back." Zhou Shiyun touched his nose. Dilys looked at Zhou Shiyun carefully and saw that he was indeed alive and well, and her own investigation did not detect anything. The slight bit of divine power left in Zhou Shiyun's body was not harmful at all. On the contrary, it was subtly improving Zhou Shiyun's physique and source core energy. "Okay, if you feel unwell in the future, remember to contact me immediately." Dilys nodded. "I have something urgent to do. Let's go, little guy." Dilys reached out and touched Zhou Shiyun's head, pinched Zhou Shiyun's cheek, then turned and left Mo Yuan's cab. Covering his pinched cheek, Zhou Shiyun just felt a little unsatisfied. Chapter 131, Snake's Appreciation. Zhou Shiyun sighed, and then noticed that the feminine and beautiful woman had been standing behind him without him noticing. The cold hands wrapped around the neck and slowly embraced Zhou Shiyun's head. The sound of the snake was as gentle as a thread and sounded faintly beside Zhou Shiyun's ears. Little Zhou Shiyun, right? He likes her Sophia so much? A hero risking his life to save a beauty. Before Zhou Shiyun could say anything, Sophia's cheeks flew with wings. Even she couldn't help but pull on Sish's clothes. "Oh my, your little wife is still shy." Snake retracted his cold and soft hands. Zhou Shiyun got goosebumps all over his body and ran away in a few steps. No, Master Sish. What's the point of having a little wife or not? It's just a small favor, it's nothing." Seeing Zhou Shiyun's righteous words, it was as if he had the word justice engraved on his forehead. Sish covered her mouth lightly, and her sharp laughter sounded like a silver bell. But it was so sharp that Zhou Shiyun did not dare to look up at her. "What do you mean by a piece of cake, kid? Making a contract with my Sophia is a piece of cake? Risking one's life to save a beautiful girl is also a piece of cake?" Zhou Shiyun just felt that someone was scraping glass next to his ear with a knife, which was deep and scratchy. Lord Sish, please stop teasing me. The situation was urgent, and I didn't have time to think too much, so I just..." Snake laughed and said, "Haha, you young people are the best. You have confirmed your relationship not long after meeting each other. You must get along well with each other in the future. After saying that, Snake gave Sophia a thumbs up. This scene made Sophia blush. It was nothing at first, but when Zhou Shiyun saved her and she was swallowed by the tentacles of the abyss, she only felt deep regret. But when Snake described the matter in such an ambiguous and embarrassing way, Sophia felt like she was about to burst into flames. Sophia has never been a talkative person since she was a child. Years of isolation have made her have no such experience. At this moment, she couldn't say what she thought of Zhou Shiyun. Lord Snake. Sophia pulled Snake's clothes, which made Snake laugh even more. All right, I won't say any more. You two can just talk in private. Zhou Shiyun. With your talent and luck, your future achievements are definitely limitless. If you die in the countermeasures team, it will be too much of a loss. How about coming to my alternate dimension? My place is not like other places. I guarantee that you will have a stable training environment with enough resources. Zhou Shiyun's smile froze. He really didn't expect that Sish would invite him, and the conditions were so tempting. After thinking for a while, Zhou Shiyun shook his head and refused. No, Master Sish. Thank you for your kindness. You better think about it. People outside are calling your countermeasures team the Death Squad. I know your countermeasures team's mission. Are you serious? Seeing Zhou Shiyun nodded again, Sish stopped trying to persuade him. After telling Sophia a few words, Sish raised his finger and shook it slightly, then left Mo Yuan. Call. Zhou Shiyun let out a long sigh, and in the blink of an eye he saw Sophia standing beside him. It's bad. Originally, there was nothing wrong with Sophia, but after what Sish said, he was now a little afraid to look at Sophia. I still think we should think about it. After all, we are still so young, and I haven't met your parents yet. I want a daughter in the future. I'm going out. I think I'm going to be promoted. Oops. Afterwards, Zhou Shiyun was kicked out of Mo Yuan's cockpit by Sophia with a dazed look on his face. Looking at Mo Yuan's figure flying like flat ground, Zhou Shiyun couldn't help scratching his head. Another strange woman. After looking at the location and finding that it was quite close to Area 78, Zhou Shiyun simply went back. Once the door was opened, the pure energy instantly opened up the path to advancement. If Zhou Shiyun's source nuclear energy was just a sharp sword before, when he encountered the gateway to promotion, he could only chop it slowly, which was a long and arduous process. The purified source nuclear energy was now like a towering tree, and it easily broke through the energy portal that was blocking it. Zhou Shiyun's level also soared all the way from level 49 to level 60. Then, Zhou Shiyun's source core level remained firmly at level 63. The pure energy also completely exploded at this moment, and began to feed back to Zhou Shiyun himself. Feeling his strength increase exponentially, Zhou Shiyun clenched his fists full of power. He shook his body, and the sound of bones popping came from all over his body. Zhou Shiyun took a deep breath and suppressed the arrogance brought about by the great leap in strength. Zhou Shiyun found some bread in the refrigerator, ate it with milk, and then went to bed in a hurry. The experience on the way to Changhongya made Zhou Shiyun exhausted. If he had not been supporting Wu Ming all the time, Zhou Shiyun would have been sucked dry long ago. Early the next morning, Yinhu's call woke him up, but he had no complaints. He got dressed and got out of bed. Bang! Zhou Shiyun was not paying attention, and when he turned over and got out of bed, he stepped on a huge hole in the wooden floor of the bedroom. Zhou Shiyun slowly withdrew his foot, feeling a little depressed. Yesterday's tired body was completely recovered after a night's sleep. At this time, the terrifying strength that had been promoted to level 14 began to react on Zhou Shiyun. After a while, Zhou Shiyun finally adapted to the discomfort caused by the rapid increase in strength. Zhou Shiyun carefully opened the bedroom door and looked around. It seemed that Sophia had not come back all night, and he didn't know where she had been. Zhou Shiyun picked up 2 pieces of bread left over from last night and rushed to Yinhu's office. Knock on the door. I saw Yinhu sitting cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes closed in meditation, with a faint golden light flashing around him. See, Zhou Shiyun couldn't sit on the high chair either, so he just sat on the ground facing Yinhu. I heard that Snake is trying to dig you up and take you to her spirit world. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Yinhu did not ask about Changhongya, nor did he care much about the abyss. He just asked this. Zhou Shiyun did not hide his feelings and said, I have no thoughts. I have already rejected it. And then it's over. Yes. Zhou Shiyun sat on the ground for more than half an hour, until the floor was warm, and Yinhu didn't say anything else. Power. Your control over power is still too weak. Inexplicably, Inu said this. Zhou Shiyin didn't know what to say, so he could only nod in agreement. You rely too much on your skills. Without them, you don't know what to do on the battlefield. I have to leave Sky City for the next few days. You can follow me. Chapter 132, Dragon Hunting Ground. Looking at Inhu's expression that didn't seem to be joking at all, Zhou Shiyin didn't dare to say no and could only nod in agreement. Inhu didn't say anything else and continued to meditate with his eyes closed and said, You should meditate with me too. Okay. Although he didn't know what Inhu was thinking, Zhou Shiyin still did as he was told. He placed his hands flat on his knees and began to meditate like Inhu. To be honest, Zhou Shiyin had never tried meditation or anything like that. But when he was in the Mecha Academy, he often heard others talk about the benefits of meditation. But every time he lay down in bed to try it, he would wake up the next day, circulate the source core energy, impact the Danmin acupoint, and tap the source core energy on the energy circulation route. Zhou Shiyin did as he was told. He felt a slight pain coming from the blood vessels all over his body. He only felt numb and itchy all over. Don't move. Slowly adapt to this state. Remember the current state and form your own energy circulation habits. Polish your muscles and bones and make the energy pathways accurate to the last inch. Zhou Shiyin felt a tingling sensation all over his body and was extremely restless. But since Ian, who was in front of him, he just followed her instructions obediently. Time passed quickly, and Zhou Shiyin stopped meditating when he felt relaxed and refreshed. When the transmission and operation of energy are stable, the effect of impacting the energy pathway is also evident. There is a little more source nuclear energy than before running through every corner of the body. This feeling is very strange, just like adding an extra packet of seasoning when cooking instant noodles. It seems to be useless, but in fact, it is really useless. Are you surprised that I asked you to meditate for so long, but the effect was so minimal? Zhou Shiyin nodded subconsciously. Meditation does have an effect, but Zhou Shiyin really feels that it is of little use. Instead of spending an entire afternoon or night meditating, only to gain a tiny increase in energy output, it would be more practical to use this time to absorb dragon crystals and dragon cores. Zhou Shiyin, you have to remember that the more powerful the pilots and mechanics are, the more their source core energy will be compressed and purified to the extreme. If we only rely on absorbing dragon crystals and dragon cores to advance, there will be countless more people with a core level of 100 in the wasteland. Do you think other people's talents are weak? Zhou Shiyin shook his head. So, there's a reason why everyone tacitly agrees not to advance to level 100. The purity and transmission power of the source nuclear energy are the hard indicators that prevent everyone from advancing. It's not just a matter of the power of the source core. If the energy is too loose, you won't be able to advance. But you're lucky. That divine power has completely purified the energy of your source core. But will you have such good luck in the future? Zhou Shiyin smiled and silently kept Inhu's words in mind. It seemed that he had to pay close attention to meditation. In the evening, Zhou Shiyin watched with his own eyes as Inhu ordered dishes from several windows in the Sky City cafeteria and ate them with gusto. Zhou Shiyin didn't know how Inhu managed to eat it, but every time Zhou Shiyin took a bite of the sweet potato, his face turned red and his neck became thick. He felt like he was going to be choked to death by the plant fiber. I didn't know where Sophia went. When I left the Sky City, I didn't see her. Zhou Shiyin had no complaints as he followed Inhu onto a small round airship that was red and gold in color. Do you know where we are going this time? Inhu pressed lightly on the control panel of the airship, and a medium-sized basin of neither too big nor too small appeared on the platform. The Dragon Burial Ground, also known as the Dragon Hunting Ground, is our target this time. This place is well connected and is where several important roads pass through. For a long time, we humans have been competing with the dragon tribe for this place. Back then, it was the young Sophia who piloted the Mo Yuan and conquered this place, making it our private land. We built an important transportation fortress on it. While controlling the airship, Inhu continued, however, as the concentration of miasma has increased during this period, the dragons have become more and more violent. The Dragon Burial Ground has sent out distress signals many times. Unfortunately, the situation in other places is also extremely dangerous. The Sky City can't send any extra manpower. It just so happens that I have nothing to do these 2 days, so I simply took on this mission. Dragon Burial Ground. What a domineering name. Zhou Shiyin couldn't help but say. Just as Zhou Shiyin was still swaying left and right, trying to see the situation below from the window of the airship, A strong feeling of weightlessness came from under his body. When Zhou Shiyun figured out the situation, the parachute on the seat behind him had automatically opened, and Ianhu's voice sounded from above his head. Go, suppress all the rioting dragons and rescue our compatriots in the fortress. Hey, Master Inu, you didn't say this was my mission. Why did you just throw me down? Zhou Shiyun wanted to cry, but had no tears. Looking at the dozens of dragons screaming and looking forward to seeing him below, Zhou Shiyun kicked his legs helplessly. Fortunately, I am used to carrying everything with me when I go out. If I didn't have the death suit and the Azure Dragon Sword, today would be a tough day. Drawing out the Azure Dragon Sword, Zhou Shiyun directly fired a Source Core sword energy that could reach a very long distance. With a Source Core level of 500,000, plus the amplification of the Death Set and the Azure Dragon Sword, Zhou Shiyun's sword energy is no less than a small storm. The screaming dragons below were those low-level and mindless little dragons. Facing Zhou Shiyun's sword energy at this moment, they didn't even have time to escape and were chopped into pieces. After landing safely on the ground, Zhou Shiyun unfastened the safety buckle on his back. Looking at the countless fortresses called Dragon Siege not far away, Zhou Shiyun's heart sank. Putting aside whether he had any way to deal with these dragons, Zhou Shiyun felt that it was even difficult for him to enter the fortress. After taking a look at the shapes of those dragons and secretly estimating their levels, Zhou Shiyun approached cautiously. At this time, Inhu's voice came from the communicator on his arm. She said excitedly, Zhou Shiyun, did you see the dragon with a gap on its back? It should be the leader of this dragon besiege. It should be level 1, but it doesn't have any special abilities. It's at most a pseudo-world-destroying dragon. Go up and kill it. Wait, Lord Inhu, you are right? It's level, and I'm going to kill it? Is it really me? Zhou Shiyun pointed at himself and said uncertainly. Inhu didn't say anything else. Zhou Shiyun smacked his lips, didn't think much, and went up with the long Quan sword. What a joke. I am the man who killed Botan, a mere pseudo-world-destroying dragon. Isn't that? Chapter 133. I will never fail. No, you didn't say there were so many of them here. Zhou Shiyun had a very dark face, and he swung the dragon power sword in his hand around, but there were just as many dragons in front of him. And because he was the only human coming in from the back of the battlefield, more and more powerful dragons locked onto his position and moved quickly towards him. Looking at the increasingly dense group of dragons, Zhou Shiyun felt that he might fail this time. No, I killed Butan's man. How can I fail here? Having made up his mind, Zhou Shiyun took the initiative to rush forward. Just now, during the battle, Zhou Shiyun took the time to investigate the situation on the battlefield and found that the powerful dragons in the front were being led by the dragon with a wound on its back. The mecha pilots in the fortress were also fighting fiercely with them, and Zhou Shiyun wanted to take this opportunity to rush in. Blue Lotus Sword Song. The first move, one lotus in full bloom. Lotus flowers bloomed from the sword's edge, and the green lotuses pierced straight into the vital points of each dragon. When the sword was retracted, the green lotuses swayed gently in the void, without being stained by the slightest filth. Finally, Zhou Shiyun encountered the first super dragon rushing towards him. Where did you come from, you human boy? How dare you block the oracle of the great prophet? I will eat you. It rushed over at a high speed, with long, sharp horns extending from the front of its head, and the void was rippling due to its impact. Humph, I'll just try my hand on you. After saying that, Zhou Shiyun held the sword in both hands, raised the sword horizontally, pointed the tip of the sword at the sharp horn of the dragon, activated the source nuclear energy in his body, and rushed forward suddenly. Boom! An explosion came from the intersection of the two, scaring the surrounding small dragons so much that they dared not move. The dragon's horn was broken into several pieces from the center, and a wound deep enough to see the bone appeared on its head, with blood gushing out at a rapid speed. Shaking his numb arms, Zhou Shiyun thought to himself, still can I kill the enemy in 1 second with one sword? It still feels a bit forced. Holding the sword in one hand, Zhou Shiyun pressed his chest with the other hand. God-level enchantment. Some pure source nuclear energy inexplicably appeared in his body, and the energy circulation channel was briefly expanded. Zhou Shiyun rushed forward again. In fact, when facing siege, it is best to use nameless parasitic coexistence. But nameless parasitic coexistence now has a drawback. Wuming's level is too low now. Parasitic coexistence not only divides the negative status and damage of the two people equally, but also divides the source nuclear energy equally. If Zhou Shiyun didn't try to control himself, he would be forced to be demoted. In a battle like this, Zhou Shiyun felt that he couldn't control it if he distracted himself to control this. Therefore, the god-level enchantment has become the most powerful at the moment. I don't know why. Maybe it's because my level has increased, or maybe it's because my body has been baptized by divine power. But Zhou Shiyun's divine level enchantment can now be used not only on mechas, but also on humans. Zhou Shiyun guessed that the next time he was promoted to a higher level, Mingjin Qiwo or Kato's hand might also bring about new changes. A surge of power burst out of his body. He didn't know if it was the power of the god-level enchanted skill. Zhou Shiyun just felt that after this happened to himself, his spirit became much more excited. It was as if the previous depressed mood had been added with new seasoning, making me more and more excited. He raised his sword and chopped it straight down. The skull of the dragon, which had not yet reacted, split in the middle. When he wanted to turn around and shout something, his head had already fallen off. After flying over this dragon, Zhou Shiyun was too lazy to clean up those small dragons. He dodged left and right and only dealt with those dragons above level 1. At this moment, those dragons of this level were nothing in Zhou Shiyun's eyes. A sword can kill an immortal dragon, but that was considered a mistake by Zhou Shiyun. And at this moment at the wall in front of the fortress, a white mecha holding a huge spear was commanding the other two mechas to fight against the dragon with a wound on its back. But now, their condition is not good. When Zhou Shiyun rushed forward, he saw that the dragon had already cut a mecha in half with one claw. Then it swept its tail and smashed the head of another mecha directly into its chest, flattening the entire head. Only the white mecha was left on the battlefield to fight against the brutal dragon alone. Seeing that the two mechas were injured, Zhou Shiyun frowned, and his original idea of sneaking into the fortress was shattered. They have fallen in front of me. If I don't save them, I don't know what Inhu will blame me for. Zhou Shiyun dodged the attack of a supersized dragon and rushed towards the two mechas. Fortunately, the mecha that was cut in half was fine, as the cutoff point was very low and did not hurt the mecha pilot. The pilot had already opened the cockpit and climbed out, and was recovering his mecha. The situation of the other mecha with its head smashed was quite tragic. The broken pieces of the mecha pierced into the cockpit on its chest, and Zhou Shiyun didn't even know whether the man was dead or alive. Flying over at high speed, Zhou Shiyun opened the cockpit of the mecha. Unfortunately, the attack smashed her head directly into the main cockpit on her chest, and several pieces of metal fragments pierced her body. The young mecha pilot had stopped breathing when Zhou Shiyun arrived. "Are you from the support force? Why are you alone? Go inside the fortress quickly. It's not safe here." The pilot whose mecha was cut in half hurried over, took a look at the dead young pilot, and said to Zhou Shiyun. After saying that, she nodded to Zhou Shiyun, took the dead young pilot with trembling hands, stood up, and prepared to recycle the mecha. "There's no need to recycle this mecha. You bind it and give me the driving rights temporarily." "You." Looking at Zhou Shiyun's face, the driver was a little suspicious. However, when she saw Zhou Shiyun's affirmative eyes, she didn't say anything more. She bound herself to the broken mecha in front of her and gave the driving rights to Zhou Shiyun. Then, she lifted up the body of the dead pilot with one hand and waved the metal fragments with the other hand to drive back the surrounding screaming dragons. Zhou Shiyun sighed deeply and slowly squeezed into the main cockpit, which was still covered in blood. Wuming didn't say anything this time and took the initiative to fly into the mecha. Soon, the oppressive feeling above the head disappeared, and the battle mecha returned to its original state. After controlling it to stand up, Zhou Shiyun looked around at the mecha he was driving. The 5th-generation model of the War series, a heavy attacker active in frontline combat. Activating the nuclear energy in his body, the feeling of repulsion began to come from inside the fuselage, urging Zhou Shiyun to act quickly. Zhou Shiyun immediately took out the weapons mounted on the mecha and rushed forward to assist the white mecha. Chapter 134. Fighting God's Domain, Fighting God's Might. Even though he was fighting the dragon alone, the white mecha was able to fight back and forth with the dragon. It should be the death of the young mecha pilot just now that caused the white mecha, which was originally at a disadvantage, to suddenly rise up and fully exert the power of its own mecha. If the white mecha just now was like a turtle blocking attacks from all sides, it is now like a crazy porcupine. Even if it meant exchanging injuries for injuries, he had to thrust the spear deeply into the body of the dragon in front of him. The spear left an afterimage in the air, and a cold silver light flickered and flowed from the tip of the spear. An inexplicable pressure spread out, and a peculiar sense of threat rose from the bottom of my heart, and I felt as if I was isolated from all sides. In Zhou Shiryun's eyes, the white mecha was like having its run and do meridians opened up at the very beginning, and its attack power, dodging speed, and reaction ability all increased rapidly. Moreover, Zhou Shiryun can directly see the all-round improvement of this mecha, which is a different feeling from becoming stronger with his own god-level enchantment. If one's own god-level enchantment is to forcefully endow the mecha or human with more source nuclear energy or a forced increase in various numerical values. The white mecha in front of me should be a kind of momentum, a special combat state and rhythm. This is a word Zhou Shiryun came up with. The white mecha did not feel noticeably stronger, but its power was definitely increased. Since she started to gain momentum, not only has her strength increased in all aspects, but the dragon has also been completely caught up in the attack rhythm of the white mecha. A keen eye for detail. Without hesitation, Zhou Shiryun killed various dragons nearby while observing the mecha. God King series, codenamed Mecha, Fighting God. The Fighting God's might state forms the Fighting God's domain. All states within the Fighting God's domain, the longer the battle lasts, the deeper the Fighting God's domain covers reality, and the stronger the mecha's strength becomes. The energy consumption of the injection core increases with the time of the domain expansion. If the energy of the source core is consumed before there is no contact with the power of the Fighting God, it will completely go berserk, the miracle of the domain fight, and become a chess piece of the Fighting God. Current level of understanding of the miracle of fighting. My goodness, Zhou Shiryun just felt it was outrageous. The skills of this Fighting God were too abnormal. No wonder Zhou Shiryun felt that there was a different deviation between his surroundings and reality. It felt that the Fighting God in this space was a dazzling sun that made it impossible to look away. It turned out that Zhou Shiryun had also entered this realm, and the Fighting God realm was also affecting him. The guy over there, your name is Zhou Shiryun, right? Thank you for your help. But the mecha will become more and more repulsive to men, so take this opportunity to enter the fortress first. Even though the pilot of the Fighting God was fighting fiercely with the dragon, he still spoke to Zhou Shiryun. It's okay. My mechanical heart has a high affinity, so I can still hold out for a while. But your Fighting God domain won't last for a while, right? Oh, are you familiar with me? Zhou Shiryun touched his nose and stopped talking. He took out the mecha's sword and rushed forward to assist. As for the knife and the sword, they are of little use to a half-baked person like Zhou Shiryun who has not learned much sword skills. Moreover, Zhou Shiryun himself likes these two weapons the most, the broadsword and the heavy sword. There is no special reason, it just feels good. The feeling of cutting everything off with a knife or a sword really makes Zhou Shiryun unable to stop. With the big knife raised high, Zhou Shiryun didn't care whether he would be counterattacked or not, and chopped at Jiaolong with one knife. Sparks were flying, and Zhou Shiryun couldn't help but sigh that this guy was really thick-skinned. Zhou Shiryun's full-strength attack failed to even break its defense. Damn it, who are you? Do you have a nasty smell that makes me sick? What's your relationship with Mo Yuan? The man called Long shouted. Oh, you know him, right? Mo Yuan? I know Mo Yuan very well. I just happen to be Mo Yuan's contracted mechanic. Let me guess, is the wound on your back caused by Mo Yuan? Ha ha, you are so unlucky. Hearing Zhou Shiryun's merciless ridicule, the dragon's eyes widened instantly, and his pupils were filled with anger. Oh, Mo Yuan, I'm Mo Yuan. I finally caught you. It roared angrily, ignoring the attack of the Fighting God, and turned around angrily, opening its huge mouth and biting down despite the stabbing of the spear. As its upper and lower jaws met, sparks burst into the air. If Zhou Shiryun had not dodged in time, he would have been bitten to death on the spot. Come and die. The tail swept across, temporarily forcing the Fighting God behind it to retreat. The dragon rushed forward again, and the overwhelming resentment pierced Zhou Shiryun's heart. After retreating repeatedly, Zhou Shiryun finally managed to avoid the attack. Faced with the hateful attack of the super dragon, Zhou Shiryun, who was driving an ordinary series mecha, did not dare to fight it head-on. Hey, isn't it just that I injured you? Is that a big deal? Is it really that serious? Why didn't I ask her if it was really that serious when she humiliated me? Why didn't I ask her if it was really that serious when she hung me on the wall and whipped me for 5 days and 5 nights? Why didn't I ask her if it was really that serious when she used me as a mount to humiliate me? That made Long completely crazy. Zhou Shiryun's words were like a sharp knife, deeply piercing his painful memories. TSK, you still have a fragile heart. Zhou Shiyun curled his lips, and his understanding of Sophia rose to a new level. God knows how Sophia dealt with this dragon back then, making it so resentful. Zhou Shiyun, stop it. Zhou Shiyun nodded, turned around, and stopped running. He raised the sword in his hand high and smashed it down fiercely. I don't care whether I have caused any damage or not. After one blow, I will chop down with another, leaving no time for the opponent to rest. I will chop you even if you duck your head. I will also chop you even if you attack me at close range. Jiaolong's movements were temporarily restricted, and the Doshin behind him had already rushed up and pierced Jiaolong's tail with a spear. Jiaolong felt pain and quickly dodged to the side, but Zhou Shiyun's sword fell heavily on him again. This time it had no time to defend itself, and the sword slashed straight through its chest, with black blood seeping out of the wound so deep that the bone was visible. Ah! The dragon screamed wildly, and the pain from the wound quickly sobered its angry mind. With the movement of muscles, the wound on the tail healed quickly, but the wound on the chest caused by Zhou Shiyun was too deep and took a long time to heal. Faced with the joint attack of Zhou Shiyun and Dushinho, this dragon did not retreat but advanced instead. Its two claws transformed into two sharp knives and rushed forward at high speed. With one knife, he blocked Zhou Shiyun's big knife, and with the other knife, he went straight for the head of Dushinho. The spear of Doshin shook, and its sharp blade was blocked. Facing the opponent called Long Zhomendakong, it could have pierced it with one spear, but the distance between the two sides was too close, and the spear only made a big hole in its chest. Then, it staggered and ran directly towards the outskirts of the dragon group. Chapter 135. Didn't I come here to fight? It ran away. The arrogant dragon, who had just been clamoring for revenge, actually ran away from the two of them. The action it just rushed forward was actually to close the distance and escape backwards. It turns out this guy is a scheming bitch. These little thoughts are totally unlike those of a normal dragon. Seeing the super dragon that entered the group of dragons, Doshin and Zhou Shiyun stopped chasing it. Let's not even talk about whether they can catch up with it despite so many howling dragons blocking their way. If Zhou Shiyun and the fighting god rush into such a huge group of howling dragons, they may not be able to get out. When the super dragons ran away, some of those who refused to retreat were killed, and the huge group of dragons surrounding the fortress began to slowly dissipate. When fortress combatants appeared on the battlefield to recover dragon crystals and dragon cores, Zhou Shiyun collapsed to the ground, squeezed out of the driving seat of the mecha by an inexplicable feeling of rejection. Zhou Shiyun shook his sore hands and walked towards the fighting god. After the battle, the Doshin was also put away, awaiting subsequent maintenance. A woman wearing a tight combat uniform, with short hair and looking quite capable walked down from the Doshin. Looking at her slim figure and the exquisite muscle lines highlighted by the tight combat uniform, Zhou Shiyun took the initiative to greet her. Hello, I'm Zhou Shiyun. This time, you're finally here. The woman stepped forward and grabbed Zhou Shiyun's hand and shook it vigorously, making Zhou Shiyun a little dazed. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Shiyun, I was afraid that Sky City would send someone else to me. Luckily, it's you who came. Faced with her words, Zhou Shiyun was even more confused. Hello? Zhou Shiyun asked. The woman looked at Zhou Shiyun's stunned expression. Then she reacted and said, Sorry, this is the first time I see Zhou Shiyun alive. I'm a little excited. Hello, I'm Henela Megan. Zhou Shiyun nodded and asked, Hello, Megan. I still don't understand. What does it mean to see me alive? Megan seemed to be someone who was very willing to chat. She said, Don't you know? The fact that you assisted Sophia in killing Bodan has spread throughout the Sky City. Everyone says that you are the best mechanic. Zhou Shiyun nodded, but didn't refute anything. This should be Inhu's explanation to the outside world in order to block Zhou Shiyun's information. After all, it was a bit too shocking to say that Zhou Shiyun drove Mo Yuan alone and used the miracle of emotions to fight Bodan for a long time without losing the upper hand. No, it's just empty reputation, I think. Zhou Shiyun said modestly, and then waited until Megan recovered the fighting god, and the two walked into the fortress together. This fortress is actually not very big, and the living facilities inside are relatively simple. What Zhou Shiyun saw the most were the mechas placed everywhere. It was like entering a large mecha warehouse. Zhou Shiyun was still chattering about the battle with Bodan, but he didn't notice that Megan brought him to a small warehouse. looking at the 30 or 40 mechas in front of her that were severely damaged and beyond repair inside the fortress. Megan showed a mysterious smirk on her face. Yeah, Mr. Zhou Shiyin, you are really amazing. According to what you said, you assisted Sophia in the battle. Doesn't that mean that your mecha repair skills are also top-notch? Zhou Shiyin didn't even think about it and blurted out, of course, mecha maintenance is just a tiny bit of my strengths. Is that so? Then Mr. Zhou Shiyin, I have a small matter to trouble you with. Zhou Shiyin was about to agree, but Wu Ming suddenly trembled, causing Zhou Shiyin to start looking around. Seeing the 30 or 40 mechas that were almost scrapped, Zhou Shiyin turned and left, not even having the courage to look at them anymore. Hey, Mr. Zhou Shiyin, you didn't lie to me about all the things you just said. You said you were good at mecha repair. Megan smiled and narrowed her eyes. It's broken. I'm trapped. Now that things have come to this, and all the boasting has been said, if I were to refute what I said at this time, I would be in big trouble. Nodding helplessly, Zhou Shiyin agreed. Therefore, boys have to protect themselves when they are outside. Otherwise, they will be tricked if they are not careful. Megan smiled and said, Then I would like to thank Mr. Zhou Shiyin on behalf of all the staff of the Dragon Burial Fortress. Don't worry, the reward will not be less after the event. Watching Megan walk out of the warehouse, Zhou Shiyin just felt annoyed that he had to brag to such a person. Now that's bad. He was caught and forced to repair the mecha. Isn't my mission to rescue them and save them from the dire straits? How come this is completely different from what I imagined? Taking out the communicator, Zhou Shiyin told Inhu about this. I thought Inhu could think of a solution, but Inhu said, the situation in the Dragon Burial Fortress is quite urgent, but you seriously injured the dragon this time. It should be safe in the next few days. What's wrong with you doing other work? Are you wronging your master Zhou? How could that be? These are the jobs I love doing the most. TSK, I don't know where Inhu learned this weird attitude. Inhu said again, by the way, apart from this, there is one more thing. In the next few days, you have to learn Megan's Do Shinwei. That thing is very powerful. Since you can use any ability, it should be no problem for you to learn Do Shinwei. I have to go back to the Sky City. Zhou Shiyin didn't say anything about Inhu's idea. He had personally experienced the power of the fighting god. At this moment, Zhou Shiyin thought of several ways to use the power of Do Shinwei. What would happen if the god-level enchantment was combined with the power of fighting gods? What will happen if you use the burning source technique to fight the god of power? What would happen if I coexisted with a nameless parasite, let it use the combustion source technique, and share the use of my source core ability? The more he thought about it, the brighter Zhou Shiyun's eyes became. Originally, Zhou Shiyun's physical skills were not very strong, but if he could learn Do Shinwei and combine it with his various abilities, Zhou Shiyin felt that he would become more than 1 degree stronger. Rubbing his hands and looking at the dozens of mechas in front of him, Zhou Shiyin felt extremely familiar. If I repaired her mecha and asked her to learn the power of Do Shinwei, she probably would not refuse. Turning his gaze to Wu Ming, Zhou Shiyin said with a hearty smile, Brother Wu Ming, you start from the right, I'll start from the left, and we'll meet in the middle. Wu Ming really wanted to refute and refuse. He even wanted to slap Zhou Shiyin in the face and ask him why he dared to be so arrogant. But seeing Zhou Shiyun's innocent smile, he suppressed his thoughts. Chapter 136, Miracle of Fighting. Repairing these ordinary series of mechas is not as troublesome as repairing the codenamed mechas. Wu Ming and Zhou Shiyin worked together and completed it in a short time. In fact, if there weren't a serious lack of parts in this fortress, Zhou Shiyin felt that he could go even faster. He reopened the warehouse door. Since there was nothing else to do, Zhou Shiyin decided to take a good look at the Dragon Burial Fortress first, and then go find Megan later. All the way from the warehouse, there were towering mechas moving around everywhere on the road, and in a huge square in the center, dozens of mechanics were working busily. Zhou Shiyin walked forward and took a look, and found that the levels of these mechanical maintenance technicians were not low, and the lowest one was a senior mechanic. However, their techniques and abilities are still weaker than Zhou Shiyun's. After passing the large central square, there is a thick wall in front of you. At this moment, there were several mechas on the wall acting as manpower to repair the damage to the wall. Seeing all kinds of weapons being transported up, the walls outside the fortress were rearmed in no time. I originally wanted to go to the living area behind the warehouse, but after turning around and taking a few steps, Megan came towards me with a look of surprise. You, Mr. Zhou Shiyin, you really repaired all those mechas so fast. Hey, what are you talking about? What do you mean by I'm so fast? How can you say a man is fast? You should say that I have outstanding abilities, Zhou Shiyin said with a smile. Megan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou Shiyin. As for the reward, I will report it to Sky City and ask them to pay you." Zhou Shiyin waved his hand and said, "Just call me Zhou Shiyin or Xiao Zhou Xiaoyan. You don't have to be so restrained. The reward is easy to discuss. This is also my mission. In fact, I do have a request. Just you say it, Xiao Zhou." Megan blinked. "Well, actually I am very interested in your Doshin way. I wonder if you could teach me your Doshin way. It will be my reward for this mission." Seeing Megan's embarrassed expression, as if she was somewhat reluctant to agree, Zhou Shiyin quickly continued, "Don't worry, I won't spread it. No, that's not the problem. I'm mainly afraid that you will also be infected with the miracle of the fighting god. This thing is not a joke. It is very dangerous. Over the years, there are many people who have learned the power of the fighting god, but there are very few who have survived and avoided the power of the miracle of fighting. Even I can't do it. How dangerous is it? Tell me about it." Zhou Shiyin's curiosity was aroused. The god of fighting is one of the earliest gods to reach out to the wasteland. It is unknown when he appeared. It seems that he has always been in the wasteland, and his infiltration into the wasteland world is simply omnipresent. After so many years, every owner of the fighting miracle will eventually be assimilated by his power and completely become the nutrients of the fighting miracle. All combat experience, all blood food, and finally the host soul will be completely swallowed up by the fighting miracle, leaving only a body. And the so-called god of fighting has never shown up in such a long time. No one has seen his trace. He has never taken the initiative to attack. Those who were assimilated by the miracle of fighting were also caused by their own excessive use of the god of fighting domain. It seems that he has no interest in the wasteland at all. Megan glanced at Zhou Shiyin and continued, "I know you want to learn the power of the fighting god and comprehend the realm of the fighting god, but you don't have the power of the miracle of fighting. If you rashly use the power of the fighting god, you will be assimilated much faster than me." After hearing this, Zhou Shiyin was silent for a long time. He was thinking about the gains and losses of this matter. If what Megan said was true, and if Zhou Shiyin was unable to effectively restrain the fighting miracle's ability to infect and assimilate him, then he would also become the nutrients of the fighting miracle and turn into that so-called body. But after thinking about it carefully, Zhou Shiyin felt that Yin Hujin must not be aimless. Since she asked him to learn this thing, he should not have to worry about the sequelae at all. At this moment, Yin returned to the Sky City. He sent her messages but received no reply. Zhou Shiyin thought about it and made up her mind. "Don't worry, I should be able to cure the infection of the fighting miracle. Just teach me." Seeing Zhou Shiyin's firm attitude, Megan didn't say anything more. She nodded and slowly opened the metal box in her hand. One hand pressed into the box that seemed to have magma flowing, and the other hand grasped Zhou Shiyin's wrist. Megan said a little nervously, "I will pass some of the fighting god's miracle energy to you in a moment. If you feel uncomfortable, get rid of me in time. Remember, you must stay awake. Don't be attracted by miracles. If you stay in a miracle inheritance space, I can't save you." Zhou Shiyin nodded solemnly, indicating that Megan didn't need to worry too much about him. The red liquid, like flowing magma, slowly seeped from Megan's fingertips. After being controlled by Megan, it entered Zhou Shiyin's body from the other hand in strands. Before he could feel it carefully, a huge suction force came from his heart. The pounding heart made Zhou Shiyin's blood boil. And those flowing objects that had just entered Zhou Shiyin's body were like lambs entering a tiger's mouth. They were unable to resist or escape and were directly sucked into the depths of Zhou Shiyin's heart. No, these things also resisted. They seemed to have life. The moment they felt the huge suction, they tried desperately to drill out, but it was useless. A huge suction force came from her palm, and it felt like it wanted to eat her alive. Megan immediately stopped the transmission of the fighting miracle and wanted to close the box containing the fighting god. But she was shocked to find that she was unable to interrupt the transmission of the miracle of fighting. As the pilot of the Doshin, she couldn't even stop the Doshin's energy transmission. A huge feeling of fear surged in her heart, and Megan looked nervously at Zhou Shiyin beside her. At this time, Zhou Shiyin's face turned red, his skin turned purple, and even a faint white smoke was floating out of his head. But just a little, the hand that she was holding on Zhou Shiyin was suddenly bounced away. Looking at the fighting miracles that had all disappeared from the box that carried the fighting god, Megan fell into confusion. That was the fighting miracle she had accumulated over the past 10 years from using the fighting god. Even if there were only 17, it was enough to influence the situation in the wasteland and create countless fighting god believers. But this powerful weapon was actually all absorbed at this moment. And there really isn't even a bit left. Seeing Zhou Shiyun's increasingly abnormal expression, Megan did not hesitate and immediately called out the fighting god. Fighting god stepped forward, sat cross-legged above Zhou Shiyun, put one hand over Zhou Shiyun's head, and prepared to absorb too much fighting miracle. Chapter 137. Success. A different fighting god. However, the imagined scene of absorbing all the miracles of the fighting that were transported over did not occur. No matter how Megan tried, the fighting miracle in Zhou Shiyun's body seemed to be firmly grasped by something and was not moved at all. Inside the Doshin, Megan's face looked very ugly and she was a little scared. If Zhou Shiyun couldn't hold on, and if the miracle of fighting broke out, not only would all the people in the Dragon Burial Fortress die, but who knows how many more people would be endangered if the miracle of fighting spread out. If this is true, then Megan will become a sinner for all eternity. Oh, it's all my fault for not thinking it through. Now something's wrong, right? Megan fell into deep self-blame. At the same time, she was somewhat confused by the scene before her. According to the experience of so many years, no matter who it is, when they come into contact with the miracle of fighting again, even if it is a trace of miraculous power, they will react immediately. Those who fail to gain recognition from the miracle of fighting will be immediately infected and attacked by the miracle of fighting. But with only a tiny bit of miracle power, they won't be able to cause any waves. Those who have been recognized by the miracle of fighting will enter the inherent space of the fighting god, listen to the fighting god's teachings, comprehend the fighting god's power, and begin to comprehend the miracle of fighting on their own. But Zhou Shiyun's current condition was completely beyond Megan's understanding. What kind of monster is this guy? The suction force that came from my hand just now seemed to be sucking my soul out. Megan didn't think too much at this moment. Since she couldn't absorb her own fighting miracle, she laid a thick energy shield around Zhou Shiyun. If Zhou Shiyun can't hold on, then it depends on whether I can absorb the overflowing miracle of fighting. Zhou Shiyun just felt very unhappy. Not to mention that my blood was boiling, and I felt like I would explode at any time. Take the miracle of fighting that just entered his body, for example. Zhou Shiyun didn't feel any of that huge, miraculous energy at all. Hey, can you at least leave some soup for me? What should I do if you eat most of it? Zhou Shiyun roared in his heart, but his heart was silent. If you don't leave it for me, I'll suck it myself. Zhou Shiyun's nuclear energy spun wildly, controlling the blood vessels in his body, trying to keep some of the miracle of fighting for himself. As if he sensed Zhou Shiyun's thoughts, an inexplicable emotion came from deep in his heart, which comforted Zhou Shiyun and, by the way, solved the problem of the rush of blood in Zhou Shiyun's body. After consuming the last bit of the miracle of fighting, the deep part of his heart stopped moving. Just as Zhou Shiyun was about to start cursing, he felt a flash before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he had arrived in a strange place. This is the sky above a ruined planet. A golden monkey stands proudly in the void. Its figure is not huge, and its thin body is covered with scars, and its armor is also tattered. He held a huge golden stick in his hand, which seemed to have no end. It was so huge that Zhou Shiyun couldn't believe it. Then he raised the stick and swept it across. Right in front of it, dozens of huge planets were directly blown up by this stick. In the flashing golden light, the monkey turned its head, its eyes piercing through the void and locking onto Zhou Shiyun's direction. At this moment, Zhou Shiyun only felt his eyes flash, and then they lost the ability to focus. Too weak, too late. There's no going back. The old and tired murmur entered Zhou Shiyun's ears, and Zhou Shiyun felt weak all over. The moment he heard the words clearly, he drooped his head before he could think. As Zhou Shiyun fell into a coma, only a faint voice came from the void. Just wait. When Zhou Shiyun opened his eyes again in a daze, he immediately rubbed his eyes. After finding that there was nothing wrong with his eyes, he felt relieved. No, why would I rub my eyes? Who did I just see? Did I just meet someone? Zhou Shiyun! Zhou Shiyun! Megan's voice rang out, and Zhou Shiyun came back to his senses. He looked at the Doshin above his head, and then he remembered that he was learning Doshin Wei. Shaking his head, Zhou Shiyun felt that he had forgotten something important. Zhou Shiyun, are you okay? Is there any problem? How do you feel? Megan asked. Nothing, I feel pretty good. I think my strength has increased by another degree. Are you really all right? Don't you feel unwell somewhere? Don't you feel a little uncomfortable? Zhou Shiyun shook his head and didn't feel any discomfort. Megan carefully removed the energy shield, and after getting off the fighting god, she approached Zhou Shiyun little by little. Not really. I don't think I'm anything special. Why are you so scared? Zhou Shiyun said. Megan poked Zhou Shiyun and felt the miracle of fighting surging in Zhou Shiyun's body that was no less powerful than her own, and her jaw dropped. Not to mention how he swallowed and absorbed all of the fighting miracle. Megan was confused by how he managed to stabilize the rioting fighting miracle without her guidance. Have you realized your fighting spirit? Zhou Shiyun nodded, a little embarrassedly saying, I feel like there's something wrong with my understanding. Megan immediately retreated 10 meters away, keeping a wary eye on Zhou Shiyun, fearing that he would turn into a fanatical believer of the fighting god the next moment. Don't be afraid. I mean, why is the fighting power that I comprehended different from yours? Zhou Shiyun explained. In addition to the fighting god domain, I also have the active skill Earthly Transformation, the passive skill Fighting God Will, and even the mobility skill Somersault Cloud. Is my understanding of Do Shinwei normal? Do you have such ability? Huh. Megan was confused and said, what kind of earthly transformation? What kind of fighting god will? What are you talking about? Zhou Shiyun couldn't explain it clearly, so he immediately activated his keen observation and chanted to his own Do Shinwei. Fighting god domain increases strength, reaction, and speed over time. No upper limit. Reduces enemy strength, reaction, and speed by 30% year-on-year. No lower limit. And absorbs enemy energy to restore own energy by 50% year-on-year. Earthly evil transformation can easily change its own form and can avoid wind, fire, and lightning elemental attacks, not unlocked. Fighting God's will and energy, damage tolerance increased, negative effects weakened by 30. The Somersault Cloud can travel on the clouds, consuming a large amount of source nuclear energy to move over long distances. After telling the information he had learned from his keen observation, Zhou Shiyun pushed Megan, who was already stunned. There's something wrong with you. Megan was so shocked that her tongue was tied. She could only look deeply at Zhou Shiyun, who looked a little proud. I'm that 1 in a million genius. Fighting miracle? I can just control it. Chapter 138. Take the initiative. Strange, so strange. Megan circled Zhou Shiyun several times before continuing. Since I knew about the miracle of fighting, no one has ever been able to comprehend these things. Even your fighting god realm is different from mine. Although there are differences, they can't be that many, right? By the way, which part of the Buddhist scriptures did you hear? Zhou Shiyun asked in confusion. Buddhist scriptures? What Buddhist scriptures? It's in the inherent space, right? Once you enter the fighting god, he will recite Buddhist scriptures, and the more you hear about the fighting god realm, the better the effect. Where did you hear that? Zhou Shiyun frowned and tried to think carefully about what had just happened, but he had no memory of it. I seem to have forgotten. I only remember that someone was talking. I didn't hear any Buddhist scriptures at all. It's good that someone is talking to you. You young people have such a bad memory. You forgot it just like that? Megan shook her head. Okay, go back and rest. You just expended a lot of energy. I'll notify you if there's anything else. Megan shook the communicator in her hand. Zhou Shiyun nodded and went to the residence arranged by Megan with a mind full of doubts. After Zhou Shiyun walked away, Megan turned on the communicator and edited a message. If you look closely, you will see that it is full of various strange phenomena that occurred when Zhou Shiyun comprehended the power of the fighting god, and even includes various strange things that happened to Zhou Shiyun afterwards. After tapping the communicator, Megan finally chose to delete it. According to what he had understood over the years, the fighting miracle in Zhou Shiyun's body should be stable and there would be no worries. Since there is no danger anymore, what does it matter if he has some secrets? Who doesn't have their own secrets in this era? The next day, Zhou Shiyun stretched and rubbed his swollen temples. He did not sleep well yesterday. He spent the whole night wondering what he had seen in the inheritance space of the fighting miracle, but he just couldn't remember it. Zhou Shiyun, feeling depressed, met the young driver on the road. She was directing some younger girls in intensive training. Zhou Shiyun didn't know how he ended up here, but when he saw those young little girls with childish faces but firm eyes, his depressed mood eased a lot. Why, do you like girls? Megan's voice sounded behind him. The sound was not very loud, but it scared Zhou Shiyun so much that he staggered. Oh my god, why did he like girls? These are all good talents sent by Sky City. With a simple training, they can become pilot reserve. Unfortunately. What a pity, Zhou Shiyan asked. It's a pity that they had bad luck. No matter where they went, they had to come to the dragon burial ground. In the end, no more than 5 people in their group survived and made it to the transfer. Megan spoke calmly, without any complicated emotions. How could they be so stupid? They knew it was extremely dangerous here, but they still kept going in here. Some even found someone to find my former boss. Ha ha ha. She smiled so much that there were sparkles in Megan's eyes. By the way, there is something I've been thinking about, and I would like to ask your opinion. Zhou Shiyan said. What? That super dragon must have been seriously injured. It's only been a day, and its injuries can't have healed so quickly. What if we take the initiative to attack it and catch it off guard? Megan thought for a moment and said, no, this idea is too risky. Our fortress is now in a state of being strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. How can we send troops to take the initiative to attack now? That dragon thought the same thing. Zhou Shiyan continued. We are not sending a large army to attack. We are going to decapitate it. How about just the 2 of us? With my somersault cloud, we can kill it and come back right away. Then we can send troops to clean up those low-level dragons. Megan's eyes flashed. She took out her communicator, opened the coordinates of the dragon burial ground, and began to think about the possibility of a decapitation operation. The more she analyzed, the more frightened Megan became. Its energy fluctuations are in a cave not far away. It should have calculated that we will not attack at this time. The decapitation operation is feasible. Megan nodded. The 2 looked at each other immediately, and then Megan left quickly, saying, wait for me here. We will act immediately, otherwise its injury will be healed sooner. Slightly. After Megan arranged some tasks, she summoned the fighting god, grabbed Zhou Shiyan, and flew out of the dragon burial fortress. In a cave not far away, the most powerful dragon was screaming and had no good expression towards the other dragons below. Damn it, damn kid. I will definitely kill you next time. Wait, if I hang him on the city wall as well, will Mo Yuan come back to save him? If so, boom. The dragon was still thinking about how to deal with Mo Yuan when the entrance of the cave was smashed to pieces by a powerful force. The spear of the fighting god flipped over and rushed straight to the face of Jiaolong. The power of the fighting god burst out instantly, and the fighting god's domain was enveloped. Zhou Shiyan also stepped on a cloud, and the fighting god's domain opened up, suppressing the other dragons below. In the fighting god's territory, the small fish called Long was dealt with in no time, and the battle between the fighting god and the dragon had become fierce. It was originally a surprise attack, and with Jiaolong's great shock and the Doshin firing at full power, the Doshin completely controlled the rhythm of the battle. There was no way to retreat and escape in the cave, and its men had been killed by Zhou Shiyan like chopping melons and vegetables. It was already at a disadvantage. Green Lotus Sword Song. First move, 1 Lotus Withers. Zhou Shiyan shouted loudly, and his somersault cloud started to move. Zhou Shiyan's figure left an afterimage in the air, and the Azure Dragon Power sword pierced a knife wound on Jiaolong's chest. The Green Lotus burst out from Jiaolong's chest, and sword beams hit Jiaolong's wound. The old wound had not yet healed, and a new wound came. Before it could react, the spear of the fighting god came again and pierced its belly. Zhou Shiyan, be careful. Don't let the dragon outside rush in. This guy can't run far. Let's end this quickly. Zhou Shiyan nodded, and without giving Jiaolong any time to react, he and Megan rushed forward again. Megan was responsible for restraining the dragon's counterattack and preventing it from escaping. Zhou Shiyan, with his fighting spirit at full power, took on the main output while holding the Azure Dragon Sword. With the help of the Somersault Cloud, Zhou Shiyan, who was already a small target, became even more agile, and Jiaolong, with his huge body, had no time to block Zhou Shiyan's attack. At this moment, it could only cover the wound on its chest with 1 claw and fight with the fighting god with the other claw. As for Zhou Shiyan's attack, it had no choice but to mobilize the nuclear energy in its body and choose to resist it. Chapter 139, Prisoners. Emergency on all fronts. However, Zhou Shiyan, who has activated his fighting power, his attacks are not so easy to withstand. Not to mention the gradually increasing attack power. Even the negative effects of the fighting god's domain are enough to give this dragon a hard time. When the Somersault Cloud was fully exerted, the duet of the divine enchantment and the might of the fighting god became more and more intense, and the dragon began to retreat step by step. But behind it was the smooth and extremely hard rock wall of the cave. While being attacked, it was unable to escape through the rock wall at all. Faced with a double team of Zhou, Shiyun, and Megan, its state became more violent. It also knows that if it doesn't fight hard, it will die here. Now, as long as he can hold on until his men arrive, he will still have the capital to survive. It opened its mouth and bit down the sword energy shot by Zhou Shiyun. It retreated in horror, and Zhou Shiyun actually broke its fangs directly. Previously, it could easily take on attacks, but now, even if it actively defended, it would be injured. A sharp light flashed in its eyes. It was much smarter than other dragons and knew its own fate clearly at this moment. But it will not accept its fate so easily. If it really dies so easily, then what was the point of it enduring so hard in the past? Its eyes rolled around and it said, "Hey guys, stop fighting, stop fighting. I was blind and didn't recognize you. I bumped into you too. Please give me some face and stop fighting." It even scratched its head in a naive manner, and there was no trace of its previous rebellious and bloodthirsty appearance. Zhou Shiyun had a strange look in his eyes. It was hard to believe that the dragon who had a gloomy face just now, as if he was ready to devour someone, now looked so flattering. Zhou Shiyun just felt very surprised, but his hands did not stop moving at all. No matter whether you are begging for mercy, sincerely, or just pretending, you will be beaten to death in one fell swoop. But seeing Jiaolong curled up with his head in his hands and not daring to fight back, Megan thought for a moment and asked Zhou Shiyun to stop the attack. She is not a saint. She naturally has her reasons for asking Zhou Shiyun to stop attacking. She spoke on the communication channel. "Zhou Shiyun, let's see first. If he really surrenders, we will make a lot of money. With it, we can apply for at least 300 dragon cores from the Sky City, and the quality can't be lower than level. Just think about the profit." After hearing Megan's words, Zhou Shiyun's eyes flashed. He put away the Azure Dragon Power Sword and carefully calculated its value. If we kill it, only a dragon crystal and a dragon core will be left. The profit will definitely not be as high as capturing it and selling it to the Sky City. Yes, selling. This is what Megan meant. Anyway, this guy can't stay in the Dragon Burial Fortress, so just sell him to Sky City. As for whether it will be used for research or other purposes in the future, I don't know. To two of you, actually I'm also a poor dragon. I have been without parents since I was a child. I am. Nima, you have a miserable life, right? You don't have a father or a mother, right? Zhou Shiyun really couldn't stand it anymore, so he slapped the dragon several times in a row, smashing it into the wall and getting it stuck. Zhou Shiyun finally understood why Sophia tortured it so much. This guy was born to be beaten. As soon as it opened its mouth, Zhou Shiyun really couldn't help but want to deal with it. It's hard to imagine what it looked like before. This guy is comparable to that mean dragon Karuz. There is no time to stay here for too long. If its men arrive and kill Zhou Shiyun and Megan, it will be a lot of fun. The fighting god stepped forward and stabbed a spear into the belly of the dragon. The miracle of fighting was transmitted along the tip of the spear and deeply wrapped its dragon core. If it dares to resist, Megan will detonate the miracle of fighting. The fighting god swung out a rope, wrapped it around the dragon a few times, and then pulled it out of the cave. Zhou Shiyun followed closely and left. The two came very quickly and left very quickly. It seemed that they had caught this guy. Megan was in a much happier mood and dragged it on the ground all the way. Originally, this dragon wanted to fly, but was suppressed by the fighting god. A prisoner must behave like a prisoner. As the fortress gate opened, Zhou Shiyun stood on the shoulder of Doshin, and Doshin was dragging the dragon. Having already seen Megan's victorious return, the crowd watching on the city wall suddenly burst into thunderous cheers and cheered around the fighting god. When some female drivers see this dragon, no matter how busy they are, they will rush over in indignation and kick it twice. This guy has committed too many evil deeds. After surrounding the Dragon Burial Fortress, he also committed many murders. Seeing that there was nothing left for him to do, Zhou Shiyun simply left the Dragon Burial Fortress. I learned a lot during this trip here. I originally thought I was here to provide emergency rescue, but the mission was completed so easily. Zhou Shiyun didn't do anything at all. Therefore, he drove the fighting god to clear out those dragons from the entrance of the Dragon Burial Fortress to 50 kilometers ahead. It can be regarded as submitting a satisfactory answer to myself. And by the way, it also replenishes my few cultivation resources. It can be said that the trip was worthwhile. When he returned to the Dragon Burial Fortress, several drivers came to greet him from afar. "Master Zhou Shiyun, come on. The celebration banquet is waiting for you." Zhou Shiyun walked forward with a smile and followed them to the celebration banquet. There was singing and dancing that night, and Megan even took out the wine that she usually didn't allow everyone to drink and gave everyone a small glass to satisfy everyone's cravings. Even the little girls followed their older sister's example and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp, making an adult shaha sound. Then a lot of people laughed. People in the wasteland are like this. Even if they are in danger, even if they're going to die tomorrow, they still have to laugh and never let themselves down. The next morning, Zhou Shiyun looked at the sky. It was much darker than before, and it was a little gloomy even in broad daylight. Anyway, all the dragons around had been cleared away, and when Zhou Shiyun was preparing to spend the day in bed, a call from Inhu came. Zhou Shiyun turned over and got out of bed. As soon as he walked out of the building, he felt a sense of weightlessness. He was already carried on Inhu's shoulders. "What's wrong? Lord Inhu, what are you doing?" Zhou Shiyun looked confused. "Our leisure mission is over. The investigation team ahead has sent a secret order that something unusual has occurred in the Seven Finger Mountain. The concentration of miasma in the wasteland is rising rapidly. We have to go take a look." "Oh, wait, Lord Inhu, I haven't taken away the dragon cores and dragon crystals of those dragons I killed yesterday." Zhou Shiyun patted Inhu on the back. "I'll get it back to you later. There's no time now. The situation at Seven Finger Mountain is desperate." Chapter 140, Road of Exploration. Hearing this, Zhou Shiyun curled his lips and didn't say anything more. The two of them sped along, and Inhu's speed was even faster than the combat airship they used when they came here before. A sonic boom roared, white smoke streaked across the sky, and Zhou Shiyun, who possessed the somersault cloud, couldn't even see his surroundings clearly. About 20 minutes, Zhou Shiyun felt that Inhu had stopped at its maximum speed, and then he squinted his eyes to look at the scene in front of him. In the distance, 7 towering pillars sit side by side on a protruding valley, like 7 index fingers on a hand. From Zhou Shiyun's perspective, he could see nothing except the peaks of the 7 giant pillars. Thick black miasma covered the entire mountain, and dozens of source nuclear energies that threatened the heavens and the earth disrupted the entire area, causing the miasma to spray irregularly. There were even some energies in it. Zhou Shiyun just felt it slightly and was so frightened that his scalp went numb. Zhou Shiyun had only felt that kind of pressure from the source nuclear energy when Dilly's was at full power. Turning to look at Inhu, he found that she was also frowning and saying nothing. The two of them fell from the air and walked forward step by step. The pressure swept over him, and Zhou Shiyun felt that a huge dragon was staring at him in the thick black miasma around him. Let the energy of the source core circulate in the body and remove the miasma that has penetrated into the body at all times. Inhu reminded Zhou Shiyun and continued to lead the way. The two had not walked far when a faint light came from the black miasma. In front of them was the countermeasure team, led by Inhu. Inhu took a quick look and asked, "Where are Mela and Flo?" "He never came back after his shift change early this morning," Strelitzia said. Inhu nodded and said, "Take me to see where they disappeared. The rest of you, be alert. Get ready for battle." Strelitzia Regini took Inhu and Zhou Shiyun to the shift change location ahead. With Strelitzia around, Zhou Shiyun didn't have to walk alone in the miasma like Inhu did. He instantly sat in the co-pilot's seat of the Wuxuan. At this time, Wuming emerged from his wrist and said, "Boy, this place is a little weird. I smell the scent of its kind that appears and disappears. I dare not gamble. I'm going to fall asleep. If it finds me, I will be finished. Be careful." After saying that, Wuming didn't care whether Zhou Shiyun heard it clearly or not. He dived into Zhou Shiyun's wrist and disappeared. I don't know since when, but Zhou Shiyun no longer objects to the fact that Wuming drilled into his body. This also shows that their relationship has improved a lot. Tightening his wrists with his sleeves, Zhou Shiyun told Inhu the news. Inhu just nodded and didn't say much. Not long after the three of them walked forward, Strelitzia stopped and pointed to a high place in front of them. Inhu stepped forward quickly, and after careful observation, all the energy in his body surged, and a huge king mark flashed in the void. "Well, there's no hope. I can no longer see their energy fluctuations." Inhu's words were very calm, as if he was talking about a commonplace matter. Strelitzia and Zhou Shiyun didn't know what to say, and the three of them returned to the temporary camp in the rear in silence. Inside a simple tent, there is a sand table in the center, with the Seven Finger Mountain occupying at least half of the ground. Inhu pointed to an open space in front of the Seven Fingers Mountain and said, "We are here now, at the foot of the Seven Fingers Mountain. The investigation team has lost contact. We are now the vanguard. Our nearest support unit is 20 kilometers away from us. It's here. Ian, who pointed his finger at a certain position, and said again, we have no colleagues in front of us, and behind us are tens of thousands of troops and tens of millions of people. We need to go on the road ahead. Don't count on the support troops. In this miasma, with such low visibility, the distance of 20 kilometers will have to be tripled. Everyone, in 10 minutes, divide into 3 columns and go up the mountain. Be sure to collect intelligence from within the Seven-Finger Mountain. If necessary, you must sacrifice your own mecha to pass on the information. Can you do it? Able. Inu said again. My lords, this time the dragon's offensive is mysterious, and we have been unaware of its shocking plot for a long time. Now is the time for us to serve our homeland. Return in triumph. Inu beat his chest, and everyone else beat their chests in response. 10 minutes later, Inu himself chose the most dangerous road in front of him to go up the mountain, while Zhou Shiyin, Strelitzia, and 3 other strong men advanced from the side. The remaining 8 people with weaker strength set out from their own camp, bypassed the front, and went up the mountain from the small path on the side and rear. In Zhou Shiyun's group, Strelitzia Regini was the first to lead the way. Wu Shuang swung the yin-yang dagger in his hand, and the taller trees were cut off. Everyone moved very slowly, and their footsteps were very small, for fear of disturbing the herd of dragons. After walking for about 50 minutes, Zhou Shiyun said on the communication channel, Stop, there's movement. Be observant of every detail. Zhou Shiyun looked through the miasma and saw a scene that made the hairs on his body stand on end. You can move forward. There is no life reaction. But be prepared. Everyone stepped forward, and through the thick miasma, they could vaguely see the dragons neatly arranged on the ground. When I got closer, I saw that all these dragons were dead. Their flesh and blood seemed to have been hollowed out, leaving only a layer of skin hanging on their bones. The dragon core and dragon crystal of the dragon also turned into waste stones that would shatter into dust with the slightest touch. The weird thing is that these dragons are lying on the ground one by one, like neatly stacked dishes. Among them there are some dragons whose bodies are beyond the ordinary. Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva and ordered, Watch your step. Let's go slowly. There was nothing to be seen from the corpses here, so Zhou Shiyun and his companions moved forward. Along the way up to now, Zhou Shiyun and others have not encountered anything special that is worth recording and preserving. Apart from a few small dragons that had lost their minds due to the miasma at the beginning and the corpses of the dragons just now, Zhou Shiyun and his companions gained nothing. But everyone was not discouraged and moved towards the top of the mountain little by little. Just as Zhou Shiyun and others stepped into the foot of Qiji Mountain and began to search upwards. Halfway up the mountain, a huge dragon, surrounded by thick miasma, opened its scarlet eyes. You're here so soon? Humph! It really deserves to be the city in the sky. But now that you're here, you can only watch. After saying that, it actually pierced its own chest with one claw, allowing the black blood to flow out with huge source core energy. The blood gushed out, but did not pool on the ground. On the contrary, the moment the blood touched the mountain, it disappeared without a trace. Eat, young master. The Supreme Mistress has been waiting for you for nearly 300 years. Chapter 141, Dangerous Mountain Road. Beep. The miasma concentration is increasing. A shrill alarm came from the Wushuang. Just now, the concentration of miasma in Qiji Mountain suddenly increased by several points. At this moment, the concentration of miasma in Qiji Mountain has risen to a very terrifying level. That's called a dragon. If its level is not high enough, it will be instantly stunned by such a concentrated miasma. Wushuang had to activate its defensive energy shield to filter out the thick black miasma. As a pathfinder, the Wushuang faced much thicker miasma than the mechas behind it, which invisibly increased the energy loss of the Wushuang. The visibility has dropped below 10 meters. Zhou Shiyun said. The miasma had become so dense that Wushuang could only blink with bright lights in his eyes. It's not that they didn't turn on the lights before, but Zhou Shiyun and his companions were surrounded by countless roaring dragons. If they turn on the lights rashly, they might alert the snakes. At this moment, under the miasma, where visibility is less than 10 meters, if the lights are not turned on, I am afraid I won't be able to even fight back against the attack of Jiaolong. Everyone be careful. Personnel reports must be made every 5 minutes. Remember to watch your step. Strelitzia spoke calmly, walking in one direction. The magnetic field here has been disturbed, and radar is of no use here. Strelitzia and others can only explore upwards little by little. Fortunately, the road here extends upward all the time, so Zhou Shiyun and others will at least not go around in circles. Going up all the way, Zhou Shiyun and others saw several neatly stacked dragon corpses. From the initial horror, when they saw the dragon corpses to the shock later, Zhou Shiyun and others had become numb at this moment. Basically, once you walk up a section of the mountain road, you will see large numbers of dragon corpses. These dragon corpses that have been sucked dry are completely useless and have no research value at all. Don't move. There seems to be something in front. Zhou Shiyun's eyes were sharp, and he vaguely saw a figure flashing. Everyone turned off the lights, lowered their bodies as much as possible, and slowly moved towards that place. Retreat! Retreat! When the information about the thing in front flashed clearly, Zhou Shiyun shouted loudly and quickly controlled the Wushuang to retreat at a high speed. Called Dragon Aggregate. Grade. The characteristics are derived from the fusion of 12 super dragons and come with miasma infection and neurotoxins. Note, its body is mixed with the consciousness of 12 dragons by a special force, and it is now in a state of dementia and violence. Not far away, the aggregate called Dragon suddenly opened its scarlet eyes. Its body is composed of 12 dragons. Each dragon is like a rag sack, sewn together forcefully. The twisted dragons merge into a huge, upright monster. Zhou Shiyun remembered that the last time he saw such an explosive scene was when he saw the monster from the Evolved Legion. Anyway, it was another thing that made Zhou Shiyun feel disgusted. The dragon aggregate discovered Zhou Shiyun and the others, roared, and released the black miasma around its body, covering everyone. Don't go! The two mechas at the end of the team retreated the instant they received the news and were not contaminated by the miasma. While retreating, Wushuang grabbed the mecha in the middle, but the other mecha in the middle was too late to rescue it. She was in a daze, and no matter how Zhou Shiyun and Strelitzia shouted on the communication channel, she did not stop. As everyone was retreating at a high speed, they saw that the mecha had withdrawn its defensive energy shield and was walking towards the dragon aggregate. Crack, crack. A chilling chewing sound was heard, and everyone's faces froze and their pace quickened. No, Fo Siyun. Don't have those thoughts. It is our honor to die for our homeland. Strelitzia understood Zhou Shiyun and knew that he must be feeling bad at the moment, so she spoke first. Because of the investigation mission, Zhou Shiyun couldn't even stop to save the driver, as this would disturb the other dragons on the mountain. It's okay. Let's take a detour and continue going up. If we can explore the Seven-Finger Mountain clearly, we can come down and deal with it when we leave. Zhou Shiyun's voice was flat, and his expression didn't tell whether he was good or bad. But Strelitzia sighed. She knew that Zhou Shiyun was definitely angry. Everyone remained silent all the way, bypassed this road, and continued heading into the mountains. Before we found anything useful, we already suffered casualties. Everyone felt bad watching the team members who we had just been talking to die, and not being able to rescue them. Something is wrong. Something is following us. Zhou Shiyun frowned. Speed up, don't stop, Strelitzia reminded. Everyone sped up, but Zhou Shiyun's brows were still furrowed. What's wrong? Strelitzia turned around and asked. Zhou Shiyun now cast his gaze towards the rear observation screen of the Wushuang, looked at the dark miasma, and said, There is something hanging us from behind. We've been speeding along for a while, and it's still hanging behind us. Zhou Shiyun pointed at a black shadow on the screen. The shadow had a strange shape and blended with the surrounding black miasma. It looked no different from the others. But if you keep staring at that area on the screen, you will find that the shape of the surrounding miasma is changing, but it is still a ball, hanging behind Zhou Shiyun and the others. What is that? Strelitzia also realized the seriousness of the problem. Such an unclear monster has been following me, and it doesn't slow down or speed up. It just keeps hanging there, and I can't figure out its purpose at all. I don't know. The miasma is too thick. My keen observation can't see through it. Zhou Shiyun rolled his eyes and asked again. Lan, should we continue to speed up and take a detour, or stop? We have been walking for such a long time, but it is still following us. Its purpose must be more than that. If we stop, a battle breaks out, our route will be exposed under their noses. Strelitzia thought about it, made up her mind and said, Let's stop. We can't keep taking a detour. The four mechas slowed down and stopped in a dense forest. Click. The yin-yang dagger was placed on the thing's neck, and three other mechas' weapons also locked onto its vital points. Only then did Zhou Shiryun see the true face of this thing. It was a small dragon, probably only half the size of a level 6. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have never eaten humans. I have always eaten scrap metal. The man called Long stuttered before finishing his words and looked up at Zhou Shiryun and others. What do you do? Why are you following us? What happened in Seven Finger Mountain? Chapter 142. Calling Young Master Long? The Tiger King is frightened. Seeing that it was hesitating and didn't know what to say, Zhou Shiryun controlled the Wushuang and slapped the dragon in the face, making it spin like a top. Speak! Answer my question! The dragon screamed and said in fear, I escaped from the center circle because I couldn't get out of the outer miasma circle and couldn't find a way out. I could only follow you. Escaped? Why did you want to escape? According to your dragon, isn't this the order of a great prophet? What happened in the central circle? Seeing that Zhou Shiryun was about to hit him, Jiao Long quickly shrank his neck and said, I don't know why I am not controlled by the prophet's bloodline. Maybe my ancestors were mixed blood. On the mountain, it seems that an ancestor of our dragon bloodline is reviving. His identity is so great that the great prophet asked us little dragons to sacrifice our lives to speed up his revival. But I don't know who it is. Zhou Shiryun nodded and wrote down what Long said. It was similar to the previous research speculation about the city in the sky. What is the current situation in the center circle of Qiji Mountain? The level 1 dragon answered honestly. There are no dragons below level 1 dragon in the center circle. All the powerful dragons are gathered there, saying that they want to be the first to see the master. How far have your sacrifices gone? How long will it take for that damn ancestor to revive? Zhou Shiryun frowned. No, I don't know. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in the distance, and the sound of rolling rocks echoed in the valley. Hear, hear. She has divine energy. If we sacrifice her, kill her, kill her. Little girl, if you catch me, I will kill you. With a loud bang, it seemed as if the entire Seven Finger Mountain came alive. Roars and angry sounds were heard one after another, and they all rushed towards that direction. Zhou Shiryun looked up and said, That's the path that Inhu took, right? Strelitzia nodded and said, It depends on the situation. There are already at least 10 of them. Sir Inhu, can she make it? Zhou Shiryun didn't reply for the time being. He pinched the head of the super dragon in front of him with one hand and rubbed its head with his fingers. No, human. Human. I have never eaten a human. Look at my body shape. It is smaller than a normal one. It is because I have never absorbed human flesh and blood. I call out. Zhou Shiryun grabbed its head and threw it hard in the direction he came from. Anyway, the way out has been found for it. As for whether it can get out alive, it depends on its fate. Let's go to Lord Inhu. Let's see what's going on first. Lord Inhu has a serious personality. If she doesn't understand something, she will never take the initiative to attack Jiaolong. After Zhou Shiryun finished speaking, no one objected, and they immediately moved closer to Inhu. Mountain guarding tiger. A huge tiger shadow with golden light appeared in the distance. And then the tiger's tail vibrated, and the huge tiger swooped down and crashed into the miasma again. Just when Zhou Shiryun was about to get close to Inhu, intermittent sounds came from the communication channel. That was Inhu's indiscriminate and uninterrupted communication signal, which was received by Zhou Shiryun and others. Seven Finger Mountain. Mao. Conspiracy. Call young Master Long to appear. Prophet Matrix conspiracy. Hurry. The miasma blocked the communication signals, making it impossible for Zhou Shiryun and his companions to receive complete information. There were even garbled characters in the information. How could it be possible? Calling young Master Long and the mother. The rumors are actually true. Strelitzia murmured. Young Master Long? Long, I know that the great prophet called Long is the old man from the Tar tribe, but what is this young Master Long? What is the Matrix? Facing Zhou Shiryun's question, Strelitzia finally came back to her senses from the shock. She answered, That's a story passed down by our ancestors nearly 400 years ago. In fact, there was only one dragon that first landed in the wasteland. They called it the Mother Dragon. After the Mother Body devoured the world's resources from the wasteland, an extremely powerful dragon was born. This dragon joined forces with the Mother Body to destroy the old era. It is called the Young Master Dragon. If what Inhu said is correct, the one waiting to be revived in the Seven Finger Mountain is the former Young Master Long. The wasteland may be in for another catastrophe. Zhou Shiryun realized the seriousness of the problem, thought for a while, turned around and said, You three go back immediately, leave this signal isolation area, and transmit this information back to the Sky City. After the three mechas behind flew away quickly, Zhou Shiyun patted Heligoland and said, Lon Lon, we are going to face real danger next. If you are afraid, you can hug me first. We still have time. You're still greedy at this time. Let's go. Strelitzia rolled her eyes at Zhou Shiyun. The two of them drove the Wushuang. In order to buy time for the three departing mechas and to help Inhu, they no longer hid their bodies and soared into the sky. A huge shadow of the Tai Chi Bagua Yin-Yang diagram appeared behind the Wushuang, and the huge Yin-Yang diagram passed through the Wushuang and covered the Inhu side. This thing is not very powerful. It is purely a source of nuclear energy for the purpose of attracting attention. Feeling the countless roaring dragons running out of the dark miasma, Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva. Lon Lon, after we pick up Lord Inhu, we must retreat. We cannot stay here. Wushuang rushed forward, avoiding the dragons that blocked the way, and rushed towards Inhu at an extremely fast speed. Lord Inhu, we are here to save you. In the center of the battlefield, the thick black miasma had been blown away by the wind and waves of the battle. Inhu, wearing tiger-shaped armor, stood proudly alone on the battlefield, with dozens of dragon bodies under his feet. Zhou Shiyun, what are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to leave quickly and inform Sky City of the news? Inhu was somewhat speechless and said, Now that you are here, I have to distract myself to take care of you. Forget it. Be careful of the two guys at 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock. Let's make a quick decision. Zhou Shiyun scratched his head embarrassedly. When he really arrived in front of Inhu, looking at her murderous look, Zhou Shiyun couldn't bear to say again that he came to save her. Tiger King is terrified. From the claws of Jin Kai worn by Inhu, thick tiger claws took shape, and a long cloak stretched out silently from behind Jin Kai. At this moment, Inhu is like a tiger standing up, majestic and awe-inspiring. The pressure that belongs only to the king of beasts emanated from Inhu, making Zhou Shiyun feel a little uncomfortable. When Zhou Shiyun was inadvertently glanced at by Inhu, he actually felt that he was in great danger. Chapter 143, Sweeping the World. Zhou Shiyun's increase. Inhu opened his hands, and the energy in his body turned into tiger claws, and the golden light on the tips of the claws floated up and down wildly. Inhu's own golden armor wraps around his body, covering his muscles while infusing strength into every inch of him. Zhou Shiyun felt that after Inhu activated the Tiger King's fright, she seemed to have changed completely. The tiger's wildness is fully revealed, like a hungry tiger that has just woken up from hibernation. After being silent for a long time, it finally exploded to its peak at this moment. Golden light flickered in the field, and the tiger claws mercilessly broke through the bodies of the dragons. The tiger claw pierced through the dragon and took out the dragon core with black blood from its body. Inhu looked excited. After licking the corner of his mouth, he threw the dragon core of Jiaolong into his mouth. Looking at the extremely ferocious tiger, Zhou Shiyun was also aroused to fight. Lon Lon, let's go too. Let me see the effect of Diur's special training. Strelitzia's pupils dilated slightly. Wushuang held the yin-yang dagger in reverse. The thrusters roared, and gusts of sand and stones flew up, causing smoke. Kato's hand evolved. God-level enchantment. Activate. Earthly evil transformation. Fighting God domain. Open. Zhou Shiyun also put in all his effort and used all his skills that could improve the status of his mecha in one breath. Ding. Use Kato's hand to repair the Wushuang. Detect that the Wushuang is not damaged. Trigger the mecha evolution and start the evolution. Evolution successful. Wushuang's strength increased by 20, speed increased by 20, defense increased by 30, and self-healing ability increased by 30. The God-level enchantment was activated successfully. The frequency of energy conversion of the Wushuang source core increases by 30. The speed of elemental energy conversion increases by 0, and the power core system improves by 50. The Fighting Gods domain also suddenly unfolded at this moment, and every dragon listed as an attack captain by Zhou Shiyun began to lower its status from this moment on. And Strelitzia Regini also began to slowly improve its own status, including but not limited to a series of improvements in reaction ability, attack power, etc. At the same time, the earthly evil transformation makes the Wushuang immune to damage from the three elements of wind, fire, and thunder, making it impossible for some dragons with special elemental abilities to use elements to cause damage to the Wushuang. The passive skill Fighting Gods was also synced to Wushuang, making Wushuang not afraid of danger at all, and Strelitzia's adrenaline soared wildly. As a mythical mecha master, Zhou Shiyun, whose source core level has reached level 63, finally demonstrated his terrifying mecha amplification ability when fighting together with his contracted pilot. Strelitzia, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, felt as if she was on an express train to the sky. Her strength increased so suddenly that she began to doubt whether she had remembered her source core level incorrectly. Feel the energy filling up all the mecha parts of Wushuang and the vigorous fighting spirit coming from the elemental spirits in Wushuang's body. Strelitzia smiled confidently, retracted the yin-yang dagger to gather power, and shouted, "God of War! Unparalleled slash!" Wushuang's arms suddenly rose up and swung down, and two sharp edges, one black and one white, slashed out along the falling trace of the dagger. When the speed of the power reactor is increased, when the wonderful sound of metal friction is heard, the screams of the super dragon can only become embellishment. Strelitzia gasped for breath, feeling a huge sense of satisfaction. The adrenaline in the body has rushed straight to the brain. When he saw Jiaolong's claws being chopped off and the blood flying along with the claws, the excitement in his head has reached its peak and started to boil. Simply put, Strelitzia is having a blast. If someone in the wasteland ranked the most enjoyable things in a person's life, Strelitzia felt that this scene would rank second. As for the first one, she turned her head slightly to look at Zhou Shiyun. "Be careful. Don't be distracted." Zhou Shiyun gave a reminder, then immediately lowered his head and controlled the Wushuang. His mission was no less important than Strelitzia's. Without Zhou Shiyun, Strelitzia, as the main pilot, needs to control the mecha's attack, defense, displacement, element conversion, and other actions. And with Zhou Shiyun as the co-pilot, all Strelitzia needs is to fight. The rest of the dodging, defense, and even the source nuclear energy reserves in the power reactor can be safely and boldly handed over to Zhou Shiyun. When the two people who had made the contract were driving the Wushuang together, their souls were always connected, and there would never be two different opposite operations. Strelitzia only felt a strong sense of security surrounding herself, holding the yin-yang dagger, and the thrusters exploded in the air. Not far away, the dragon with both arms cut off turned around and had not yet taken a few steps when it was enveloped by a huge sense of crisis. "Ah! It's so noisy!" A dagger was stabbed into the back of the dragon's neck. Because its screams were too noisy, Strelitzia controlled the dagger in her other hand and beheaded it directly. Gurgle! Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva, feeling that the power of his fighting gods was somewhat terrifying. Strelitzia, the usually gentle girl next door, now looks like a female war god on the battlefield, domineering and cold. At that time, I was only paying attention to active skills such as earthly transformation and fighting god domain, and didn't pay any attention to the passive skill of fighting god's will. Now it seems that the will of the fighting god is indeed worthy of being called the will of the fighting god. Hey, you're all good. Your strength exceeds that of ordinary mechas in the top series. Keep it up and make quick work of it. Inhu's praise made Zhou Shiyun and Strelitzia look at each other, and then they smiled at each other. "Okay, by the way, Lord Inhu, we have already handed over the message you sent to the 3 teammates who accompanied you, so don't worry about whether the message can be conveyed." Inhu nodded. "In that case, let's just let them rot on the mountainside. A tiger climbing a mountain." A giant tiger was raging in the void, and its mighty roar made the mountains tremble. The tiger flew into the air, then raised its claws high, and with the shadow of a tiger behind it, it pounced on a dragon. The dragon was shattered into pieces starting from the top of its head, and its entire body seemed to be shattered in an instant, leaving it with no room for counterattack. Let's come to Super Advanced Element Liberation, Fire Awakening, Furious Blast. A huge fireball condensed in front of the Wushuang. The size of the fireball grew larger and larger, and the temperature around it became higher and higher. Even the miasma began to be burned. It is like a small sun, illuminating the entire valley. Boom! The fireball fell rapidly towards a group of dragons, and fierce flames spread in all directions. The dragons outside the fireball were injured, not to mention the dragons in the center of the fireball attack. No matter how high their level is or how powerful their defense skills are, they cannot escape the fate of being burned to ashes. "Human, you have completely pissed me off." At 3 o'clock, a dragon man stood up, and his hands turned into 2 long sickles. Chapter 144, Akuma and Dragon. The sickle looked ferocious in the air, and its sharp edge made Zhou Shiyun squint his eyes. Feeling its core energy, Zhou Shiyun knew that a powerful guy was coming. The previous levels of dragons had either been forced to raise their core energy levels, or their core energy had been absorbed. In short, they don't have the strength of a normal dragon at all. So Zhou Shiyin and Strelitzia Regini can defeat them. But the dragon in front of them was different. Its powerful core energy appeared openly and wreaked havoc in the field, causing Zhou Shiyin, He Wanglan, and Yin Hu to put away their contempt. When it came out, at the 7 o'clock position, another dragon also slowly walked out of the miasma fog. Doragon, you're almost being sucked dry and turned into a waste. Why are you still coming out to join in the fun? The sickle-named dragon spoke lightly. Akuma, keep your mouth shut. I am also the leader of the super-large dragon tribe. Haha, this is so funny, dragon. If it weren't for the great prophet protecting you, you would have been eaten by me long ago. Akuma had an exaggerated smile on his face. He stared at the dragon named Dragon, with saliva flowing down his mouth. Just you? Akuma, if I hadn't pleaded for you, you would have become a corpse on the Seven-Finger Mountain. Do you think your arrogant and conceited personality is endearing? The prophet has wanted to get rid of you for a long time. Wushang, Yin Yang Bises. Strelitzia, who was in high spirits, didn't want to just sit there and listen to the two dragons quarreling with each other. I almost forgot, there are still 2 miscellaneous fish that haven't been dealt with yet. Doragon stepped back sideways and stretched out his hand to block. Faint sparks flashed from the intersection of the attacks, and Doragon easily blocked the attack of the Wushuang. You deal with the mecha, and I'll deal with that guy. Akuma swung his 2 sickles and leaped towards Inhu. Inhu was not afraid at all. His claws left after images in the air, and he took the initiative to fight. Boom! Sand and stones were flying, and when the ashes settled, a piece of Akuma's sickle blade was found stuck in the soil. Yeah, you still have some strength. Akuma's arm trembled, and the blade returned to normal in an instant. The 2 sickles crossed in front of his chest, and then slashed out fiercely. This is something I learned from you humans. Ah, that thing seems to be a Kone mecha? Haha, the secret technique, bloodthirsty sharp slash. The silver edge slashed out with the sickle, carrying with it a tremendous wave of energy that seemed to be able to cut through the void. Facing the attack, Inu narrowed her eyes and wanted to dodge, but the sharp edge had already locked onto her, and the entire void was like a quagmire. Then come, the Tiger King will defeat the enemy. He clenched his fists, crossed them together, and pounded them on his chest, and a mighty tiger head burst out from the intersection of the 2 fists. The 2 attacks collided violently in the void, and the overwhelming energy caused the surrounding air waves to roll. But Akuma didn't want to wait any longer, so he rushed forward again, waving the sickle in his hand. Boom, boom, crack. The 2 exchanged dozens of moves in the air. The sickle failed to break Inhu's golden armor, and the tiger claws failed to tear apart Akuma's defense. Pooh! Akuma spat out a mouthful of black blood. His scarlet tongue slid back and forth on his fangs, and the fighting spirit in his eyes was fully activated. Inhu was not feeling well either. He reached out and brushed the base of his hand to restore the tiny crack there to its original state. On the right side of the battlefield, the Wushuang faced off against Doragon, who was leisurely walking away. The Doragon stood up, swinging his hands, feeling very relaxed. Hey, I'm just confused. Why are you pretending in front of me? Do you really think you can take us down? High-level elements released. Fire awakened. 100 cuts across the prairie. Unable to bear Doragon's appearance, Zhou Shiyin controlled the Wushuang to launch a red attack. Doragon was not angry. He caught Liao Yuan Baijian's attack with 1 punch and smashed it with another punch. Strelitzia knew that the power of a high-level element alone could not solve the problem, so she ignored Guan Zhan's 100 slashes. The Tai Chi diagram behind him appeared again. The yin and yang fish were flowing in the diagram, and the Tai Chi Bagua were also spinning wildly. God of War, Li Zhonghua. In the Bagua diagram, the Li position flashes continuously, and flames wrap around the yin-yang dagger. Ding ding. The 2 daggers came one after another. Even if Doragon raised his fist, Li Hua was like a leech attached to his bone, clinging to the yin-yang dagger and attached to his fist. Laugh. Dragon's fists broke in unison, and it cut off both of its own fists. Then the muscles in its hands twisted, and the fists grew back. It no longer had the confidence it had at the beginning. If it had not cut off its hands, the fire would probably have covered its entire body through its fists. You're not that strong? Then what are you pretending for? F***K. Zhou Shiyin curled his lips. He thought this guy was so powerful, but he ended up like this. Doragon's face was distorted, no longer as calm as before, and he roared, "Human, I want you to pay the price." Dragon's fists suddenly grew several times larger, like a giant hammer, and its arms twisted strangely, like a whip, driving the hammer to swing in the air, making a loud sound. Try this. After saying that, it rushed over, swinging its two huge fists. Ioun, is the source nuclear energy supply still keeping up? Strelitzia turned around and asked. Zhou Shiyan nodded and said, Lon Lon, just keep outputting. I will never let you be without source nuclear energy while I am here. God of War, unparalleled slash. Strelitzia is stabbing with her yin-yang dagger. Since Zhou Shiyan said it's okay, she will confront Doragon head-on. A keen eye for detail. Zhou Shiyan was not idle either. While replenishing the source core energy of the Wushuang, he used his keen observation to observe the dragon in front of him. Doragon, remaining. Quality grade. Features. As the leader of a super-large dragon tribe, its strength is much stronger than dragons of the same level. At the same time, as the leader of the tribe, its strength will be fed back and amplified by the tribe members. Weakness. The energy of the source core in the body is missing 45, and the wound on the chest has not healed. Lon Lon attack its chest. It has a wound there. After hearing this, Strelitzia took a closer look and found a tiny crack on Doragon's chest, from which blood was oozing due to Doragon's violent movements. Having found the vital point, Strelitzia's eyes focused, and the yin-yang dagger flipped in his hand. He used one hand to block Doragon's attack, and with the other hand he stabbed Doragon in the chest. Bite! Doragon was trembling all over, and a crack appeared on its dragon core. The source nuclear energy began to spread all over the sky. It looked panicked and stretched out its hand desperately to stop it. But as soon as it stretched out its hand, its arm was cut off by Wushuang. Akuma, help me. I'm dying. It held its injured arm, ignored the injury on its chest, and rolled over to avoid the attack from Wushuang. Chapter 145. Fighting to the death? Useless rubbish. How could you be beaten like this in the face of a fighter? Akuma's tone was mocking, but he did not really give up on Doragon. He made a powerful attack to force back the tiger in front of him and approached Doragon at a very fast speed. Zhou Shiyan didn't care about the Akuma that was flying towards him. Even though its sickle was flying and it was full of murderous intent, Zhou Shiyan just wanted to bite Doragon to death and didn't give it any chance to escape. It's called Dragon Source Power, Dragon Speed Shadow Flow. Facing Zhou Shiyan, who was coming to kill him, Doragon did not dare to be careless at all. He used his best life-saving skills to support his broken body. White smoke drifted away from Doragon, and its huge body began to gradually turn into a shadow. With its burst of speed, it instantly exceeded the attack range of the Wushuang. With such a good opportunity, how can I let you run away? Zhou Shiyan shouted, and flew out of the cockpit of the mecha, holding the azure dragon sword. The somersault cloud under his feet increased his speed to the maximum, and he soon caught up with Doragon. Blue Lotus Sword Song. The first move, Blue Lotus Solitaire. Green lotus grew from the tip of the sword, and the lotus flowers spread to Doragon's chest at an extremely fast speed. You dare! Akuma's eyes were red with anger. He really hadn't expected that under such circumstances, the human man would dare to get down from the mecha and try his best to kill Dragon. Ha! Then you see clearly. Zhou Shiyan was too lazy to say anything more. He hit Doragon with a sword. A green lotus exploded on its chest. The strange yet beautiful green lotus flowers pierced through its broken dragon core. Dragon looked at the Akuma getting closer and closer, raised his claws unwillingly, subconsciously grabbed the air, and finally dropped them weakly. The azure dragon sword was retracted, and Zhou Shiyan flashed back to the co-pilot seat of the Wushuang. Well done, Zhou Shiyan. As Wushuang retreated quickly, Inhu approached. You are such a waste. You died in just 2 hits. How am I going to report this to the prophet? This is so annoying. This is so annoying. I have no choice but to kill you all. Akuma's arms shook, and the sickle made a crunching sound as it rubbed against his metal skin. Under the continuous shaking, the metal skin on Akuma's body began to change, from loose skin with various protrusions to armor made of metal scales. In short, armor grew on some vital parts, and it changed from an upright humanoid monster into a mecha. Super secret 3,000 blades. A low roar erupted from its throat, and the sickle swung in the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, enough to cut through the void, causing the sharp blade to surge out in disrupted space. At close range, Wushuang had no time to fight back, so he simply started blocking with the yin-yang dagger. However, the number of sharp blades seemed to be as many as 3,000, and the endless attacks made the Wushuang begin to struggle and start to suffer injuries. The complete level, called Long, is so domineering that it completely suppresses the Wushuang account, and it even finds it extremely difficult to fight back. A tiger climbing a mountain. The tiger roared as it passed, blocking all the sharp blade attacks, and the tiger stood in front of the Wushuang. Seeing his big brother coming, Zhou Shiyun stopped running away. He turned around and stopped, making an internationally recognized contempt gesture towards Akuma. This scene made Akuma so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched, and he was speechless. Master Inhu, there is no need to talk about morality with it. Let's fight together and kill it. Inhu did not refuse. He tore through the void with his claws and fought with Akuma head-on again. Zhou Shiyun was not idle either. Originally, Wushuang was an assassin with agility attributes. At this moment, he used his somersault cloud and covered the area of the god of fighting, and launched a fierce attack on Akuma. Akuma, who was restrained, could do nothing about him. The dagger in his hand was wielded with a sparkling light, and every flash of cold light would leave a wound on Akuma's body. Although Zhou Shiyun couldn't break through its vital defenses in a short time, the feeling of slowly grinding it down was not bad. Finally, Akuma seemed to be too confident in himself, or he did not believe in Zhou Shiyun's strength. Due to carelessness, the scales on the vital part of its waist disappeared, but it did not replenish them immediately. This scene was captured by Zhou Shiyun, who was very observant. A dagger stabbed straight in. Puff! The gushing black blood deformed the Akuma's movements, and Inhu seized the opportunity to attack its vital points with his claws. Akuma had no choice but to protect his vital parts and took the tiger claw attack with his body. But what it didn't expect was that the power of the tiger suddenly became strong. It thought it could take the blow without any problem, but now it has been blown away. Zhou Shiyun also took advantage of the opportunity and launched a few more elemental attacks. In the sand and smoke, Akuma appeared again, covered in dust and blood, with one hand transformed into a claw and covering his waist. At this time, it had to re-examine the strength of the two people in front of it. It thought that this mission would be extremely easy, but now it is in trouble. If it stays any longer, it will probably become the next Doragon. Looking at Doragon's body being gradually swallowed by the Seven-Finger Mountain not far away, Akuma shuddered. If it died here, that adult would definitely devour it. Thinking of this, Akuma's eyes changed, and he would definitely not die. It's called Dragon Power. Akuma Demon Heart. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a huge heart beating appeared strangely in the field, and every beat made Zhou Shiyun feel that the blood in his body was shocked, as if it was about to burst out in the next moment. When I looked at the Akuma again, it was no longer as weak as before. All his injuries healed, his core power became strong again, and his body even grew 2 sizes larger. It said with full energy, "Did you consume the energy I have accumulated for 200 years? I will make you pay with your lives." Akuma's eyes were bloodshot, and 2 extremely deformed horns grew from his head. The strange sound of his heartbeat continued to roar. D. Akuma's eyes widened, and 2 dark red beams converged into an extremely fast laser. The laser flew and hit the Wushuang directly. Even though Zhou Shiyun tried his best to dodge to the left, the laser still hit Wushuang's right arm. Boom. The outer armor on the right arm near the shoulder was like butter being cut by a hot knife, and it couldn't stop it at all. Wushuang staggered, and his right arm could not be held steady at all. It fell straight down, hanging in front of him by several transmission lines made of better material. Zhou Shiyun, run! This guy is fighting for his life. Inhu reminded immediately. Zhou Shiyun controlled the Wushuang to dock his arm and used Kato's hand to restore the mecha. He said calmly, "It will fight hard, and so will I." After saying that, Zhou Shiyun's pupils shrank, and brilliant golden light rose from the depths of his eyes. Miracle of Fighting, Chapter 146, Crisis. The full-scale invasion of the dragon. The remaining fighting miracle in Zhou Shiyun's body completely erupted. Compared with the fighting miracle used by the fighting god, the power of his miracle explosion was purer and more powerful. The power of the ancient fighting god emerged and quickly filled the power reactor of the Wushuang. This is not the end. After the fighting miracle filled the core power reactor, it flowed into all parts of the Wushuang, flowed through Strelitzia's body, and was finally recovered by Zhou Shiyun. War! The fighting god's power was completely aroused, and the strong aura of the fighting god made Akuma narrow his eyes slightly. Strelitzia Regini felt that she had never been so powerful before. She was enveloped by a force beyond her own cognition, and every limb was filled with strength. The somersault cloud rose from under the feet of the Wushuang, and the Tai Chi Baiwa diagram on its back merged into its body. Tai Chi Baiwa, Yin and Yang suppress. Two auras, one black and one white, gushed out from Wushuang's body, wrapping the yin-yang dagger, and the Li position in the Baiwa diagram turned into a huge word Zhen. The two sides collided violently in midair, and the inky black demonic power frantically bit the yin and yang energies on the Wushuang. The yin and yang energies were not to be outdone. They emerged from the yin and yang dagger and smashed into the devil's power with the word Zhen. How could this be? How could my source of power be suppressed by you? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It seems that the two sides are evenly matched, but the yin and yang energies seem to have no source, and the continuous high-frequency output makes Akuma more and more difficult to resist. The Tiger King roars in the mountains. Inu let out a loud roar, and the tiger with hanging eyes roared hard in the void. It was this roar that became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The demonic power in Akuma's body was temporarily stagnant by this roar. Zhou Shiyun, who had always been observant, naturally would not let go of this opportunity. He shot out the yang dagger in his hand and cut off the flow of the demonic power. Wushuang flew forward, retracted the yang dagger, and at the same time stabbed the yin dagger fiercely into Akuma's body. The yin and yang energies converged in Akuma's body, instantly dispersing the demonic power. Even if Akuma retreated violently the moment he came to his senses, he would be helpless against the yin and yang energies in his body. The yin and yang energies were raging in its body, not only blocking its demonic power, but also causing its body to begin to shatter. When the yin and yang energies in the body were completely cleared, the Wushuang came again from the front, and the Yinhu from the back was also watching covetously. At this point, Akuma was powerless to save the situation, and even if he ran away, there was nowhere to escape. I'll drag you down with me even if I die. Akuma was unwilling to wait for death, so he rushed towards Zhou Shiyun angrily, ready to self-destruct. Forget it, go back, Akuma. At least you are still useful. Just as Akuma closed his eyes, the remaining power in his body began to circulate, and he began to self-destruct. A voice stopped it and easily suppressed the force that set it in motion. At this moment, Inu flashed in front of Zhou Shiyun, blocking his attack, and looked at the old dragon that appeared in front of him as if facing a great enemy. Its body was hunched, and its skin was no longer dark, but a mixture of light white and gray. Its claws drooped limply, and it looked like something that was about to die of old age and enter a grave. Call the Dragon Prophet. Nice to meet you again, Ino. The last time we met seemed to be more than 300 years ago, right? Oh no, it wasn't you last time. It was your master. After hearing their conversation, Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva and looked at the old dragon again. I vaguely remember that there seemed to be a photo of it in the textbook. It is one of the earliest dragons born in the wasteland, and it exists from birth to train dragons. If the mother body is called dragon, it is all power and the origin of everything. Then this prophet called Long is the originator of all the evil deeds of Long. It was the first to transform its digestive system, allowing later dragons to quickly gain momentum by eating humans. It developed the method of using the dragon's own metal skin and taught it abnormal attack methods. It even made great efforts to study humans and mechas, making the fighting style of the dragons more and more primitive and becoming more like human mechas. To the group of dragons, it is a great prophet and a beacon leading the dragons forward. But for humans, this old thing is absolutely evil. Old thing, weren't you beaten enough last time? Have your wounds healed? Instead of hiding in your nest, honestly, why are you coming out to cause trouble again? Inu said in a cold tone. Haha, little girl, that's just rude. Did you know that even your master doesn't dare to talk to me like that? Idiot. The old man stamped his feet in anger, but ultimately did not attack Inhu. Forget it. I won't say any more to you. Anyway, you humans are about to be destroyed. The young master should have launched the attack now, right? Then there is no point for us to be here. After saying that, the prophet dragon raised his claw and waved it. The dark miasma of the Seven Fingers Mountain was quickly recovered and all poured into the interior of the Seven Fingers Mountain. The remaining level 1 and level 2 dragons quickly moved towards this side. But even if all the remaining dragons were gathered together, there were not nearly as many as imagined. On the contrary, there are very few dragons left in Chiji Mountain. At the top of the mountain, the miasma is the deepest. A shadow broke through the miasma and was retrieved by the prophet. It was a piece of skin, a pitch-black dragon skin, which was recovered by the prophet like a cicada's molt. "Old man, what is this? What did your young master launch?" The prophet's eyelids drooped, and he said, "You don't know yet?" "Oh, yes, the miasma blocked the signal." "Ha ha, let me tell you. Our young master has already revived. He just lay dormant for a short time to deploy the various dragon groups. Seven Finger Mountain is just a hoax to attract your attention. The one who has been absorbing that energy is just a layer of skin shed by our young master. The real main force has been transferred away long ago." As he spoke, the old dragon shook the leather in his hand and spoke again. "Poor fellow, he's still kept in the dark. I think the young master's counterattack should have already begun by now. Ha 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 ha. Quickly turn on the communication channel and listen. I want to see your sorrowful faces." Strelitzia was already dumbfounded. If she really did what it said, I opened the communication channel tremblingly, and noisy sounds rang out continuously. "The city is under attack by a dragon. The city is under attack by a dragon. Requesting support. The city was attacked by 2 dragons. The guardian was killed. We request support from the Sky City. The city is destroyed. The city is destroyed. A large number of dragons are beginning to move south. Please pay attention. 5 super large dragon tribes are attacking the city together. Requesting support. Requesting support." The old dragon joked. "Well, did you hear it? Haha, but don't worry, you can't escape. Come on, kill them together." Chapter 147, Urgent Explosion of Tiger. When the miasma of Chiji Mountain was absorbed, Zhou Shiyin had a panoramic view of the entire scene of Chiji Mountain. Different from what one might imagine, apart from the corpses of low-level dragons all over the ground, there aren't that many high-level dragons at all. Even the leaders of the super-large dragon tribe were only Akuma and the already dead Doragon. With information from the outside world pouring in, Zhou Shiyin admitted that he was a little panicked, especially when he heard that the city was surrounded by the 5 dragon tribes. Even though he believed in Dilly's strength, Zhou Shiyin couldn't help feeling worried. But the dragon next to him would not be so kind, and he could distract Zhou Shiyin and make him think about other things. The roar of the howling dragons brought Zhou Shiyin back to reality. Zhou Shiyin looked up and saw that all the howling dragons around him had gathered and surrounded him and Inhu. 11 madly blood-sucking super howling dragons, led by Akuma, surrounded Zhou Shiyin and the other 2 in the center. At the outermost edge of the encirclement were hundreds of super howling dragons with smelly saliva drooling. The great prophet named Long, surrounded by everyone, suddenly turned into misty smoke and disappeared. "Hurry up and take care of them. I have to get to the young master's side. Akuma, don't let me down again." Akuma nodded seriously, and after watching the prophet's figure completely disappear, he looked at Zhou Shiyin and the other 2 again. "Haha, let's see what you can do this time." 11 super dragons surrounded them from all directions, revealing their terrifying pressure. Even if these people called dragons are not tribal leaders, or even if they are only half-baked in strength, they were forcibly promoted. But the strength of the level cannot be faked, and the pressure from 11 dragons joined forces to suppress it. Inhu, who had been secretly competing with the Akuma's aura, groaned. The sudden pressure on her body made her a little breathless. Zhou Shiyin, 11 great masters plus a leader, are no longer something our broken bodies can resist. Later, I will open a gap for you to escape. You can't get into trouble. Inhu said softly, looking at the situation on the field, and spoke again. That old guy should really be gone. We still have a chance. Zhou Shiyin wanted to say something, but when he saw the Wushuang number starting to decline, he didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the fighting god's domain is not omnipotent. Even though its effects are powerful, it cannot withstand continuous outbreaks and endless stream of enemies. "No," Strelitzia Wang said calmly. "Zhou Shiyin and I are not children anymore. Why do we need Lord Inhu to do this? We have nothing to fear from sacrifice. Since Zhou Shiyin and I have joined the countermeasure team, we are ready to sacrifice." Strelitzia had a determined look in her eyes, and the Wushuang's thrusters roared, taking the brunt of the attack and being the first to burst out. The power reactor frantically absorbed the energy from Zhou Shiyin and put it all into the attack system. The Tai Chi diagram stands tall on the battlefield, unyieldingly declaring its tremendous fighting spirit. Even though, facing the 11 dragons led by Akuma, the warriors had to try hard to find opportunities to counterattack amid the intensive attacks. even though the warriors was forced to passively take the beating. But the huge amount of energy is still being output continuously. Even if he has to take a few attacks from the dragon, he will still swing the yin-yang dagger in his hand. The kids have surpassed me. Inu took a few steps in the air, and his fingers moved, forming several ancient large seals. Put the index finger and middle finger of your right hand together and press the major acupoints on your body to create openings. The pure source core energy flowed out from the wound, and before it could dissipate in the air, it was swallowed up by the phantom of the tiger lurking behind Inhu. When Inhu's body became visibly thinner, the tiger behind him suddenly opened his eyes. The tiger's eyes swept across, and Mu Ran hid his body, lurking in the void. God has bestowed upon all living things the 12 earthly branches of the tiger to guide them. The divine power of the tiger completely erupted, and the third of the 12 earthly branches, In, also officially revealed his abilities. The giant tiger reappeared, and had already come behind a supersized dragon. It opened its mouth wide and swallowed the dragon directly with its powerful suction. The divine gift circulated, and the dragon was quickly digested. The pure power fed back to the giant tiger itself, making its strength rise again. In means to lead, move, and the growth of all things. The extremely fast speed is in perfect harmony with his ability to devour life force and feed it back to himself. After several super dragons were devoured in succession, Akuma's expression changed. He shouted, "Don't worry about the mecha. Kill that woman. Otherwise, the tiger will keep growing stronger and we won't be able to stop it." After saying that, it swung the sickle in its hand, forcing back the wushuang and rushing towards the now extremely weak Inhu. "Come and die." The sickle was swung, but the tiger was already exhausted and had no extra strength to resist. "Roar!" The tiger roared loudly, and the tiger, which could already be called a very ferocious beast, appeared beside Inhu, staring at Akuma with a fierce look. The tiger's thick beard trembled slightly, and the energy in the air gradually made the uneasy factors in his body excited. He felt that if he could swallow the dragon in front of him, his power would reach its peak. "In, go break the encirclement. I don't need you here," Inu said, but the giant tiger called In did not listen to her. It stood silently beside In and stared at Akuma fiercely. "Is this the famous tiger? Huh, I've heard about your strength a long time ago. Today I'm going to give it a try." Akuma raised his sickle high and rushed forward again. While he chopped down the giant tiger with one blade, he chopped down the tiger below with the other blade. The giant tiger slapped the air, leaped up suddenly, slapped the incoming sickle with one claw, and stretched out the other claw forward, forcing Akuma to put away his knife and defend himself. The two sides soon engaged in a battle, and the giant tiger, which was held back to protect Inhu, lost the chance to evolve its strength. The only turning point was blocked, and even if Inhu was anxious, there was nothing he could do at the moment. She had no choice but to restore the source nuclear energy in her body while harassing the dragons that surrounded Zhou Shiyuan. But the other dragons were obviously not stupid either. Most of them broke free from the wushuang and rushed towards the Inhu. The wushuang, which was almost running out of fuel, couldn't even launch a strong counterattack, let alone help Inhu stop them. Facing the 7 charging dragons, Inhu narrowed her eyes slightly. If she, as the carrier of the divine power, was killed, In would immediately dissipate. "I should have fallen here today, but," looking at Zhou Shiyuan, she couldn't help feeling a little guilty. This kid isn't even 20 years old yet, and he has such great talent. Inu's whole body was filled with golden energy. She was never afraid of death. "Xiaohu, come over here at 4 o'clock. I'll pick you up." A deep female voice sounded in the room. Chapter 148, Rescue Blood and Fire. Hearing this somewhat heavy female voice, Inhu's tense expression suddenly relaxed. The source nuclear energy surged under his feet, and he leaped towards the 4 o'clock direction of the battlefield. The man was wearing the same golden armor, and his body was even bigger than the tiger in its prime. His height of over 2 meters and close to 3 meters shows off his muscles perfectly. His muscles are full of explosive power, which makes Jean Kai bulge. But despite her huge body, she has a baby face that doesn't match her figure. With a small nose and a small mouth, and 2 beautiful eyes that blink almost filling up half of her face, she looks just like a childhood cartoon princess from the TV. "Sister Ugly Cow." The tiger excitedly high-fived the ox, and both of them looked very happy. "Xiaohu, we haven't seen each other for almost 10 years since I handed the countermeasures team over to you. Your physique is still not good enough. I told you, it's not enough to just work hard. You also have to eat well." I'm healthy. You're overtrained. Inhu waved his hand and said, Why did Sky City send you out? Don't you need to guard the other dimension over there? Chonyo shook his head and said, Anyway, since the alien space is unstable, those powerful guys can't get in. Those who can get in are just trash. Our wasteland is about to be destroyed. Why do we still care about those trash? But if this happens, many more people will die. There's nothing we can do about it. I heard that the general was in a difficult situation when he issued this order. But don't worry, those alien spaces that have not been cleared and still pose potential threats are still under surveillance. Chonyo blinked his big eyes and spoke again. As far as I know, Z-Rat, Wei Sheep, and Sea Snake should have come out and have gone to the main battlefield to provide support. I don't know if there will be any more in the future. Where is the general? Inhu asked. After hearing that young Master Long had tricked him, the general was so angry that he picked up the hero's sword and headed straight for young Master Long's lair. Inhu nodded, and the two of them exchanged a brief greeting. Then she sat cross-legged in the air and began to regulate her breathing and recover behind Chunyu. The ox turned around, with a golden crown covering its face and two huge horns appearing on its head. The khaki horn seemed to have flowing light, and the ugly bull, known as the humanoid weapon, began to exert its strength. He stomped his feet on the ground, and the void shook. It leaped to the top of a dragon's head, stepped down with its big feet, and broke the dragon's neck directly. Then, Ugly Ox put its hands around the sharp horns on the dragon's head. With such sudden force, she actually tore off the dragon's head. The khaki horns on Ugly Ox's head flickered, and a beam of laser shot into the broken wound of the dragon, directly shattering its dragon core and eliminating the possibility of its recovery. Clenching his fists, Ugly Bull laughed loudly and said, I haven't had such a pleasant fight in a long time. I was suppressed in the alien space. I almost forgot how strong my muscles are. After saying that, he stepped on Jiaolong's corpse, flew up again, retracted his fist, and punched out. He knocked a chasing dragon back several steps, then raised his hands high, clenched them into a ball, and smashed them hard on the back of the dragon, directly smashing the dragon's legs and feet, breaking them and embedding them into the ground. In the distance, even Zhou Shiyun, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, saw this scene. The Ugly Ox perfectly describes the word fierce and vigorous, and showed Zhou Shiyun what a top-level physical body is. Her tyrannical body was strong enough to withstand all of her source core energy rushing through her body, and in return, her body became more powerful than ever before. After killing the 7 chasing dragons one by one, Chunyu opened the mask on his head and breathed deeply. Great! So great! After stretching his sore body, the mask on the ugly bull's head fell again, and the horns appeared again. After looking at the battlefield, Chonyo leaped towards Zhou Shiyun. By the time Zhou Shiyun had killed the remaining 4 level dragons, Inhu had also recovered most of his strength. He controlled his divine power and bit Akuma's neck tightly. When the battle was over, the might of the fighting spirit dissipated, and the power reactor of the Wushuang was completely scrapped due to excessive use. In desperation, Zhou Shiyun and Strelitzia had to leave the cockpit of Wushuang and face the ox and the tiger. Originally, Tiger was a head taller than Zhou Shiyun. At this moment, Zhou Shiyun, who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, looked like a human figure standing in front of Ox. Inu came from not far away, killed and ate Akuma, who still had a breath left, and then took back his divine gift. When Ian returned to her body, her complexion regained its rosy complexion. Puff! Inu suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his cheeks, which had originally regained their rosy color, turned a little gray. It's okay. That guy's demonic power burned my mouth a bit, but it will be fine after I digest it. Seeing that she was indeed not seriously injured, Chunyu finally felt relieved and looked at the remaining dragons who were fleeing in all directions on the battlefield. She said, Leave the follow-up here to others. We have to go to the front line. Boy, are you okay? Do you need a rest? When faced with Chonyo's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but feel a little nervous. These are all minor issues. By the way, Lord Chunyu, I want to ask about the city. Over there. Oh, don't worry. Your city's patron Saint Dilly's is not that simple. Besides, isn't Esley also with you? After hearing Chonyo's answer, Zhou Shiyun finally put down the stone in his heart. But kid, you can't just go back to the city next. As a countermeasure team, we are busier than going to support the troops. Chonyo spoke again. Now, we have to rush south to stop those dragons that are rushing out of the pass and protect the fresh water source in the south. After the ox finished speaking, He flew up, and the tiger followed closely behind. Zhou Shiyun used his somersault cloud to pick up Princess Strelitzia and followed. Wait, I can fly by myself. Put me down. Being held in this position, Strelitzia felt a little embarrassed and her cheeks felt a little hot. Okay, just focus on recovering and leave the journey to me. Flying south, thick miasma was everywhere, and countless dragons were roaring in the darkness. When passing the city, Zhou Shiyun felt his heart stop for a moment. The outline of a small city could be vaguely seen in the broken ruins. There were bright red bloodstains everywhere, but no human bodies were to be found. The flames spread throughout the entire city, and the rolling heat waves caused the surrounding miasma to fly around. Looking at the houses that were pushed down and trampled, and the broken mechas with big holes in their chests, Zhou Shiyun felt his throat burning, and the anger burned from his heart to his whole body. These dogs are just looking for humans to eat. Chapter 149. Joining the maintenance department. Everyone flew across the city at high speed. Looking at the devastated city, Zhou Shiyun sighed slightly. There was no way out. Facing a group of dragons of that size, the city, as a medium-sized city, had no way to resist. With the movement of his fingers, pure source nuclear energy popped out. Zhou Shiyun extinguished the flames that were burning in the city and gathered the broken mechas in the center of the city. Afterwards, Zhou Shiyun continued on his way. As for searching for survivors, Zhou Shiyun not only didn't have the time, but there were no survivors in the city. The broken houses were almost hollowed out, without any trace of human life. All this told Zhou Shiyun that there were no living people left in the city. The four of them went south, and ruins were everywhere. All the small cities along the way were destroyed beyond recognition, but just like the city, there were no human corpses. The burning flames rose from the ruins of the city and slowly burned into Zhou Shiyun's heart. A flame called revenge gradually burned Zhou Shiyun's soul. Not only Zhou Shiyun, but Inhu, Chunyu, and Strelitzia were also silent. Everyone quietly sped up their pace. We're almost there. The Yangtze River Pass. We'll fly in directly from above. Be careful. Don't get stopped. If you're shot down into a group of dragons, even the gods can't save you. Chunyu was flying in front of the crowd and gave a reminder. Zhou Shiyun gathered his mind, concealed the overflowing source core energy, and controlled the somersault cloud to elevate his body. As their altitude increased, Zhou Shiyun and others could see the vast terrain. The towering dam is located in the middle of the river. The surging river water crashes into the dam's gate, and the water flows in waves, which makes people's hearts surge. Around the dam are three towering walls in a circular shape. The three walls were built in sequence. The outer one is the shortest and most dangerous, followed by the middle one, and the innermost wall is the tallest, strongest, and safest. Between the city walls, there are teams of mechas parked. These mechas have a heavy appearance, with camouflage green dotted on the body, and are equipped with a variety of heavy firepower. Hundreds of spaceships were hovering above the city wall, scattered in an orderly manner over the entire wall. Below the airship, the mecha stretched out its shining gun barrels and muzzles, shocking people in all directions. On top of the city wall, people can be seen running around busy everywhere, and various heavy firepower are parked at the entrance of the city wall. However, compared with those heavy mechas and airships hovering in the sky, these heavy firepower seems insignificant. There were dazzling, incandescent headlights everywhere, which combined to illuminate the entire pass. These lights seemed to have been modified, and the lights spread around, illuminating the thick miasma. Outside the city wall, about 30 miles away, where the light could not reach, black dragons all raised their heads, hiding in the miasma, staring at the figure at the pass. These dragons are well-trained, and each one calls out or looks up at the city gate, or with their heads down to rest. There was no dragon roaring, no dragon running around. Zhou Shiyun felt a little scared when he saw the weird scene of Longjingma. Everyone rushed past and flew straight into the pass from the group of dragons. Stop! Show your identity! Led by Chonyo, the four people's nuclear energy was stimulated one by one. A machine on the top of the city wall recorded the four people's nuclear energy and began to analyze it. Southwest Sanlong Pass. Welcome to your arrival. The four of them flew into the city, where several women in exoskeleton armor had been waiting for a long time. Great! Our Sanlongwan savior has finally arrived. A woman took the initiative to step forward. The exoskeleton armor on her hand was automatically removed, and she stretched out her somewhat rough right hand. Ugly Ox didn't put on airs and stretched out his huge right hand to shake hands with her. Mr. Chunyu, I am the temporary combat commander of San Longwen. On behalf of 5,214 series pilots, 2,531 series pilots, 320 series mechas, 8 codenamed mecha pilots including myself, and 67 mecha repairmen, I salute you. Son? Everyone beat their chests with their right hands, looking extremely solemn. Then, a transparent crystal plate automatically popped out from the communicator on her arm, and the crystal plate flew and merged into Jean Kai of Ugly Ox. The Battle Tiger Talisman has been handed over. Sir Chunyu, please give your instructions. Thanks for your hard work. Chunyu patted her shoulder, and then Jean Kai was shocked. He quickly understood the information about Sanlong Pass through the Tiger Talisman crystal board. Okay, calm down and notify the captains of each team to come to my place for a meeting. After everyone arrived, Chunyu began to assign tasks. Zhou Shiyun, lead the mecha maintenance technicians to repair the battle mecha as quickly as possible. 10 hours. I want to see results in 10 hours. We can't be surrounded by dragons all the time. We can't be at a disadvantage. The task was quickly assigned, and Zhou Shiyun temporarily separated from Strelitzia and was taken by a soldier to the maintenance department of San Longwen. Along the way, when the drivers on the city wall saw Zhou Shiyun, they would nod their heads actively, and no one cared about his young appearance. Their expressions were extremely resolute, and their faces, which had been beaten by wind and frost for many years, were angular. Wearing special combat uniforms, they looked so handsome that it touched Zhou Shiyun's heart. The leading driver pushed open a big door and led Zhou Shiyun in. Clapping her hands, she said loudly, "Come on, everyone, look over here." She pointed at Zhou Shiyun and introduced him to everyone. "This is Zhou Shiyun, your new leader. He has a great background. You have all heard of the mythical repairman, right? This is the legendary mythical repairman." Amid the surprised gazes of the crowd, Zhou Shiyun walked slowly forward. While these men were looking at him, he was also looking at these men. The strong smell of engine oil accompanied by the evaporation of sweat makes the air smell unpleasant. But none of the maintenance technicians here showed any discomfort. Some of them wore anti-glare glasses and crawled out from under the mecha, while others were shirtless and holding a huge hammer in their hands, resetting a baffle. "This is Zhou Shiyun. I heard that he has awakened 3 mythical skills. They are all related to mechas. My goodness, such a precious genius is also going to the front line." Everyone was talking at once, looking at the extremely young Zhou Shiyun and discussing. Ahem. Zhou Shiyun coughed twice, walked in front of the driver, and looked at the nearly 70 people in the huge repair warehouse in front of him. He nodded and said, "Nice to meet you. My name is Zhou Shiyun. In the next period of time, I will guide you to repair the damaged mechas. Don't worry about my professional strength. My mecha repair theory is also top-notch. If you encounter a problem that you can't solve yourself, just contact me immediately." Chapter 150, A Tough Problem. The men looked at each other. All of them were shocked by Zhou Shiyun. If a kid of 17 or 18 years old dared to make such a claim and threatened to teach everyone present how to repair their mechas, no one would be convinced. But this is Zhou Shiyun. This is a mythical repairman who has reached the level of affinity with the mechanical heart. The mountains that an ordinary maintenance engineer would find difficult to climb in his lifetime are like lowlands in front of this guy. No one said anything and turned back to their work. The crowd dispersed, and only a middle-aged man, about 30 years old, with a scruffy beard stayed. "Lord Zhou Shiyun, I am. You don't have to call me sir. Just speak normally." The middle-aged man nodded, and without saying anything else, he continued, "I am Rin Chiyu, a top maintenance engineer. I would like to ask you a question." "That's what you said." Zhou Shiyun didn't realize that this unkempt middle-aged man was actually a top-level maintenance technician. If this had happened when he graduated from the Mecha Academy, he would probably have been a hotly sought-after character. "I have a codenamed Mecha with a special situation. The element converter was scrapped due to overload. After I replaced it, the element conversion was normal, even the same as before, but the element spirit disappeared." "Oh, take me to see it." Zhou Shiyun became interested. The middle-aged man hurriedly led the way, and the two of them rushed to an open space nearby. "I have never seen such a situation in the past few decades. Logically speaking, if the elemental spirit disappears, how can the elemental transformation be accurate? But this mecha is so weird." Pointing to a suspended, gilded mecha, he spread his hands. Zhou Shiyun nodded and then touched it. The information was transmitted into his mind through the communicator in his hand. But these were all things that made no sense, so Zhou Shiyun simply turned on his keen observation. Series, codename Mecha, Nightblade. The sleeping elemental spirit occupies its place and cannot be cleared or destroyed. Weakness. Unstable energy transmission at the left knee joint. Unstable element conversion frequency. Zhou Shiyun crossed his arms and gave the answer to the middle-aged man next to him. The elemental spirit of this mecha has fallen asleep, and it is hiding somewhere inside the mecha, preventing the emergence of new elemental spirits. Go ask its pilot what is going on. The man nodded quickly and ran out of the maintenance warehouse. Zhou Shiyun looked at this big thing and felt a little emotional. Wow, overloaded military energy transmission cables. Even Vibranium Kai has made carbon fiber wrapping. This big guy is a war machine fed by money. His basic ability is at least twice as strong as that of Qi Yinwu in the city. Soon, a woman hurriedly ran in following the middle-aged man. Hello, Lord Zhou Shiyun. I am the pilot of Nightblade. May I ask what happened to my mecha? After looking at the anxious sister, Zhou Shiyun didn't bother to correct her. He said, "You said it was due to the overload of elements. What happened at that time?" Well, I remember that when I was releasing the elements, I had no more energy left. After the conversion power was turned up to the maximum, I forced a shot and stopped the conversion. What else? Anything else? The driver thought about it and suddenly said, I remember. When I was forcibly converting the elements, the elemental spirit resisted several times, but I was fighting at the time, so I thought it was the element converter that was slow, so I ignored it. The elemental spirit is resisting? Zhou Shiyun touched his chin. This matter was a bit difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, elemental spirits, whose mental abilities are almost like those of 2- or 3-year-old children, would not show so many changes in emotions. The elemental spirits will not actively block or resist the driver's manipulation. However, the elemental spirit of this mecha disobeyed the driver's orders. It's a bit tricky. Zhou Shiyun stepped on the spot, thinking about the problem. By the way, let me see the element converter you took apart earlier. Zhou Shiyun said. Okay. The middle-aged man rummaged through a pile of spare parts nearby and pulled out a lump of pitch-black stuff. It has been almost completely burned, and only its outline can be vaguely seen as an element converter. Yes, it should be. When Zhou Shiyun saw the broken element converter, his conjecture was finally confirmed. If I'm not mistaken, your element converter is out of warranty and you didn't replace it regularly. Look, isn't the transmission path here designed for years ago? Pointing to a bulge, the middle-aged man followed suit. The female driver nodded and said a little embarrassedly, Indeed, I haven't replaced these parts for a long time, but I have no problem using them, right? Zhou Shiyun spoke again. After the service life has expired, you can still overclock or perform large-scale element conversions. All of these are done by the elemental spirit on its own initiative. In other words, the elemental spirit of Nightblade has been in a state of being exploited. In this state, you still forced the element conversion when you were running out of energy that day. This was undoubtedly killing the elemental spirit. That's why it resisted so much. Zhou Shiyun shook his head and continued. Just imagine, you work so hard to complete your work, but in return you are being exploited to the point of losing your life. Who can accept that? After hearing Zhou Shiyun's words, the female driver was stunned. She never thought that her negligence would cause the elemental spirit to suffer so much. Well, now what should I do? Am I going to lose it? Her voice trembled slightly and contained a hint of crying. Don't worry. Since I'm here, this won't happen. Zhou Shiyun's powerful voice gave the female driver a shot in the arm. Okay, you go into the cockpit of the Nightblade first and start it up, and leave the rest to me. The female pilot flew into the cockpit of the Nightblade, and with the roar of the power reactor, the mecha started. Zhou Shiyun pressed forward with one hand, and energy surged out of his hand wildly. God-level enchantment. Ding, enchantment is successful. The power system of the enchantment target is improved by 30. The source core energy transmission speed is increased by 0, and the elemental affinity is increased by 50. Quick, seize this opportunity and try to communicate with the elemental spirits and coax them. Before the female driver had time to feel the strange feeling in her body, after hearing Zhou Shiyun's words, she quickly concentrated her mind and immersed herself in the elemental world. After doing all this, Zhou Shiyun clapped his hands and sat aside, waiting quietly. Chapter 151. The Humiliation of Calling Dragon. The middle-aged man next to him looked at the debugging panel in his hand in amazement. Master Zhou Shiyun, your god-level enchantment is truly powerful. This mecha has already reached the limit of the codename mecha, and it can be enhanced so much. Today is really an eye-opener for me. Haha, that's nothing. Hearing this man's nice words, Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but feel happy. As Nightblade's new element converter vibrates, the metal elements are absorbed and converted extremely quickly. Feeling the inexplicable fluctuations in the air, Zhou Shiyun began to observe everything clearly. In the element retention area on the element converter, a vague shadow sat with its back to the crowd, folding its arms, looking extremely aggrieved. The female driver had already started communicating with it, but Zhou Shiyun couldn't hear clearly what they were talking about. However, seeing the deep affection and true feelings expressed by the female driver, Zhou Shiyun nodded and thought that the matter should be settled. As expected, not long after, as the elemental spirit appeared above the Nightblade, the repair was completed perfectly. The female driver was ecstatic. She shook Zhou Shiyun's hand again and again, then drove the Nightblade out of the repair warehouse. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help but exclaimed, "You're amazing. The problem that has troubled me for almost 5 days was easily solved by you. It's just my job. Come to me if there's any problem." After saying that, Zhou Shiyun left the middle-aged man's workstation. He actually had his own exclusive workstation, which had been pointed out to him by the female soldier who had led the way. It even had a small office for rest. Seeing that no one was looking for him anymore, Zhou Shiyun simply returned to his workstation. After all, the Ox has a hard target of 10 hours, and he has been assigned a lot of tasks. When you arrive at your workstation and your face is recognized to confirm your identity, the rolling door will automatically rise. Next, what came into Zhou Shiyun's sight were the broken mechas. These mechas parked at their workstations either had their chests completely hollowed out or were cut in half. It can be said that there are basically no mechas with minor injuries at Zhou Shiyun's workstation. Zhou Shiyun gave a bitter smile, but didn't say anything. He quickly observed every detail and saw the situation of each mecha clearly. After carefully selecting the mechanical parts he needed, Zhou Shiyun immediately began to repair these mechas. In fact, Zhou Shiyun originally wanted to call out Wu Ming directly and use his ability to repair the mecha. But Zhou Shiyun thought about it and realized that the war was still going on. If Wu Ming was exhausted now, it would be too late when Zhou Shiyun needed to use Wu Ming's power at the critical moment. However, even without Wu Ming's endless life, Zhou Shiyun's advanced repair theory and the magical skill Kato's hand can repair these mechas at an extremely fast speed. 12 hours later, the last mecha in the warehouse was transported to the front line. Zhou Shiyun's nuclear energy shook, clearing the filth on his body, and followed it out of the repair warehouse. Originally, after 8 hours of repair work, Zhou Shiyun had already repaired all the mechas at his workstation. Zhou Shiyun spent the remaining 4 hours instructing other maintenance technicians on how to repair the mechas. Seeing the empty repair warehouse, the other mechanical maintenance engineers were all a little bit unbelievable. Wow, this is our workload for the past 2 weeks. He actually handled it all by himself. Have you seen his workstation? The damage to those mechas is incredible. Looking at Zhou Shiyun's leisurely back, everyone inexplicably felt a sense of calmness slowly rising from Zhou Shiyun. As soon as I came out of the repair warehouse, I saw that all the soldiers around me hurriedly got into their mechas and flew towards the first checkpoint. Judging from the situation, it was obvious that something big had happened. Zhou Shiyun completed his mission successfully, so naturally he followed to see what happened. When they arrived at the top of the city wall, the 2 Zodiac guardian gods, Ox and Tiger, were already standing in the center of the crowd, with Strelitzia Regini standing beside them. Seeing Zhou Shiyun coming, the crowded people on the top of the city wall took the initiative to make way for him. "What's going on?" Strelitzia's eyes were sharp as a torch, and she answered, "The encirclement of the dragon has been reduced." Zhou Shiyun then looked up and saw that the group of dragons that had been hiding in the miasma 30 miles away were now heading towards Sanlong Pass in a mighty manner. What was strange was that they did not launch an attack, as if they were all moving forward collectively. They advanced 20 miles and were only 10 miles away from Sanlong Pass. The group of howling dragons filled Zhou Shiyun's sight. Zhou Shiyun also saw that more and more howling dragons were coming out of the miasma in the back. Except for a few, these dragons that came out are generally not big in size, basically around level 3. When the entire Sanlong Pass was surrounded, a dragon stood up from the group and stepped out. "Huh, how are you, Ox and Tiger?" Chonyo's face was icy as he said, "Jin Duo, you're not dead yet. You're such a jerk that you can't die." Jean Duo was not annoyed and said with a smile, "Ugly ox, you still have a really bad temper. Don't worry, I'll show you something fun." After saying that, Jean Duo opened his big mouth and a little girl appeared on the scene. Her body was covered in smelly saliva, and many wounds had been corroded by Jean Duo's saliva. Places like ears and eyelids where there is little skin are corroded completely. She opened her bloody and somewhat empty eyes and hugged her legs helplessly. "Don't be impulsive. If we go out now, the city gate will be wide open and we will all be finished." Inhu grabbed Zhou Shiyun, who was beside him, having already anticipated Zhou Shiyun's actions. The somersault cloud under his feet dissipated. Zhou Shiyun said nothing, just stared at Jean Duo. He admitted that he was impulsive. The moment he saw the girl, all the emotions that had been pinned up in his body were instantly ignited and rushed straight into his brain. He thought to himself that he was not a reckless or virtuous person. But when he saw the miserable little girl in front of him being surrounded by countless dragons and he was unable to rescue her, his heart was broken. "Oh my, you can't stand this? What if it's like this?" After saying that, Jean Duo's claws fell down, and the little girl's arm was broken at the root. She let out an ear-splitting scream, which deeply shocked everyone present. Silence. In the dead silence, everyone was gasping for breath, anger crawling on everyone's cheeks. "Jean Duo, what's the point of doing these despicable tricks? If you have the guts, come at me head on," Chunyu said angrily, with flames in his eyes. The corners of Jean Duo's mouth cracked, bending upward in a strange arc, and he opened his mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of huge, dark, and disgusting fangs. Chapter 152. Let's fight. Humanity's confidence. "So, you humans just like to say things that make people angry. This guy seems to be a driver from some city. I left one here to look after you guys, so I haven't been able to digest her yet," Jean Duo said in a teasing tone, sticking out his tongue to lick back the saliva, looking at the little girl under him. "Now, open the checkpoint immediately." Jean Duo's tone changed. "Impossible. Don't even think about it. You were just dreaming." Ugly Ox glared at him. "Really?" Jean Duo smiled coldly, raised his huge foot, and slowly aimed it at the top of the little girl's head. As everyone was watching, Jean Duo lowered his foot little by little, ready to crush the little girl to death. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Looking at the confused and helpless girl, they felt their heart was being torn apart. As Jean Duo's foot pressed down little by little, many people covered their eyes, not wanting to see the scene at all. "Damn it, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Everyone, get on the mechas and kill them." Zhou Shiyun didn't expect that the first person who couldn't stand this scene and gave the battle order was the seemingly extremely calm Ugly Bull. As the commander of Sanlong Pass, no one would question Chunyu's authority during the war, and everyone immediately flew into their mechas. The airship hovering in the sky was also controlled, raising its gun muzzle and aiming at the group of dragons. In a flash, Zhou Shiyun rushed out. The somersault cloud moved swiftly and appeared under Jean Duo's feet in the blink of an eye. Even though he wanted to attack again, Zhou Shiyun still held back. Ignoring the thick mucus on the little girl's body, Zhou Shiyun hugged her and flew back. Strelitzia's Wushuang also flew out at the first moment. Seeing the right opportunity, Zhou Shiyun flashed directly back to Strelitzia's cockpit. "You nasty little bug!" Jean Duo did not chase Zhou Shiyun. His goal had already been achieved, and rushing into the formation rashly would only result in a loss of opportunity. "Go, everyone!" Jean Duo roared loudly, causing the dragons to charge forward like lively loaches, all roaring. The airships in the sky automatically aimed and shot out lasers, and each mecha was led by its respective captain to meet the enemy. Looking at the Dark Dragon and the Camouflage mecha starting to engage in close combat on the battlefield, Chunyu narrowed his eyes slightly. She was a calm person and was prepared to defend Sanlong Pass to the death. She would not take the initiative to attack unless it was absolutely necessary. Until a message just sent. Team 1, fire anti-aircraft guns at the left side. Team 2, charge from the middle and double team back. Team 3, provide energy shields to provide support. Go, go, go. Pay attention to the dragon at 4 o'clock. It should be a speed type. Activate the overload and kill it first. The captains gave their orders in an orderly manner. After taking a look at the gathered codenamed mechas, Chunyu nodded. Including the Wushuang, 9 codenamed mechas flew out instantly and fought on their own. After using a purification spell on the little girl to stabilize her vital signs and handing her over to the medical staff who arrived, Zhou Shiyin flashed back to the cockpit of the Wushuang again. Just keep your eyes on that Jin duo and kill him. Strelitzia nodded. The Wushuang's thrusters, which had long been maintained, roared, and he grasped the yin-yang dagger in his hand and rushed out instantly. The somersault cloud rose under the feet of the Wushuang, and Zhou Shiyin also became ruthless, activating all his skills one by one, especially Kato's hand, which he used continuously as if it were free. The purpose is to extend the bonus to every part of the mecha and improve the bonus overall. The Tai Chi diagram spread out, and the Wushuang flew through the void. The yin and yang energies left traces in the air along with ripples in the air. God of War, unparalleled slash. The two daggers crossed, the somersault cloud was flying, and the Wushuang at high speed actually crashed into a supersized dragon. At the front of the battlefield, Jin Duo, who was about to retreat after seeing that his goal had been achieved, was stunned at this moment. It never expected that with so many dragons surrounding it, there would still be people who dared to rush in. And there was more than one person. When the Wushuang broke through the outer circle and called the dragon group to face Jin Duo head-on, a statue of gilded armor just arrived. That is Nightblade. The giant sword was raised in his hand. The escaping sword energy disturbed the air. The purple sword edge was engraved into the gilded outer armor on his body, and it was full of murderous aura. Yi Fengren seemed to have activated some combat skills and was approaching Jin Duo from the right. Cool this. Jin Duo shouted loudly and swung out with a claw, leaving 3 claw marks on Yi Fengren's body. But Yi Fengren didn't care about all this. He raised the giant sword that was emitting purple light and cut through Jin Duo's defense with one sword. Then he stabbed with the giant sword and beat Jin Duo back. Zhou Shiyin swallowed his saliva. If he remembered correctly, the level of this Nightblade was just right. And I checked it myself at that time. The Nightblade is not a special model. How can he be so strong? He actually used his body to defeat Jin Duo. They are so good. We can't let them down. Let's go too. Wushuang suddenly accelerated, taking advantage of the moment when Jin Duo was forced back by Yi Fengren and attacked suddenly. The yin dagger stabs forward and the yang dagger hooks back. It's a simple move, but surprisingly effective. The yin-yang dagger was swung out, taking away pieces of Jin's skin. Yi Fengren was not to be outdone and slashed with his greatsword, leaving Jin Duo no time to defend himself. That's enough. Damn bugs. Jin Duo roared, and 2 rays shot out from his palm, temporarily repelling the 2 men. Then the wounds on his body healed instantly, and lumps began to appear on his skin. The claws stretched out, and Jin Duo was also annoyed. He rushed forward and began to attack fiercely, one claw after another, leaving no room for Wushuang and Yi Fengren to fight back. High-level elements released, the edge of gold, Fengkai. Yi Fengren roared, and spikes extended from all parts of the gilded mecha. She simply withdrew her own defense, picked up the big sword, and took Jin Duo's attack head-on, exchanging injuries with it. This is a tough guy. The last time someone this tough was a heavy artillery. Zhou Shiyin opened his mouth, but his hands did not stop, and all the energy of the source core was released into the Wushuang. Seeing the Wushuang approaching again, Jin Duo couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Super secret technique, Steel Flood." Jin Duo's claws hardened, instantly knocking the Night Blade away and stabbing straight towards the Wushuang. There was no time to dodge, and Wushuang's raised arm was pierced directly. The small dragons around also surrounded them, leaving them no room to struggle. The situation reversed in an instant. Jin Duo attacked with both claws, piercing through several layers of Wushuang's energy shield. "No, retreat quickly, we can't stop it." Just as he was about to take off, a group of small dragons behind him grabbed the Wushuang tightly. Just when the claws were about to pierce through the Wushuang, Jin Duo's body suddenly sank and his head hit the ground. Zhou Shiyin looked up and saw a figure standing above Jin Duo's head. The person who came was none other than General Altria. Chapter 153, Overwhelming Authority. Jin Duo only felt his body shake, and before he could react, he fell rapidly. Just as he was about to roar and raise his head, the source core energy refused to obey. With a turn of his eyes, he saw a tall and mighty headless dragon corpse standing behind him. Looking closely, it was his own body. It turned out that he was beheaded. Clang. In the last moment before closing its eyes, it saw Artoria pull out the great sword in her hand and take out its broken dragon core. Hiss! Zhou Shiyin took a deep breath. No matter how many times he witnessed the general's powerful strength, he would be shocked. A tribal leader as powerful as Jin Duo, called Long, was killed instantly. General, it's the general. Hero, our hero is here. Kill him. All human emotions were ignited in an instant, and all the worries and concerns in the mind were thrown behind. What was left was the high will to fight and the desire to show one's strength in front of the general. Everyone fought hard, and for a moment they managed to suppress Jiaolong, forcing him to retreat step by step. The general looked around, nodded slightly to Chonyo, then soared into the sky and flew to the back of Jiaolong, deep into the miasma. There was no other powerful character in the front except Jin Duo, and the general obviously looked down on the front. The sword of Damocles of authority. The golden light that penetrated the sky shot out from behind the group of dragons. Starting from the center of the group, the golden light annihilated them along the way and was still spreading to the surroundings. The two-level dragon leaders hidden behind the group of dragons were also easily killed on the spot by Altria. As he swept his eyes around, the dragons around the general were trembling all over and screaming uncontrollably. The general took off without staying for a moment. He just pointed to the north towards the ox and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. She came like thunder and left like lightning. Don't waste a single minute, always running across the continent. This is why the ox dares to take the initiative, and this is the confidence of all human beings. Without the command of the super dragon, the balance of victory completely tipped toward humans. Inhu even took action personally, killing the dragon group 7 times. Wu Shuang was also not idle, holding the yin-yang dagger and acting like a murderous assassin on the battlefield. But if anyone dares to treat them as assassins with high attack and low defense, he will be in big trouble. Facing Zhou Shiyun in full force, the violent Wu Shuang is no weaker than those heavy mechas. The battle lasted for 2 full hours. Even though the leader had been beheaded, the number of dragons was too large, and they managed to keep fighting until now. Zhou Shiyun just felt his hands go limp. During these 2 hours, he and Strelitzia took turns controlling the Wu Shuang, and the yin-yang dagger was swung to make flowers. The battle is over, and all participants begin to recover their own mechas. Some logistics staff immediately went out to clean up the remaining little dragons and collect the spoils. Zhou Shiyun came out of the Wu Shuang, stretched, glanced at Strelitzia, who was driving the Wu Shuang for maintenance, and said nothing. Walking aimlessly on the top of the city wall, Zhou Shiyun seemed to remember something and grabbed a driver. He asked, "Hello, where is the medical center?" The man pointed in a direction. Zhou Shiyun thanked him and walked over. "Anyone there?" Pushing open the door, Zhou Shiyun asked. The little girl in nurse uniform inside made a gesture to keep quiet, and Zhou Shiyun walked in quietly. Passing by several soldiers who were resting, Zhou Shiyun saw the little girl. She was missing an arm, and her skin was corroded with wounds of varying sizes, but she had already received simple treatment. After making sure she was safe, she fell into a deep sleep. "Wuming, don't sleep. Get up and work." After tapping Wuming, Zhou Shiyun pointed his left hand at the little girl's body. Soon, Wuming controlled his tentacles and pierced into the girl's body. Eternal life. As the source core energy flowed, the girl's skin began to recover extremely quickly. New flesh grew on her ears, and eyeballs grew back in her eye sockets. Under the endless powerful force, the arm quickly recovered. Seeing that she was still sleeping, Zhou Shiyun didn't want to disturb her. After Wuming retracted his tentacles, he quietly retreated. "I heard that this girl seems to be a code-named mecha pilot. If Zhou Shiyun can cure her, it can be regarded as restoring the Dusty Pearl." Before he could return to his small office to rest, Chunyu had already sent someone to look for him. "What's wrong?" Chonyo glanced at Zhou Shiyun, nodded slightly, and said, "We have to go." "Ah, then Sanlong Pass is no longer guarded?" Zhou Shiyun was a little confused. "Well, according to the intelligence from the front, young Master Long has appeared in the north, and the main battlefield is not on our side. We have to take a group of pilots with us this time." "Okay, what about repairing the damaged mechas in the warehouse?" Chunyu laughed and said, "Why? Are you still reluctant to part with those mechas?" "Don't worry, the mecha maintenance technicians at Sanlongwen are not just there to eat for free." Zhou Shiyun nodded, didn't ask any more questions, and turned around to prepare on his own. To be honest, this countermeasures team was in danger. As soon as they entered Chiji Mountain, they had to support Sanlongwen. Now that the battle has subsided, they have to go to the front line again. Zhou Shiyun shook his head helplessly. It was dangerous, so what? After all, he was a god-level maintenance engineer. As the saying goes, "I am a brick, and I will be moved wherever I am needed." If this is the cause of all the complaints, what about the drivers on the front lines? Zhou Shiyun didn't have anything to pack, so he walked around the repair warehouse twice, solved some more difficult repair problems, and then waited. That night, when Chunya's message came, Zhou Shiyun jumped up from his seat. When he arrived at Sanlong Pass, Zhou Shiyun saw that there were at least 4,000 to 5,000 people gathered here. Perhaps Chunyo wanted him to rest more. He seemed to be the last one to arrive. When he came over, Chunyu gave an order, and everyone began to march at high speed in the night. All the heavy firepower of the bulky mecha equipment was unloaded and stored in metal boxes carried by the pilots, minimizing the burden of the march. In the dark night, a group of more than 5,000 people quietly rushed to the front line at an extremely fast speed. It was dawn. The voice of Chonyo came from the communication channel. Be careful. There is something going on ahead. More than 5,000 mechas quickly rose to their positions and flew high into the sky to watch. Right in front of us, a group of dragons broke through the city walls and were slaughtering people wantonly. The large dragons pushed down houses and searched for humans to eat bit by bit. The small dragons could not get any food, so they started setting fires everywhere to see if they could force a few hiding humans out. That was the city where we had asked for help before. Chapter 154. The Gift to Rescue K-City. The dozen or so remaining mechas were surrounded by the dragons, and it was difficult for them to protect themselves. There was no way to stop the killing of the dragons. Zhou Shiyun was very observant and understood all the information about the dragon. After looking around, Zhou Shiyun did not see any other figures called Long, so he immediately reported the information. Chonyo naturally had great confidence in Zhou Shiyun's abilities. After receiving Zhou Shiyun's message, he issued a support order. Moment. More than 5,000 mecha thrusters roared in unison, gathering power, and while dispersing the surrounding miasma, they swooped down. The well-trained drivers locked onto each Jiaolong, blocked all of its escape routes, and began to launch a counter-encirclement. The encirclement was shrinking rapidly, and dragons fell down in groups. The ordinary dragon, leading the group of dragons to attack the city, was easily killed by the cooperation of Wu Shuang and Yifengren. The fighting gradually subsided, and the few remaining city leaders immediately organized the masses to begin post-reconstruction work. After taking a look at the sky, he realized that traveling in broad daylight would be too conspicuous, so Chunyu ordered the army to rest here. Since he had nothing to do, Zhou Shiyun waved his hand, and Kato's hand and purification technique came out at the same time, treating the wounded people who were seen everywhere. After the fighting died down, Shi's mobile system was quickly repaired, and he slowly headed towards the rear. With the addition of the Sanlongwen soldiers, the remaining leaders of the city finally felt relieved. In the ruins, in a newly built row of factory buildings, the wounded lived in the innermost part, and a temporary command post was set up on the outer side. In the temporary command post, the ox sits in the main seat, followed by the tiger. The city's original leaders began to report on the city's remaining facilities, personnel, etc. While Chonyo was recording, he was also reporting the real-time data to the Sky City. The think tank of Sky City will plan an evacuation route that suits the current situation of the city and its future development based on the current situation. The city's vegetable greenhouses are completely damaged. All the organic soil and vegetables have been eaten away. There is no possibility of repair. The fresh water conversion device is broken, and the maintenance team is repairing it. Housing Area 99 has been completely damaged and is being repaired. The remaining personnel in the city, including me and the wounded, total 316 people. After she finished speaking, Chunyan nodded silently. Everyone was waiting for instructions from the Sky City. While waiting, the leader thought for a long time, and finally said, "Thank you all for your rescue. This is a small token of our appreciation." After that, a man came in from the door and placed the huge metal box in his hand on the table. When the metal box was opened, a heart-pounding vibration spread out, attracting everyone's attention. When the metal box was fully opened, a thin layer of palm-sized metal fragments lay quietly inside. While the others were still looking at him, Zhou Shiyun's heart was beating wildly, and he felt an inexplicable attraction in his heart. The thing deep in my heart obviously showed great interest in this piece of fragment that had no clear origin. Chonyo originally wanted to refuse, but when he saw Zhou Shiyun's expression, he kept silent and accepted the fragment. "What is this? Why does it smell like a mechanical heart?" Chunyu also became interested. "I don't know either. I heard from the older generation of strong men that this thing seemed to have fallen from the sky and was picked up and passed down by them. The city leader thought for a moment and said again, at that time, Sky City also sent people to study it. They said that this thing has an evil nature and can perfectly imitate the aura of any metal, including the heart of the machine. Chonyo nodded, put his hand on the bottom of the box, and pushed it in front of Zhou Shiyin. Take it, this thing seems to be useful to you. Zhou Shiyin nodded hurriedly and quickly put the thing in his arms. If it was any later, the longing desire in his heart would have pierced into Zhou Shiyin's mind. Zhou Shiyin had no idea what everyone was discussing next. After getting the thing, he left the meeting room. After finding an empty space with few people around, Zhou Shiyin picked up the fragment and pressed it against his left chest. Buzz! The vibration came from the chest, and the metal fragments were instantly shattered, turning into tiny metal pieces invisible to the human eye, all pouring into the heart. Zhou Shiyin only felt a buzzing sensation in his head. His mind instantly became blurred, and his body automatically sat cross-legged, starting to absorb the source nuclear energy overflowing from the surroundings. All the energy in the body is mobilized and flows into the heart. As the heart beats wildly, the energy flows from the heart to the entire body. Then, with every beat of the heart, the nuclear energy in the body circulates wildly, and endless power rises from the body. If we say that Zhou Shiyin's body was like a bucket before, then every time he used the source nuclear energy, it was like making a small hole in the bucket. And now, when the heart has merged with this strange fragment, it is like a bucket being forcibly broken, and its own strength can be mobilized in an instant. Zhou Shiyin only felt that his heart was like the power furnace of the mecha. With every beat of his heart, power rushed throughout his body. This thing is powerful. The energy from the source core spread throughout his body. Zhou Shiyin's hair stood up, and sand and stones flew and rolled beside him. He threw a light punch, which made a loud bang in the air. The source core energy came out of the fist and hit the ground in front, creating a big hole in the ground. This thing is good in every way, except that the energy in its core is consumed too quickly. Zhou Shiyin stood up, brushed the dust off his butt, and looked very excited. When his heart calmed down and the energy in his body gradually returned to calm, Zhou Shiyin's source core level naturally reached level 65. After feeling the condition of his body, Zhou Shiyin felt that even without mobilizing his body strength, he could kill a supersized dragon with one punch. The most important thing is that after the source core level was upgraded to level 65, Zhou Shiyin's skill Kato's hand also changed. The original hand of Kato can repair mecha damage and evolve mecha functions. Kato's hand greatly increases the repair success rate, has a high probability of ability evolution, and has a high probability of gaining the favor of the Mecha Master. At this moment, the newly acquired ability of Kato's hand spread in Zhou Shiyin's mind. Kato's hand, strong, greatly increases the repair success rate. High probability of gaining the favor of the Mecha Master. 100% chance of ability evolution. Small probability of temporarily promoting the Mecha Master's own skills. The Mecha Master's sense of weirdness is enhanced. Apart from the last piece of information, Zhou Shiyin only felt that it was against the will of heaven to get Kato's help at this moment. Putting aside the 100% ability evolution, Zhou Shiyin thinks the small probability of temporarily being promoted to a Mecha Master skill at the end is very meaningful. Generally, codenamed mecha pilots will have their own unique skills. If you can temporarily improve someone else's unique skills, that would be the key to securing victory in the battle. Gotta find someone to try it first. Chapter 155. Call young Master Long to show up. Since Strelitzia had nothing to do at the moment, Zhou Shiyin went straight to her to try out his new skills. Long, come and see my big baby. Zhou Shiyin smiled wickedly. Do we have to watch it here? Can't we choose a place where there's no one? Strelitzia Regini blinked its big eyes and pursed its lips at the people around it. Zhou Shiyin naturally said, "What's the big deal? It's okay to show it to you." After saying that, Zhou Shiyin gave Strelitzia a knowing smile and pulled her into his arms. "Ayun, this place is not good. This place is not okay." "What? What's wrong? Where's your wuxuang? Summon it out quickly. There aren't many people here." Strelitzia was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had been thinking wrongly. Her cheeks flushed, she summoned out the wuxuang and waited for Zhou Shiyin's move. Zhou Shiyin instantly entered the cockpit of the wuxuang with Strelitzia. Then, Zhou Shiyin pressed down with one hand, and Kato's hand moved in his hand. Kato's hand was activated successfully. The mecha was not damaged, and the evolution function was activated. Evolution was successful. Mecha core power reactor increased by 50. Mecha thruster increased by 30. Mecha strength increased by 30. Zhou Shiyan waited for a while and found that there was no prompt for skill upgrade. So Zhou Shiyan used Kato's hand again. After using Kato's hand several times in a row, Zhou Shiyan smiled slightly awkwardly under Strelitzia's expectant gaze. Wait, the probability of this thing is a bit low. Zhou Shiyan really didn't believe it. He put both hands on the cockpit control panel of the Wushuang and used Kato's hand frantically. Finally, thanks to Zhou Shiyan's unremitting efforts, the extremely small probability of skill promotion finally occurred. Skill promotion successfully activated. Promotion skill. God of War Unparalleled Slash. Zhou Shiyan was overjoyed and quickly signaled Strelitzia to use her new skills after the promotion. Strelitzia was also a little nervous, so she took out the yin-yang dagger and launched an Unparalleled Slash. The God of War's 9 transformations. Unparalleled Slash. 2 sharp edges, 1 black and 1 white, rushed out and turned into 9 in the air. Each one was stronger than the last. There were bursts of explosions in the air, and the slightly uneven ground in the distance was directly flattened. It is indeed much more powerful than the previous Unparalleled Slash. How long can this promotion last? Strelitzia asked. Zhou Shiyan said, a promotion can only last about 10 minutes. If you use skills frequently, the duration may be shorter. It seems that there is a cooldown for the same skill promotion. However, the cooldown time has nothing to do with me. It depends on the strength of the promotion skill. For example, your God of War's Unparalleled Slash. After 10 minutes, the next promotion cooldown period will end, which should be 12 hours later. Zhou Shiyan thought about it and said uncertainly, I haven't done much research on the new Kato's hand. If Kato's hand is promoted again in the future, maybe the promoted skill will become permanent. Zhou Shiyan was very observant and glanced at the panel values of Wushuang at the moment. He nodded with satisfaction. After dozens of rounds of bombardment by Kato's hand, even though the evolutionary effect of Kato's hand became weaker each time, it was almost negligible in the end. But it can't withstand its 100% evolution probability and Zhou Shiyan's dozens of uses. The panel values of the Wushuang number at this moment can be described as abnormal. Zhou Shiyan couldn't help but be surprised by its powerful strength. I originally wanted to try out the effects of the upgraded abilities of the Wushuang again, but Chunya's communication had already arrived, so Zhou Shiyan and Hello England put away the Wushuang and went ahead. When she saw Chonyo again, she was no longer as calm and composed as before, and looked a little worried. Sir Chunya, what's wrong? Where is Captain Inu? Zhou Shiyan stepped forward and asked. You've come just in time, Zhou Shiyan. How long will it take to repair the mechas that have lost their basic mobility? Zhou Shiyan thought for a moment and said, even if there aren't many damaged mechas, we don't have many mecha repairmen on board. According to their progress, it will probably take more than 10 hours. If I'm included, we can reduce the time to within 3 hours. Ugly Ox thought for a while and asked, the fastest speed is also 3 hours? Yes, I'm already speaking at my maximum speed. Zhou Shiyan nodded. Is that so? Chonyo made up his mind and said, in that case, Zhou Shiyan, get ready and follow the advance team to the main battlefield. What's wrong, Mr. Chunyu? What happened? Zhou Shiyan obviously saw that Chunyu was hesitant, so he asked directly. Information has come from the main battlefield ahead that young Master Long has appeared on the northern battlefield and has begun to capture human territory. A large number of advanced troops have already gone over to support us. We must also rush to the battlefield. What? Zhou Shiyan frowned and asked anxiously. Where did it appear? Chonyo sighed. He didn't want to talk about this matter directly, but he couldn't resist Zhou Shiyan's sharp questions. It's in the city. This sentence was like a blow to Zhou Shiyan's nerves, causing him to stand up straight instantly with veins bulging on his forehead. Aren't there Dillies and Esli in the city? How dare it go to the city? Chonyo rubbed his eyes and said, it should be that Dillisai went too far. According to the information from the front, after Dillisai killed the first group of people who besieged the city, he chased into the base camp of the Jiaolong and killed several leaders of the Jiaolong group in a row. It was because of this that young Master Long couldn't help himself and led several other dragon leaders to surround the city. Moreover, Dillies disappeared after being besieged by young Master Long at the dragon base camp. Zhou Shiyan took a deep breath and felt that all the uneasy factors in his body were aroused. His hands slowly trembled and clenched into fists. How long will it take us to set off? Zhou Shiyan frowned. Zhou Shiyan, you don't have to worry too much. The general and Sish have already learned the news and are rushing to the city with their men. Besides, Esley is not a pushover, so the city will be fine for the time being. Zhou Shiyun nodded, didn't say much, stood up, bowed, and left Chunya's meeting room. This child. Chonyo looked at Zhou Shiyun's somewhat stubborn back and shook his head. But she could also understand it. After all, Zhou Shiyun was still so young and the city was his home, so it was natural for him to be a little anxious. He turned on the communicator and arranged the rest of the city, leaving a few people to take care of the injured soldiers. Ian, who had already reorganized the team in the open space in the city. Okay, let's go. Chapter 156. Return. Kill. Following Chonyo's order, everyone moved forward at a very fast speed, regardless of whether they would encounter a group of dragons during the journey. There is no need to worry about these trivial matters at the moment. If they really meet some blind people called Long Kun who want to cause trouble for them, Ian will not be easy to deal with. At the front of the team, Zhou Shiyun took the lead and rushed to the front, with his somersault cloud and mystic insight fully activated. He locked the position in front while choosing the optimal route. They marched north for more than 600 kilometers. Zhou Shiyun could already see the city covered by the blue defensive energy shield. Sitting high up in the command center, blue light bursts out, maintaining the protective shield at all times to protect the safety of the citizens. As he got closer again, Zhou Shiyun could already vaguely see the figures of the battle on the city wall. The Duchess sat in the sky above the battlefield, and her aura of pressure made those leaders of the same level, called dragons, dare not take action easily. A mecha with lightning wrapped around it rushed to the front, sometimes using the lightning whip in its hand to instantly kill a dragon, and sometimes turning into a wolf king and killing in all directions. A red mecha was holding a big sword, and the fire element was released as if it was free. The large-scale attack range made it possible for the dragon to be defeated to the end. Selena, Nina, Nylia, Hathaway, Anya, Tynus, and even her own mother Nebeka all threw themselves into the battlefield. Even those called dragon leaders did not expect that this city, which was not very outstanding among the 7 main cities of mankind, had such a strong foundation. Not to mention the 2 top series codename mechas. There are so many other codename mechas. The city that was originally expected to be captured in one day actually managed to withstand their attack. Moreover, the young master is still fighting with that golden wing guy and has not returned yet. As the highest leader present besides the young master, Long Jiqi felt extremely depressed at this moment. It is so powerful that it does not need to devour humans. It would be useless if it swallowed too many humans. At this moment, it just wants to rest quietly. However, the prophet asked him to deliver nuclear energy to Seven Finger Mountain, and before he had time to rest after the delivery, the young master asked him to lead the full-scale battle. As a somewhat lazy animal, the only thing it wanted to do at this moment was to go on strike. It glanced around casually, its eyes narrowed, and it immediately shouted, "Go back to the rear. Their reinforcements are coming. Don't let the reinforcements join them. Stop their reinforcements." Obviously, it had already seen the figures of Zhou Shiyun and others. Faced with several dragons that were besieging him, Zhou Shiyun didn't have time to deal with them. Eager to return home, he immediately squatted down and pressed Kato's hand on the somersault cloud on the sole of his foot. With 100% evolution, the size of the somersault cloud increased again, and its speed increased sharply. Dodging the attacking dragons one after another, Zhou Shiyun plunged into the group of dragons. "This boy is such a tiger, even more fierce than you." The ox glanced at the tiger, feeling helpless. Ian, who spread his hands and said, the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are." While dodging and moving, Zhou Shiyun had already approached Selena's Thunderwolf. Looking at Nebeka, who was completely beating Shouting Dragon not far away, Zhou Shiyun thought about it and finally slipped into the Thunderwolf. "Selena, I'm back. How's the city doing? Are there any casualties? Where's Dillies? Is he back? Where's the motorcycle girl? Why are there only a few hundred mechas?" Faced with Zhou Shiyun's long list of questions, Selena was confused. She was stunned for a moment before she began to answer Zhou Shiyun's questions one by one. "Don't worry, the city is protected by Lady Dillies and Lady Esley. The dragon hasn't entered the city yet, and the energy shield is still running. It's impossible for the dragon to get through. Lady Dillies sent young Master Long to pursue the enemy. He's been gone for almost 24 hours, but it shouldn't be a big deal. I trust her. This kind of situation is not suitable for sending out the locomotive girl. Lord Esley said that he would rather we all bear more pressure than let the locomotive girl die easily." Selena blinked her eyes. looked at Zhou Shiyun's slightly grown beard and his bloodshot eyes, and said again, "You have been out for so long, and you don't even know how to take care of yourself. Did you not sleep again? How long has it been? I've only been gone for a few days." Zhou Shiyun said guiltily, "I've been quite busy lately. After all, we're part of the countermeasures team, and we have to go everywhere." Zhou Shiyun waved his hand and said, "No more talking about this. Let me show you what your man has gained from this trip." After saying that, Zhou Shiyun activated all his states and used all his bonus skills on the Thunderwolf. The powerful force instantly filled Selena's body, especially Zhou Shiyun's fighting power, which was like a burst of stimulants hitting Selena's body. The next moment, the Thunderwolf rushed into the formation like a roaring thunder, exploding and killing those dragons. Even the high-level dragons could not withstand the attack of the Thunderwolf. The large army led by Chonyo has also arrived and rushed to the battlefield to attack and kill the group of dragons. However, compared with the huge number of dragons, their more than 5,000 mechas cannot make much waves. However, the pressure on the city mecha pilot who had been under tremendous pressure in the front was suddenly relieved a lot. Ox and Tiger also landed steadily beside Esley. The three of them exchanged glances but said nothing, quietly watching the battle on the battlefield. As generals, they all knew that they must not act rashly at this moment. Otherwise, if the opponent's powerful dragon attacked, it would be a devastating blow to the drivers of ordinary mechas. Just as the three were waiting in silence, an unexpected figure appeared in front of them. Staring at the surprised looks of the three people, young Master Long's figure shrank again and again. Except for its extremely black skin, it actually turned into the appearance of a human man. "Calm down, don't be impulsive. Now is not the time for you to take action." The figure spoke, and the three were so frightened that they quickly retreated dozens of meters and prepared for battle. Even someone as strong as Chunyu didn't notice the sudden appearance of a figure in front of him. If it weren't for young Master Long's extraordinary ability to hide, it would mean that young Master Long's strength is definitely above theirs. "What do you want to do?" Chunyu asked. Don't worry, I just came to see my toys." Young Master Long laughed and spoke again. "I heard that the great general of this generation is coming too. Then I'll wait for her here. It's too boring without everyone here." After saying that, it turned and left, not caring about Chunyu and the others at all. "Wait, where's Dillies?" Young Master Long turned around, subconsciously covering his chest, and said sarcastically with some anger, "Haha, that woman, I have killed her. I tore her body into pieces, and I swallowed her mecha completely. How about it? Do you want to come and see?" Chapter 157. Chun Long arrives. Space turbulence. The man called Young Master Long seemed to feel it was very embarrassing to cover his chest, and he pointed to his stomach inconspicuously. He deliberately shook his belly, opened his mouth, and exposed his fangs. Its posture seemed as if it had really swallowed Dillies into its stomach, and even the three ugly cows were frightened. Esley said coldly, "Impossible. How could Dillies be killed by a guy like you?" "Ah, what's impossible about that? I tell you, not only did I kill and eat Dillies, I also tore her mecha into pieces." The young Master Long smiled evilly and made actions as he spoke, vividly recreating the scene of swallowing Dillies, as if it was really what he said. But Esley still didn't believe it. She didn't think that a character like young Master Long could kill Dillies. Even though she is no match for young Master Long, she is not someone who can be easily bullied. There's no point in saying more. "What did you do to her?" Chunyu interrupted the conversation. Jin Kai covered his whole body, with the huge horns on his head standing proudly, and he looked like young Master Long. "Don't be so nervous. I came here just to catch up with you. Don't worry, I won't attack you before Altria comes." It changed the subject and sneered, "Because you are not worthy." After saying this, it disappeared into the void and walked away. Zhou Shiyun, who was always observant, naturally saw the sudden appearance of the figure, but he was very self-aware and simply did not go over. Seeing the figure disappear, Zhou Shiyun instantly left the Thunder Wolf and moved in front of him using his somersault cloud. "What's wrong, Mr. Ugly Bull? Who is that person? What did it just say?" "That's young Master Long. He's here to threaten us." Esley pouted, feeling a little bad. Although he said that he believed in Dillies, she was so strong that she would definitely be fine. But after all, the man just now was called Young Master Long. It is the strongest dragon besides its mother. Even though she was very confident in Dillies' ability, it would be a lie to say that there was no flaw in her. After all, the two of them live on the upper and lower floors and often work together. Dillisai is someone he can trust his goldfish to. Zhou Shiyun narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder he felt that evil and dangerous aura just now. Wait, now that young Master Long has been asked to show up, what about Dilly's? Esley shook his head and said, "We haven't found Dilly's yet, but I'm sure she's still alive." Looking at Esley's affirmative eyes, Zhou Shiyun inexplicably became more confident. Yes, that's the strongest Dilly's in the city. After receiving the information, Zhou Shiyun did not stay here, but turned around and rushed into the battlefield ahead again. "Nina, I'm back." Zhou Shiyun flashed into the cockpit of Qi Yanwu, and seeing that there were no powerful dragons around, he hugged Nina in front of him. Nina was frightened by the sudden attack and trembled all over. She was about to resist, but when she heard a familiar voice ringing in her ears, her tense nerves slowly relaxed. "You still remember to come back, you bad guy." Nina pouted and punched Zhou Shiyun's arm with her little fist. "How about it? Have you missed me recently?" Zhou Shiyun grabbed Nina's little hand and rubbed it gently. Nina could hear Zhou Shiyun's warm breath beside her ears, and her throat rolled involuntarily, and her whole body felt hot. As the saying goes, a short separation is better than a new marriage. The two people who had not been intimate for a long time were now breathing heavily and looking at each other. With a loving look in her eyes, Nina's lips were getting closer and closer. A fierce fire was rising from Nina's heart, burning Zhou Shiyun's mouth so dry that he suddenly coughed twice. He said seriously, "Nina, how about we fight off these dragons first?" Nina rolled her eyes at Zhou Shiyun and continued to say, coquettishly, "You keep doing this, you'll be in trouble after the battle." Zhou Shiyun naturally raised his hands in surrender and looked at Nina's little red face lovingly. Nina snorted, turned around, and continued to control Qi Yanwu to fight, and Zhou Shiyun also became serious. "Since I have learned so many powerful skills through this trip, I must share them equally and let every girl try out my new skills." Thinking of this, Zhou Shiyun pressed his hands together and began to use his own skills and powerful source nuclear energy to the fullest in the Qi Yanwu mecha. Nina felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and took a few deep breaths, barely suppressing the excitement in her heart. "It's not over yet." Zhou Shiyun pressed his hands repeatedly on Qi Yanwu's operating table, and Kato's hand swung out with all his might as if it was free. "Oh, here it comes, try this." The mecha is not damaged, and the 100% evolution ability is triggered. The mecha propulsion system is improved by 35. Arm strength is increased by 50. Attack power is increased by 30. Skill promotion ability triggered. Promotion skill extreme fire armor. Nina controlled Qi Yanwu to put her hands together, slap the air, mobilize the fire element in her body, and shout. Super advanced element liberation, fire awakening, Yangshan armor. The scorching sun reflected on the earth, the ground cracked, bursts of flames flew up, and enveloped the entire body of Qi Yanwu. The metal surface of the flame-running mech was deeply branded with circles of flame emblems engraved upon it. Feeling the slightly elevated temperature in the cockpit, Zhou Shiyun smiled and said, "How is your new skill? Is it impressive?" Nina nodded, with little stars twinkling in her eyes. She said, "It's amazing. I feel like there's a sun on the surface of the red flame dancer mecha. The defense has been greatly improved." Zhou Shiyun took a quick look and found that Qi Yanwu's defense ability was 300 stronger than before after using the Yangshan armor. Besides, this is just the most basic ability. The scorching sun on the surface is high enough to burn all other elements, and the ordinary dragon's mysteries can't do anything to her. The punch came out hard, like a hot knife cutting through butter. Qi Yanwu easily pierced through the chest of a super dragon, and the huge high temperature even burned the dragon's core. Seeing Nina smiling happily, Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but feel happy too. Turning his head, he once again felt the vibration and distortion of the void with his ever-open keen eyes. Zhou Shiyun was just about to speak up to remind that the dude called Young Master Long might be here again, but when he looked closely, he saw that the person was Chun Long. The void stopped twisting and slowly returned to calm. Chun Long frowned as soon as he landed. As the Chun among the 12 earthly branches, the Chun dragon is born with the power of vibration and space. After just staying in this area for a while, she deeply felt that something was wrong with this place. She looked around and toward the west. Pointing there, she asked, "What's going on? Why is there a space turbulence here?" Chapter 158. I'm going to save her. The three people of Chonyo were not weak either. After Qin Long said that, everyone felt it and indeed felt the unusual fluctuations in the void. It is indeed space turbulence. Over there. I remember it was the direction where Dilly's chased out. Esley's eyes changed, and combined with the fact that Dilly's had not returned for a long time and communication was impossible, she gradually had a bad guess in her mind. Long seemed to understand her thoughts and sighed. If we are trapped in the turbulent space, I'm afraid. She didn't say anything final, and everyone knew what she wanted to say. Can you save her from the space turbulence? Esley was a little anxious. She knew very well the danger of space turbulence. For people like them who did not understand the power of space, even if they were very powerful, rushing in would be tantamount to suicide. Long was silent for a long time, then shook his head sadly. I'm afraid not. I'm confident that I can navigate the turbulent space and pull her out. But I can't locate her anchor point. If there is no anchor point to locate the person trapped in the space turbulence, I don't know where to start. After a long silence, a male voice suddenly sounded. I have Dilly's anchor on me. Zhou Shiyun dissipated his somersault cloud, landed steadily on the ground, and looked at the few people with a firm expression. I am Dilly's contracted mecha repairman. I have a soul connection with her. Through me, we can locate Dilly's. So, take me there. Before Long could say anything in response to Zhou Shiyun's request, Esley said, No, Zhou Shiyun, you can't go. Space turbulence is no joke. If you don't pay attention, you will be doomed. Under the space cut, you have no way out. Zhou Shiyun pretended to be honest and smiled. Don't worry, isn't Lord Long going with me? My safety is guaranteed. Long remained silent. In fact, in the turbulence of space, it was difficult for him to protect himself, let alone taking Zhou Shiyun with him. But seeing that Zhou Shiyun's eyes were almost blinking out, leaving after images, Long couldn't say no. Indeed, I'll be coming along too, so don't worry too much. With Long's affirmative answer, even if Esley wanted to persuade him again, he couldn't come up with any other reasons. Okay, together with Chonyo, Inhu, and I will buy time for you. Go quickly and come back soon. Zhou Shiyun, be careful. Don't try to be clever in the turbulent space. Zhou Shiyun felt warmed by the slightly nagging Esley, as he was usually not like he was today. Long is a man of action. After determining the location and course of action, he set off with Zhou Shiyun. Grabbing Zhou Shiyun's hand, as the void trembled slightly in front of his eyes, the figures of Zhou Shiyun and Long disappeared on the spot. Okay, they've already gone, let's get started here. Tiger and Esley nodded and followed Ox to attack. Those low-level dragons that were still fighting had no time to react and were instantly wiped out in the torrent of skills. Esley, don't you dare! A roar was heard from the dark miasma, and Long Jiqi flew out with 5 huge super dragons and instantly engaged in battle with Chunyu and the other 2. Deep in the miasma, young Master Long, who had been closing his eyes to recuperate, suddenly opened his eyes. After finding that there was nothing wrong, it let out a sigh and closed its eyes again to heal its body injuries. The world is spinning. Zhou Shiyun felt his feet solid, and he stepped firmly on the ground. When I opened my eyes, the scene around me had changed. There were endless barren mountains all around, far away from the city. Looking up at this moment, one could only vaguely see darkness in that direction that was thicker than the surrounding miasma. In front of him, the air was like a canvas with torn pieces on it. The void was stacked up layer by layer, forming wrinkles, and at the same time, the wrinkles were faintly fluctuating, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Every time a wrinkle appears, sharp spatial blades will shoot out autonomously from the spatial folds. Even though they were some distance away, the sharp spatial blades flying everywhere easily shattered Zhou Shiyun's physical defense. Touching the trace of blood on his arm, Zhou Shiyun was a little bit unbelievable. With Zhou Shiyun at level 65 in his source core, his physical strength at the moment is so strong that he can even become a dragon. Now, he was just being cut by scattered sharp blades and couldn't defend himself. Boy, be careful. The power of space is different from the normal elemental power. People who don't understand space will die if they touch it. As Long spoke, his body trembled, and the air around him solidified and then merged into the surrounding void. After synchronizing with the fluctuations of the surrounding space, it spread to Zhou Shiyun. A strange feeling passed through his body, and Zhou Shiyun's sense of crisis dissipated. The radiating space blades around him seemed to ignore him at this moment, or rather, they regarded him as one of their own kind and did not radiate space blades towards him. A keen observer. After making sure he was safe, Zhou Shiyun looked towards the place where the folds of space appeared to observe everything. Space turbulence, small. Introduction. When the space is broken and then repaired, there is a chance that it will appear, linking to the dimension of the own world. If you are trapped in it, you will be randomly teleported to any place. Friendly reminder. If you don't want to taste death, don't step into the space turbulence area. After swallowing, Zhou Shiyun nodded to Qinlong. Mr. Qinlong, it's done. Okay, relax. I'll put the space hook on you. After saying that, Qinlong was instantly possessed by Jin Kai, and a golden tail swung out. The tip of the tail slowly bent into shape, and then the tail stretched out and wrapped around Zhou Shiyun's arm. Close your eyes and concentrate. Respond to Dilly's contract. I will break the space soon and throw you down. You must find Dilly's in the shortest possible time and pull the space hook. Remember, don't rush around if you are not sure. Qinlong repeated loudly again. We can try again as many times as we want, but we must not rush around in the turbulent flow. Zhou Shiyun nodded, closed his eyes, and felt the soul extending the contract with Dilly's. As the wind blew towards him, Zhou Shiyun felt his feet loosen, and he began to fall rapidly, as if falling into a bottomless abyss. When he opened his eyes, Zhou Shiyun found his body floating. There was endless darkness all around him, and the only sound he could hear in the darkness was the wind. Every time a whistling wind sounded, it blew out balls of white light, through which some landform features could be vaguely seen. Deep in her soul, Dilly's contract began to fluctuate slightly since Zhou Shiyun fell in. Carefully feeling the fluctuations, Zhou Shiyun began to walk with difficulty in the turbulence of space, having to be careful to dodge at all times. Every time the sound of wind came, Zhou Shiyun would try his best to avoid it. If he was touched by the sharp blade of space here, Zhou Shiyun would really be dead. This light group is not. This one doesn't feel like it either. This one seems. Chapter 159, Torrent. Enlightenment. The contract gradually vibrated in the soul, and as the huge ball of light approached, the feeling became stronger. It's right here. Zhou Shiyun held Qinlong's void hook in reverse, ready to pull it at any time. He kicked his legs hard and flew slowly towards the ball of light. Reaching out his hand and reaching into the white ball of light, Zhou Shiyun felt a strong pain in his body as the world spun around him. Zhou Shiyun felt as if his skin was being cut by countless knives all over his body. When his skin was torn, the sharp blades began to tear his internal organs, flesh, blood, and bones. Ah! Zhou Shiyun struggled hard, opened his eyes suddenly, and found that he had escaped from the spatial turbulence. This is a land of white snow. There is a snowstorm in the sky. The fierce snowflakes, driven by the strong wind, blow on the face like ice knives falling. Not far away, Dilly's golden wings were lying on their backs in the snow, almost covered by snow all around. It seemed that it had been here for some time. Braving the wind and snow, Zhou Shiyun walked up. The source core energy vibrated, and the gushing energy blew away the snow covering the mecha. The color of the fuselage became a little dull, and there were 2 huge wounds on the right leg and abdomen. Looking up, the chest of the gold wing was wide open, and Dilly's was nowhere to be seen in the driving seat. Zhou Shiyun was confused. He had not expected the situation. He found Genie, but there was no sign of Dilly's. Looking around, there was no one in sight in the snow and wind. With such a heavy snowstorm, where will it go? Zhou Shiyun murmured, and the faint contract induction fluctuated again from the right side. Zhou Shiyun immediately chased out again. Even though the blizzard blocked his vision, and even though the sharp blade of space had covered his entire body, Zhou Shiyun did not stop. In the space, a strong feeling of rejection had enveloped Zhou Shiyun, and blood began to seep from his body. The sharp blade penetrated the protection of the death suit and pierced into Zhou Shiyun's body. Boom! The muffled sound spread like thunder. It was as if someone was hitting the void with a huge hammer, and Zhou Shiyun had no time to react. The space around me was shattered, and the void floated up and down like waves, and then the floating became more and more exaggerated. Zhou Shiyun watched the space in front of him distort, then rapidly expand, with waves of space rushing towards him. Everything went dark before Zhou Shiyun's eyes, and he knew nothing. When he opened his eyes again, his whole body was in piercing pain, and Zhou Shiyun felt that even breathing was accompanied by pain. All right, stop moving. Your body is already full of wounds. If you move any more, it won't be good at all. Zhou Shiyun rolled his eyes and caught a glimpse of Qinlong standing beside him. Qianlong raised his hands to his chest. Bursts of green light emerged from his hands. His warm hands pressed against Zhou Shiyun's chest. The pure source core energy attracted Zhou Shiyun's own energy and began to flow through his body. Sir Qianlong, I found Genie, but I didn't see Dilisai. Please let me go back. She must be around. Qianlong shook his head silently, rejecting Zhou Shiyun's idea. It's not that I don't want you to go back. There was a turbulent current in the space just now. The space is no longer peaceful. Going in now is courting death. Seeing that Zhou Shiyun didn't understand, Qianlong explained, space turbulence is just a product of space repair. Relatively speaking, space turbulence is as calm as water and won't hurt people easily. But the space is fluctuating violently. The space jump node is no longer calm. Under the space torrent, the space blade is stimulated in all directions. Not to mention you. I may not be able to get in. But Dillies hasn't come back yet. Without the golden wings, what if she gets killed by the space blade? I have to go save her. Thinking of this, Zhou Shiyun felt an inexplicable burning sensation in his heart, and he felt uncomfortable all the time. I know you are anxious, but I have to protect your safety. After entering the space jump node, I cannot determine Dillies' location, and you don't have the power of space elements. After Qianlong's treatment, Zhou Shiyun was able to sit up from the ground with difficulty. Seeing that Zhou Shiyun stopped thinking about it, Qianlong stood up, sighed, and waited for Zhou Shiyun to heal himself. As the source nuclear energy circulated in his body, healing the internal injuries accumulated in his body, Zhou Shiyun's thoughts also began to dissipate along with the source nuclear energy. Under what circumstances would Dillies stay away from Golden Wing? Faced with the space torrent, without the protection of the Golden Wings, can Dillies hold on? Where did Dillies go? These questions lingered in Zhou Shiyun's mind, making him unable to help but think about the worst. For Zhou Shiyun, Dilisai is more than just a benefactor in the city. What's more, there is the feeling of heart beating when I am alone with Dillies. Once or twice is considered a good impression and a token of gratitude. However, after going through so many things with Dilisai, Zhou Shiyun was very clear about his feelings for Dilisai. He usually stands behind Dillies and is protected by her. As long as Dillies is in the city, she can go out and explore the world without any worries, and go out and have sex without any worries. But at this moment, this woman whom Zhou Shiyun likes and whom he can trust with his back is in deep danger. But Zhou Shiyun had no way out. No, I still have to save her. Zhou Shiyun had a determined look on his face. After his injuries were healed, he walked step by step into the turbulent space. No, you're crazy. Why don't you listen to my advice? Qianlong just felt a little annoyed. Isn't this kid too young? Are you so unaware of your own life? If you were told not to go, don't go. Wait for the general to notify Haiju to come over. With her all-inclusive treasure, she can quickly locate Dillies' location. Qianlong instantly rushed in front of Zhou Shiyun and blocked his way. Zhou Shiyun took a deep breath and suppressed the uncomfortable emotions that aroused because Dillies was in danger and he was powerless to do anything about it. He spoke again calmly. Sir Qianlong, I am not putting myself in danger. During the turbulent economic space, I seem to have some insights and I want to give it a try. Looking at Zhou Shiyun's affirmative eyes, Qianlong was half believing and half doubting. You know, the power of space is not like the ordinary elemental power. So-called space is supreme and time is king. As long as one masters a trace of spatial force, one's strength will be incomparable to that of yesterday and cannot be viewed from the perspective of ordinary strength. Qianlong was able to master some dimensional space because his divine gift had been passed down for such a long time, let alone Zhou Shiyun's understanding. Anyway, so far, Qianlong has not seen anyone other than the general who can learn the power of space after birth. Really? Zhou Shiyun nodded, walked around Qianlong, and slowly came to the mouth of the space turbulence. Zhou Shiyun raised his hand and pressed the space folds formed by the space fluctuations. Just as Qianlong was about to use the power of space to rescue him, she saw a shocking scene. Zhou Shiyun's hand seemed to be covered with a layer of membrane, and when he pressed down, not only was he unharmed, but the wrinkles in space were also smoothed out. Chapter 160, Miraculous Olive Branch? Re-entry. Qianlong's eyes widened. For the first time, he felt what talent was in a child. Oh no, this should be the second time. The first time was when Altria awakened the 5 elements in her childhood. Another monster. Qianlong was secretly shocked. He stepped forward quickly and observed Zhou Shiyun's condition at close range. At this moment, Zhou Shiyan only felt that the space in front of him was a soft dough ball. Although there is a deadly knife hidden in the dough ball, the deadly danger inside can be avoided by simply changing the shape and range of the dough ball. Exhaling slowly, Zhou Shiyan raised his hands and slowly stretched out the folds in the space. He actually repaired some of the space turbulence here. Chunlong was surprised, and at the same time he tried to stop her. Zhou Shiyan, stop repairing it. If you really finish repairing it here, Dillies won't be able to come back through here. Zhou Shiyan stopped what he was doing, took back his hands, raised them up in the sunlight, and looked at them carefully. When you see ripples in the space around your palm, the new skill is fully activated. Extraordinary Awakening. The awakening element is the power of space. Introduction. You have the key to open the door to space. In space, you are the most respected. Friendly reminder. Don't commit suicide. Don't commit suicide. You bastard. For the first time ever, Wu Ming took the initiative to get out of Zhou Shiyan's left hand and looked at the membrane on Zhou Shiyan's hand that was causing ripples in the space in amazement. Interesting. Really interesting. A lowly creature like you who has not yet left the body can actually awaken the power of space. Humans are indeed an interesting species. Seeing that Wu Ming was still chattering, Zhou Shiyan pressed him back into his wrist with one hand. I don't know when it started, but the nameless magic weapon that was originally wrapped around his left wrist has taken root inside Zhou Shiyan's wrist. Originally, Zhou Shiyan was also afraid that this guy would do something, but after observing for a long time, he didn't find anything wrong. On the contrary, when Wu Ming absorbed the external nuclear energy, Zhou Shiyan could also absorb some of it, so he ignored it. Looking at Wu Ming in Zhou Shiyan's wrist, Chunlong hesitated to speak, and then just said lightly, "Be more careful with him. He is not a little sheep." After saying that, Chunlong lifted Zhou Shiyan's hands, looked at the real power of space, and said again, "Can you cover both hands with just the first domain?" Chunlong thought, "Your strength in spatial force is still too rough. For this matter, ask me to teach you well. At this time, let me take you to feel it first." After saying that, Chunlong grabbed Zhou Shiyan's hands with both hands and clasped his fingers together. Strands of Chunlong's spatial force were transmitted, and Zhou Shiyan's new spatial force slowly accepted the gift, clumsily imitating the way Chunlong's spatial force operated. Just when Zhou Shiyan was being helped by Chunlong to become familiar with the power of space, Chunlong's expression suddenly changed. "Air escape. You dare reach into the wasteland. Altria won't let you go." Snap. The space in front of him shattered, and Chunlong's anxious expression also shattered in the space picture, shocking Zhou Shiyan so much that he was a little dazed. "Ha ha, little guy, don't worry, this is just a space reshaping method, she'll be fine." An old voice came from behind. Zhou Shiyan turned around and didn't see anyone. "What the hell? Why did you bring me here? Why don't you dare come out? You'll go crazy if you see me now, kid. I'm Kong Dun. You can also call me the god of space." The old voice laughed again. "I asked you to come here this time to teach you some good things." "What? I wonder if you have ever heard of miracles? Do you want to know my miracles?" Zhou Shiyan was silent and immediately understood what the old guy meant. Wasn't it because he saw that Zhou Shiyan had great talent that he wanted to give the power of miracles to Zhou Shiyan? "No need, old man. Just send me out." Zhou Shiyan is not a fool. Even though his strength will definitely become much stronger after obtaining this guy's miracle, it would be a loss if he becomes a fanatic follower of this old guy. Kong Dun seemed to be choked. He really did not expect that there would be someone who would refuse such a great benefit. "Boy, do you know what you have rejected? There are so many people out there who want my miracle power, but are not qualified. And you are still trapped in a crack of space by me. Think it over before you speak." Zhou Shiyan rolled his eyes. This old guy actually threatened him. Zhou Shiyan was not afraid of that. His eyes rolled and he said immediately, "Old sir, it's not that I don't want to accept it. It's mainly because I'm a henpecked husband and my wife won't let me show my face in public." "Humph! Whose woman is so ungrateful? Who is your wife?" "Oh, her name is Altria." "Well," the space flipped and the torn space picture began to return. Zhou Shiyan felt as if his butt was kicked hard. When he opened his eyes again, Chunlong's anxious face was still in front of him. Retracting his hand and covering his butt, Zhou Shiyan said speechlessly, "How dare you kick your grandfather, you old man?" "Zhou Shiyan, are you okay? Didn't Kong Dun do anything to you?" "No. He seemed to want to give me some miracle, but I didn't want it, so he kicked me out." Chunlong stepped forward and looked around at Zhou Shiyan, and indeed found no backup plan. She said, "You were so lucky. Well, Wait until the general comes and let her take a good look at you. Feel the power of space in your body again. Zhou Shiryun nodded, his mind calmed down in his body, and the power of space was running at full capacity. If the previous power of space was just a newborn deer, it could only simply understand some concepts and use some small skills with little technical content. At this moment, the spatial power guided and trained by Qinlong can be regarded as that of a young deer. Even though it is still weak, it can already use spatial skills normally and understand the concept of space. Mobilize your spatial power and wrap your whole body. I will take you to experience the spatial rapids. Qinlong patted Zhou Shiryun's shoulder. Okay. Zhou Shiryun's spatial force floated from his hands, and spatial ripples spread throughout his body. Hold my hand. Don't let go. Qinlong reminded. Zhou Shiryun stepped forward and stood side by side with Qinlong. He grabbed Qinlong's left hand with his right hand, and the two of them stepped into the entrance of the space torrent together. Unlike the first time he entered here, this time Zhou Shiryun had the dual protection of Qinlong and his own spatial power, and could see the entire space clearly. Gradually moving away from the entrance above, Zhou Shiryun grabbed Qinlong's hand and moved. The two stopped moving downwards and looked up. Then he saw the ball of light where the golden wing was discovered before. At this moment, it was floating up and down in the chaotic torrent of space. Chapter 161. Countdown to Death. Pointing at the ball of light, Qinlong immediately understood. Ripples appeared in the space around his body, and he led the two of them towards it. Under the leadership of Qinlong, even if the surrounding rapids rushed over, the force of space around him could soothe the attacks of the rapids. Taking a look at Qinlong's slightly strained expression, Zhou Shiryun also released his own spatial force to slightly reduce Qinlong's burden. The two passed through the light ball, and the golden wing fuselage that had just been cleaned not far away was now covered with snow again. With a flick of his hand, the golden wing fuselage reappeared. Qinlong took a few steps forward to check on Jin Yi's condition. The source core energy is exhausted, the leg movement device is damaged, and the thruster seemed to have problems as well. Zhou Shiryun nodded. With his keen observation, he found that Jin Yi also had these faults. Put it away first. Where is the location of dillies that you sensed before? Qinlong pointed his finger, and a black dot appeared in the air. The black dot expanded instantly, covered Jin Yi's whole body, and then shrank very quickly. Finally, it turned into a black ball the size of a ping-pong ball and was put in Qinlong's bag. In the heavy snow, the scenery all around seemed the same, making it impossible to tell the direction. Zhou Shiryun closed his eyes and carefully felt Dilly's soul contract again. As the soul began to fluctuate, Zhou Shiryun also determined Dilly's location. Let's go. You lead the way. Qinlong took a half step back and let Zhou Shiryun walk in front of him, but not far. After all, the two were still holding hands. The fluctuations in the surrounding space slowly squeezed Qinlong and Zhou Shiryun, and this space had begun to repel the two. The two of them were braving the heavy snow and wind, with large pieces of ice often blown out from the snow and hitting their bodies. After walking for a long time, Zhou Shiryun swallowed his saliva and held Qinlong's hand tightly. Are we there yet? Isn't it the small hill ahead? Zhou Shiryun nodded and said, It's that hill. I feel like she's there, or around there. As the two approached, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the hill. You dare to chase me when your dragon core is damaged? Then you will die here. Dilly's was wearing simple combat uniform, holding a sharp dagger tightly in her hand. She rushed towards the two men in an instant, holding the dagger high and about to drop it. Puff! The dagger fell to the ground and into the snow. Why are you here? Dilly's was a little surprised, but she felt relieved when she saw that it was not young Master Long who was chasing after her. After asking, she staggered to sit down, ignoring the wind and snow all around her, and began to mobilize the energy of her core to recuperate herself. Her face looked even paler against the backdrop of the snow. What's wrong with you? Zhou Shiryun had never seen Dilly's so weak and was a little worried. He hurried forward to support Zhou Dilly's and slowly transferred the pure source nuclear energy to Dilly's. Call. Dilly's exhaled a breath of foul air and said again, It's nothing serious, just a little injury. Zhou Shiryun smacked his lips. You're having trouble speaking, and you're still saying it's just a minor injury? A keen eye for detail. Zhou Shiryun would not easily believe what Dilly said. His eyes flickered, and the information was transmitted into his mind. Dilly's remaining. Race, human. Age, 35. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 66 cm. Talent attributes. Level 1 Thunder Element Divine Power. Source core level, 95. Appearance score, 9 points, maximum 10 points. Emotional status. Love belongs to someone. Status. Source nuclear energy is severely depleted. Liver is bleeding. Lungs are punctured. Heart is severely damaged. Respiratory tract is severely damaged. Lightning element is backfiring on itself. Divine power is disordered. Will die in 8 hours, 43 minutes, and 51 seconds. The death countdown at the end is even marked with red shadows. The moment Zhou Shiryun saw the message, his head buzzed. Looking at Dilly's pale face again, I felt indescribable pain in my heart. What are you still holding on to after such a long time? Seeing Zhou Shiryun withdraw the power of the space around him and concentrate on infusing the source nuclear energy into herself, Dilly sighed. It's okay, I know my own body well. Hurry up and use the power of space. You forced your way in. This space will repel you. Zhou Shiryun's face was solemn. He called out Wuming in his left hand and let it take root in Dilly's body. Zhou Shiryun, you're gonna die. Showing yourself in this space. Aren't you afraid of the sharp blade of space locking onto you? Chunlong stepped forward, and the power of space spread, covering Zhou Shiryun's body again. Feeling that his energy transmission was interrupted, Zhou Shiryun raised his head and realized that he had been a little impulsive. Seeing that the nameless tentacle had already pierced into the back of Dilly's hand and began to operate endlessly, Zhou Shiryun stood up. This place is not safe. Let's get out first. After saying that, Chunlong swung out his tail, hooked Zhou Shiryun's wrist, and then possessed and picked up Dilly's eye. After finding Dilly's, Chunlong no longer saved his own spatial power. The snowflakes fluttered, and while the wind and snow were isolated, the space they were in began to break apart layer by layer. Let's not risk going into the space torrent, just teleport back. As the space in front of them was like a broken porcelain bowl, a pulling sensation came from the body, and in an instant, Zhou Shiryun and the other two were teleported back to the entrance of the space torrent. After retreating a few miles away from here, Chunlong turned around and blew out a breath gently. The fluctuating space in the distance was quickly smoothed out and soon returned to normal. Chunlong took Dilly's and Zhou Shiryun and teleported all the way, and soon they found a quiet cave. Zhou Shiryun took off his combat coat and covered it on the ground, and Chunlong carefully placed Dilly's on the coat. Zhou Shiryun took a deep breath and used his keen observation again. Ignoring the previous information, Zhou Shiryun went straight to the status bar at the end. Status. The energy of the source core is drying up, and the lightning element is backfiring on itself. The divine power is disordered. Will die in 15 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 17 seconds. Zhou Shiryun's heart was in suspense again. Seeing Wuming return to his left hand, Zhou Shiryun immediately asked, Wuming, why does she still? Wuming shook his head and said, there's something wrong with this guy's divine power. It must be related to some supreme being. I can't treat this. Facing his former enemy, Wuming didn't want to say much. If it weren't for Zhou Shiryun, he would have wanted to see Dilly's die. As Wuming shrank back, Zhou Shiryun wanted to ask something, but he couldn't say it. It's okay, I know my body well. We'll find a way. Don't worry too much. Zhou Shiryun rubbed his cheeks and forced a smile. Okay, I believe you, but Ion, you are really amazing. You can even awaken the power of space on your own. That's amazing. Chapter 162. The Furious Young Master Long. As she spoke, Dilly's closed her eyes and became motionless. Zhou Shiryun's pupils suddenly dilated and he hurried forward. He found that Dilly's had just fallen asleep, and then he felt relieved. Sir Chunlong, Dilly's divine power is disordered, and she only has 15 days left to live. What should I do now? At this time, Chunlong, who was standing aside, stepped forward, put his hand on Dilly's, and began to explore. After a long while, Chunlong stood up and said, I can't find out the existence that affects the source of her divine power, but this power seems to have a bit of the flavor of the Feather Tribe. Whether it is or not, we have to wait until the general arrives to find out. Feather Tribe? What are the Feather Tribe? Chunlong patiently explained. The Feather Tribe is one of the 12 alien races that invaded the wasteland. The Feather Tribe has 2 pairs of black wings on their backs. They are naturally extremely fast. They are assassins in the dark night, calling themselves the scavengers of the universe. Every day, they invade various worlds under the pretext of clearing out the races that pollute the universe. And the best among them are those who can automatically awaken the lightning element and inherit their innate skills after reaching adulthood. I remember. Shin Ho is the one guarding the Feather Clan. Zhou Shiyun nodded and said, let's go back first. It's not a good idea to stay here all the time. Let's go back and wait for the general. Chunlong had no other choice but to point his finger, and the force of space lifted Dilly's body steadily. The two of them headed quickly towards the city without stopping for even a moment. Walked to the outskirts of the city. Chunlong's face suddenly changed. He raised his hand and pushed Dilly's to Zhou Shiyun next to him. The force of space instantly formed an 8-sided barrier to block the back. Boom! The 8 spatial barriers were broken layer by layer, and the attack was barely blocked at the last barrier. Chunlong narrowed his eyes slightly and said, why are you learning sneak attacks now? You don't look like someone who would take the initiative to sneak attack. Young Master Long appeared in the void, looking at Dillasai, who was held in Zhou Shiyun's arms not far away, and his body began to hurt inexplicably again. You bad guy, why don't you just let her die like this? You have to ruin my mood. Young Master Long's emotions fluctuated violently, and he suddenly spat out a large pool of blood. Now, my already extremely unhappy mood was completely ignited. Damn it. Why did you save her? I ask you, why did you save her? Young Master Long slapped out with both palms, hitting Chunlong's last space barrier. The space barrier shattered with a crackling sound, and Chunlong was actually blown away. Young Master Long chased after Zhou Shiyun, his eyes full of anger. His hands turned into claws and stabbed straight into Zhou Shiyun's body. Time suddenly stopped, as if the world had slowed down. His body was locked by an inexplicable energy, and he could not move. At the critical moment, Zhou Shiyun hugged Dilly's tightly and turned his back to face the attack from young Master Long. Clang! Chunlong instantly appeared beside the young Master Jiaolong. The force of space in his hand formed a palm-sized millstone, which smashed down hard and cut the young Master Jiaolong's body. Get lost! Young Master Long kicked out and forced Chunlong back, locking onto Zhou Shiyun again. He was determined to kill Dillasai, this human woman who had seriously injured him. However, Chunlong doesn't indulge him. As Chunlong, who was fighting alone in the alien dimension, his own strength was not enough. Even if he could not defeat the young Master Long head-on, he could easily restrain him. Chunlong appeared again in an instant behind young Master Long, and the millstone formed by the force of space was exposed. Facing Chunlong's attack, young Master Long did not dare to be careless. In his current state, he could not be careless at all, so he had to turn around and defend. After he fought off Chunlong again and wanted to chase Zhou Shiyun again, he turned around and saw Chonyo, Inhu, and Esli in front of Zhou Shiyun. Faced with being double-teamed by 4 people, young Master Long was furious and unwilling, but he did not dare to stay here any longer. He stomped his feet hard in the air, causing young Master Long to dive directly into the ground and disappear very quickly. Watching him leave, no one thought of chasing him. After all, this guy's strength was there. Everyone protected Zhou Shiyun to prevent young Master Long from making a surprise attack. Only after they returned to the Combat Command Center did they feel relieved. That guy is really furious this time. I didn't expect that he, who is always said to be calm and composed, would have such an angry side. Inhu said, that's not the case. Dilly's has damaged the Dragon Core, and there are so many wounds on the body. I would be so angry that I would die. Chunlong said, if I had stopped him just now, maybe. Chunyu crossed his arms, thinking about the possibility. Esli put down the hand that was holding Dilly's, stood up, and said, not necessarily. Since one is here, where is Zero? As the only son of the Matrix, I don't believe that if something goes wrong with it, the Matrix won't take action. Inu thought for a moment and said again, since Zero broke free from the seal, no one has seen it again. We have no idea where it is. Maybe it didn't break free from the seal? That shouldn't be possible. If it dares to start a war, it must have its own reasons, and Zero will definitely appear on the main battlefield. When everyone heard this, they turned to look and saw that Dillasai had already stood up with the help of Zhou Shiyun. His face remained calm and composed, as if it were the vast ocean. A small matter could not cause even a ripple. Are you okay? Why did you chase out at that time? Esli seemed a little anxious. She really treated Dilly's as a sister. Well, it's nothing serious. Don't worry too much. Dilly's did not tell everyone about her problem, so as not to cause everyone to worry. She said again, when I was beheading those dragon leaders, I felt the shadow of Zero on a dragon leader. Moreover, after it died, its body inexplicably withered. I checked the database of Golden Wing, and came to a shocking conclusion. That dragon leader died in the war more than 300 years ago. Based on the comparison with the database and the remaining body tissues collected, I could be 100% sure of my conclusion. Everyone was shocked. To revive a dead dragon leader, only the mother dragon, Zero, could do such a thing. After saying that, while everyone was still thinking, Dilys forced herself to walk out. Zhou Shiyun immediately said, "No, your body is still. No need to say more. Yun, I am the patron saint of the city, and I am the commander of this battle. If I don't show up, rumors will spread throughout the city, the morale of the army will be low, and people will be in chaos. So, at this moment, I must appear in front of everyone and boost the morale of the troops." After saying that, Dilys let go of Zhou Shiyun's hand that was supporting her and slowly walked out. Chapter 163. The curtain is about to open. Dilys pushed open the door, and in an instant, her originally weak and even hunched body suddenly stood up straight, and as the source nuclear energy flowed, her pale face became rosy again. Taking big strides, Dilys walked out calmly as usual. Seeing this scene, Zhou Shiyun's heart tightened. He glanced at the people around him, and without saying hello, he hurriedly chased after them. The four people, including Chunyu, were left staring at each other, and everyone was a little amused and helpless for a moment. The four of them were actually educated a little by Dilys' magnanimity. Those big clans haven't made any moves in the past few years. It seems that we have softened our hearts a lot. Chonyo regained his calm tone, and several people realized their previous slight loss of composure. Let's go out and keep an eye on it. If that young Master Long does anything weird again, we'll have someone to take care of us. By the way, we can go out and wait for Altria. After Chen Long spoke, the others didn't say anything more about the matter and walked out one after another. When they went out, everyone saw Dilys returning to her command platform. 100th floor of the combat headquarters. Zhou Shiyun just watched quietly, sitting aside so as not to disturb Dilys. Dilys synchronized the communication channels of the pilots fighting on the battlefield to the huge loudspeaker in the command center. Dilys spoke in a very soft voice and did not deliberately lower her voice to sound majestic. The familiar voice once again spread throughout every corner of the city. "Everyone, I'm Dilys. I'm back." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and the rumor that Dilysai had disappeared was refuted. No one can say that Lady Dilys is no good anymore. No one will ever use lame eschatology to guide the people again, because she is back. The guardian of that city, the invincible god of war who had protected the city for 18 years, is back. Thunderous cheers broke out in the city, and the people spontaneously faced the direction of the combat command center and beat their chests with their right hands. Many children walked through the streets, shouting Dilys' name loudly. The morale of the drivers outside the city wall was also boosted, and the sudden and intense offensive forced back a wave of roaring dragons. After saying that, Dilys walked out of the combat command center, circled over the city, and stood on the top of the city wall to watch the pilots fight bravely. When Dilys returned to the 100th floor of the combat command center, her forehead was covered with beads of sweat. She slumped in the chair, wiped the sweat off her face, flicked her fingers, and drops of black blood were forced out by herself. Drops of black blood fell into the trash can, and Dilysai's face turned pale again. Ayun! What's wrong?" Zhou Shiyun came back to his senses, suppressed his inner discomfort, and walked up. "Come and help me." Dilys raised her hand and pointed at her body. She looked so weak that it made people feel distressed. Zhou Shiyun stepped forward and helped Dilysai straighten up from the chair. Dilys supported herself on her knees with her hands, and even though she was extremely weak at the moment, she still stood up straight. The heavy breathing gradually slowed down, and Dilysai regained some strength. "I don't need you to watch over me here. It will be better if you go to the battlefield. If there is any danger, you can treat them immediately." Zhou Shiyun shook his head and said softly, "Lord Dilys, with those people here, what can a weakling like me at level 65 do? The most important thing right now is your condition." Since Dilys went out, Zhou Shiyun has been keeping a keen eye on everything. As he watched the eye-catching death countdown approaching little by little, Zhou Shiyun felt more and more uncomfortable. "Don't worry, Altria will be here soon, so you don't have to worry too much." Dilys changed the subject and spoke again. "I just went outside the city to take a look. The dragon's offensive has been greatly reduced. The advanced dragons are even retreating to the periphery or all around. According to my experience, they are about to launch a general attack. Faced with a battle situation where support may come at any time, I think that guy will definitely not delay if it is not for some special reason. Now that my battle with him has delayed the general attack for a while, what awaits us next will definitely be his thundering blow. So, Ayun, I need you to explore the battlefield and search for the weaknesses of those dragons while protecting the seriously injured mecha pilots. As if to confirm Delhi's guess, not long after this conclusion was made, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded. Warning! Warning! The miasma concentration is increasing. The miasma concentration is increasing. Current miasma concentration level. The leader calls for the dragon to appear. The leader calls for the dragon to appear. The whole city is on alert. Dilisai took a deep breath, stood up, and started walking outside. Seeing that Zhou Shiyun was still trying to support her, Dilisai turned sideways. Ayun, I won't show up to fight, so just relax, okay? Dilly's opened her beautiful big eyes, her eyelashes flickering, and looked straight at Zhou Shiyun. Feeling Dilly's body slowly approaching him, Zhou Shiyun narrowed his eyes slightly as he felt the warm and soft touch. What? Dilisai stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhou Shiyun lightly on the lips, then took 2 steps back at an extremely fast speed and pushed the door open and left. Zhou Shiyun touched his lips in a daze, an intense joy filling his whole body, as if from his lips to his heart, every pore in his body was cheering. Faced with Dilly's sudden attack, Zhou Shiyun looked immature, like a young wife being teased. Shaking his head to get rid of the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, Zhou Shiyun pushed the door and left the 100th floor of the Combat Command Center. Looking at Dilly's going away, Zhou Shiyun turned with his somersault cloud and flew towards the battlefield. At this moment, outside the city wall, the sky, which was already gray due to miasma pollution, now became extremely dark. The thick miasma obscured the few remaining sources of light, and when I left the city gate, I felt like the world had fallen into darkness. In the darkness, violent roars echoed everywhere, and scarlet bloodthirsty eyes flickered faintly. Countless dragon-calling tribes began to counterattack, and more dragon-calling tribes began to rush here. The densely packed small dragons, which served as the most useful cannon fodder in war, had lost their minds and rushed towards the city. And those powerful dragons who are confident in their own strength and not afraid of the mechas in the city, now have wings on their backs, hovering over the battlefield and emitting profound energy from time to show their presence. In the center of the battlefield, disgusting aggregate monsters began to appear, various failed experiments, disgusting new variants, and began to attack the city fiercely. Leading the charge were the dragon leaders of each tribe, who followed behind the siege troops and stared at all directions with eager eyes. Chapter 164, God's Gift. 0 and 1. The mighty army of howling dragons came rushing over at high speed. Faced with the shadows of howling dragons all over the sky, no one dared to be careless. The mecha pilot received orders from Dilly's and began to retreat, defending the entrance of the city wall. In front of the vast army, the 4 figures of Chonyo appeared. Your teleportation is really useful. Ugly Bull continued. It's time for us to move around. After saying that, Inhu, Chunlong, and Esli stepped back a few steps and gave the front to Chunyu. The huge bullhorn seemed to break through the void. Golden light flashed in the void, and the huge golden light attracted everyone's attention. Buzz! The void trembled, and a towering figure emerged in the void. The figure was surrounded by darkness, and it was difficult to tell its reality, but the horns on its head that were as big as mountains revealed its identity. God's gift. Ugly rising sun. Among the 12 earthly branches, Cho represents the rising extreme yang and the rising sun. At the bottom of the golden horn, a small crimson fireball began to rise slowly rising to the top of the horn, and the crimson flames reflected the earth. Wherever Chonyo's eyes could reach, the ground cracked under the feet of all the dragons in front of him, and thick magma gushed out from the ground, quickly engulfing a large group of dragons. That's not all. When the magma layer covered the surface, a feeling of earth-shaking spread. As the red fireball on the golden horns of the ugly ox shattered with a crackling sound, the dormant magma suddenly rose. Flames were everywhere, and huge magma burst out. For a moment, flames rose without wind and spread to the entire earth. Waves of magma washed over the ground, and there was no trace of a dragon left on the ground. At this moment, the power bestowed by God began to be fully revealed. The army was stopped in its tracks. Those disgusting aggregated monsters were rushing around uncontrollably, and the slightly smaller dragons simply couldn't withstand their impact. The aggregation monster, which is regarded as a high-level and cheap combat force, is now covered with magma and flames, turning it into an efficient harvesting machine. Because they have extremely strong vitality, they will not die easily. When Xinjiang ended, the cannon fodder troops at the forefront really became cannon fodder. 90% of the aggregated monsters lost their minds and rushed around rampaging, killing countless troops in the rear. The ground was pitch black at this moment, and some remaining corpse ashes were slowly drifting in the air. It's not over yet. Chunyu clapped his hands violently, and broken pieces of fireball appeared on the huge horns of the shadow behind him. God-given, ugly sun. The fragments of the fireball completely shattered and turned into stars falling from the sky. As the remaining sun was activated, spheres wrapped in flames flew out from the thick black miasma. No one knew where they came from. All they knew was that they smashed into the center of the dragon group with their own terrifyingly high temperature and the strong impact force after friction with the air. Boom boom. The rising mushroom cloud dispersed the surrounding miasma, and the energy from the falling fireball exploded. The fragments were wrapped in divine power, just like a sharp blade that cut through Jiaolong's body. After 2 waves of large-scale group damage, the fierce attack of Jiaolong was actually stopped. If several leaders of the dragon tribe had not taken action, the casualties would probably have been several times more. Come on. Young Master Long appeared from the rear of the army, cursing and determined to charge into the city. At this moment, conquering the city is no longer just a matter of food for the 700,000 or 800,000 humans in the city. It is the only way to wash away the shame after being slapped in the face by Dillies. Upon hearing the young master's order, all the leaders dared not neglect it. They controlled their subordinates to reorganize their teams at a very fast speed and attack the city again. However, compared to the large scale of the first siege, the number of troops was a little short after the reorganization this time. As a last resort, several dragon leaders had to lead their teams personally to face the pressure of siege. Chunyu retreated to the high wall to rest and nodded to Dillies, who was floating beside him. Both of them were calm and didn't take the initiative to talk. God's gift, the tiger climbs the mountain. God's gift, Chintzy space exile. The phantoms of dragon and tiger stood on the left and right, blocking the vast army, and Gaia was filled with divine power. With the blessing of God, the word king flashed on the tiger's forehead. The tiger, which dared to charge even at huge peaks, pounced on the dragon army. The divine dragon swung its tail, and countless space wormholes took shape, one by one, and were thrown towards the dragon army. Anyone who is close to a space wormhole will be sucked into the wormhole by the huge suction force. As for where the other end of the wormhole leads to, Chun Long himself is not sure, but it is definitely not the same dimension as this one. The two of them were like meat grinders on the battlefield, and even the dragon leader was helpless against their divine powers. Even if you want to stop them, as soon as you stop one person, the attack of another person will follow, and you will be surrounded and killed if you are not careful. If they wanted to counterattack and kill them, Chun Long's spatial ability was as slippery as a loach, and he could teleport to another place in an instant. Esley said softly, "Looks like I don't need to do anything." Standing side by side, their divine powers won't last long. Counterattack! Counterattack! Even Chief Long was afraid that the young master at the back of the battlefield would get angry, so they all rushed forward. At this moment, under the city wall, Zhou Shiyin couldn't help but hold on to the wall. It was because he was tired. After giving all the mecha pilots on the front line of combat a wave of full status, Zhou Shiyin could really be said to have been drained dry. He used Kato's hand and god-level enchantments on every mecha that fought. Amid the sweet voices of thanks from a group of red-faced little girls, Zhou Shiyin just smiled shyly and instantly climbed onto the nearest by Haiyu. Wow! Master Zhou Shiyin just smiled at me. Nonsense, he was clearly smiling at me. He was looking at me just now. All right, the third wave of attack is coming. We have to go. Everyone get on the mechas. Following Tinus's reminder, the women boarded their respective mechas, thrusters roaring, to block the dragon army in front. Ayun, how could you bear to come to my Bai Haiyu? Nylea was very surprised and took the time to look at Zhou Shiyin behind her. Well, you've lost some weight this time. Let Mom make you something delicious when we get back. Sister, please forgive me. Our mom's cooking skills are so great. Ha ha. The two chatted about some family matters, and Nylea seemed very excited about Zhou Shiyin's return. It would be better if there wasn't that sour feeling in his words. Zhou Shiyin touched his nose. Of course he knew what was going on. Isn't it just that I haven't come to see her for so long since I came back? Zhou Shiyun, who was lying on the soft recliner by Haiyue to recover his core energy, felt his head getting more and more dizzy, and slowly he laid down in the passenger seat. It looks like you're really tired. Nalia felt a little distressed. She looked at Zhou Shiyun's haggard face again and couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Reward him more when you get back. Don't let Nina come this time. Chapter 165, Killing Power. 0. Just after the crowd had pushed back the group of Jialongs, they angrily chased after them, forcing the Jialongs to turn around and flee. However, the dragon group that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly turned around again and rushed towards the city again without hesitation, as if there was something more terrifying behind them. Nina looked up and saw the figure of young Master Long slowly emerging from the rear of the Long army. It finally couldn't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, all our troops will be killed. Faced with those mechas that are all in full status, the dragon group cannot hold out for long. Roar! The young dragon master roared, and all the dragons forgot about the crisis, with only the supreme glory of being a dragon in their minds. A war between the two sides is about to break out. The shocking battle begins from now on. He called out to the rear of the dragon group and asked young Master Long to charge into the battle formation. The 4 oxen looked at each other and stepped forward. The 4 of them withstood the pressure from young Master Long, while Dillies watched quietly on the top of the city wall. But young Master Long, whose injuries have basically recovered, is not so easy to resist. Chunyu and others had almost used up their divine gifts, and they never expected that young Master Long would launch a full-scale attack at this moment. Ignoring Chun Long's entanglement, young Master Long rushed to Dillies and climbed to the top of the city wall. Let's see if you can survive. The young Master Jialong became furious, suddenly restored his body to Jialong, and slapped down with one claw. Faced with the imminent crisis of death, Dillies just smiled slightly. Seeing her smile, young Master Long froze in his tracks. Before he could react, a sense of crisis enveloped his whole body. You've only just realized it now? It's too late. Authority, the sword of Damocles. The giant sword roared, cutting cracks in the void, and also took away a claw of the young master named Long. Young Master Long was so shocked that he cried out, "Conspiracy! This is a conspiracy to deliberately lure me into a charge." Yes, it's a conspiracy. Altria kept slashing with the giant sword in her hand, but she continued to say, "I was afraid that I couldn't catch you after calling the dragons, but you rushed up by yourself. Idiot!" The giant sword fell, causing young Master Long to stagger, and one of his legs was broken. Just when it was about to grow wings and fly away, Altria cut off its new wings with the sword. Logically speaking, the character called young Master Long shouldn't be that weak. But he was caught off guard by Artoria, who attacked him continuously in an attempt to kill him in one go, without giving him any chance to breathe or fight back. Laugh! Black blood flew everywhere, causing young Master Long to fall to the ground completely, with only one claw left to protect the dragon core in his chest. "Mother, save me!" The young Master Long roared, and his miserable voice was heard for thousands of miles. As young Master Long shouted loudly, space seemed to freeze and the world became quiet. The terrifying pressure accompanied by the overwhelming murderous intent indiscriminately enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone was shocked, and Zhou Shiyun woke up slowly. The void fluctuated, and a dark portal opened rapidly into space. A claw stretched out and retrieved the seriously injured young Master Long. "Zero, you really did break the seal. Oh, damn Hero King, you won't be so lucky this time." The portal disappeared, and a mountain-sized dragon figure emerged. Its body is bloated, but its head and limbs are not enlarged, which makes it look a bit funny. But no one would laugh at it because of its body shape. "You have become stronger again? Ha ha ha, humans. Thanks to you, I have absorbed the source nuclear energy that has suppressed the Earth for 300 years. After saying that, the mother dragon attacked with hatred, blasting the Chunlong who was hiding in the void out of the void. Broken cracks appeared on the surface of Chunlong's body. Just one blow from the dragon mother was enough to beat Chunlong half to death. Chunlong's figure flashed quickly, and after landing on Altria, he fell straight into Chunia's arms, coughing up blood from his mouth. The strength of this batch of 12 guardian gods is not that good. The mother body smiled cruelly, threw out the young master called Long, and slammed him into the city. The huge force directly shattered the city's defense shield, causing young Master Long to recover rapidly. Looking at the ordinary humans around him, he couldn't stop drooling. How dare you? Chonyo and his two companions got angry and were about to chase after the dragon. But the mother dragon stood in front of them. It didn't waste any time and launched attacks one after another. If it weren't for Altria's care, several people might have died. There was a fierce battle going on below, and he and his companions were also stopped. The city was in danger at this moment. In the city, the young Master Long smiled grimly, and his tongue began to swish wildly, sticking to one person after another and putting them into his mouth. Bang! Its head felt numb, and its tongue retracted. It turned around and saw that the person coming was none other than the broken golden wing. At this moment, Jin Yi's right leg was broken, his thrusters were damaged, and his body was covered with various injuries. Every time he moved, the mecha would make a creaking sound as it could not bear the weight. It's already like this, and you still dare to stop me? Young Master Long was so angry that he lost his mind and even suppressed his desire to eat humans. His mind was filled with anger. Young Master Long shouted loudly and swung his claws repeatedly. The broken golden wing had no way to fight back and could only passively take the beating. Aren't you very arrogant? Aren't you very powerful? Don't you like to act like a savior? Genie fell to the ground, and his other leg was pierced by the tail of the young Master Long. The situation was very dangerous. Outside the city, deep in Zhou Shiyun's soul, Dilly's contract trembled suddenly. Zhou Shiyun was shocked and teleported out of Baihaiwe, using his somersault cloud to rush back to the city. Looking at the destroyed energy shield, the broken streets, and the miserable golden wing in the distance, Zhou Shiyun was completely furious. Not only was he angry at young Master Long, he was also angry at Dilly's. Why? Why do we have to spell it like this? Zhou Shiyun was puzzled and didn't want to understand. He only knew that with a body like that, he would definitely die if he faced young Master Long. Zhou Shiyun took a deep breath and suddenly rushed into the golden wing. Zhou Shiyun felt heartbroken when he saw Dilly's, who was so weak and almost paralyzed in the driver's seat. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Jin Yi used the somersault cloud to move and barely avoided the attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhou Shiyun and Kato's hand flowed, and Wuming merged into the golden wing. With Zhou Shiyun and Wuming's full efforts, Jin Yi's injuries were healed by more than half in almost an instant. In fact, the main thing is that there is no major problem with the gold wing. Apart from the thrusters, there is no damage to any special parts. Looking at the unconscious Dillies in the main cockpit, Zhou Shiyun took a deep breath and took over all driving rights of the golden wing. The imagined tearing feeling did not come, but something in the heart suddenly beat, as if it was the first time that Zhou Shiyun subjectively controlled such a powerful mecha, and it was also cheering. Not only that, as his heart beat, Zhou Shiyun felt that the gap between Jin Yi and himself was getting smaller and smaller, and Jin Yi was now like his own body. Jin Yi's strength also began to rise slowly. You know, the Golden Wing is one of the 9 top combat mechas in the Wasteland. It can be regarded as the ceiling of all mechas in the Wasteland. Chapter 166, Finale. This powerful mecha is top-notch in every aspect, and is now being comprehensively strengthened. This is because Zhou Shiyun did not use his own magical skills. It was just a little blessing from the thing in his heart. As the Golden Wings regained vitality and increased in strength, Zhou Shiyun's sense of incongruity as a man operating a mecha disappeared, and Zhou Shiyun only felt more powerful than ever before. A palm blasted out. Young Master Long was shocked to find that Jin Yi, who had been desperately trying to escape just now, could not even block his palm. His body flew backwards, and Eugenie's palm was completely shattered. Young Master Long turned around and ran away. His mother was being entangled by Altria. He couldn't withstand such a powerful force that could crush him. Run? Did I let you run? The Golden Wing showed its full strength, and infinite power burst out from its heart and was transmitted to the Golden Wing. Before young Master Long could turn around, he felt his body stiffen, as if he was facing a natural enemy. The fear made it unable to move at all at this moment. At this moment, with powerful strength, Jin Yi pierced through the dragon core of young Master Long with one sword. Young Master Long never thought until his death why Jin Yi, who was so weak just now and was about to be killed by him, suddenly became so strong? Why? Not to mention it, Zhou Shiyun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, panting, was also extremely shocked at the moment. He was very clear about his own strength, the strength of Jin Yi and the young Master Long. With just a little help, he could kill young Master Long in seconds. Who would believe it if I told others about it? But such an outrageous thing just happened. My son! Ah! My son! The tragic roar was accompanied by tremendous resentment, making the mother dragon really angry at this moment. Feeling its son's death, its reason was instantly ignited, and anger made it burn with rage. The aura around it was surging, and all of its bloated flesh turned into pure energy and merged into the body. Boom! With one blow, the ox was seriously injured and its horns were broken. With the second strike, Inhu flew backwards hundreds of meters and crashed into the mountain, his life or death unknown. The third attack caused the Duchess's body to be broken into two pieces by the mother's tail, and Esli was seriously injured and fell into coma. Then, all the fierce attacks hit Altria. Something's wrong? Whose hand is this? It was obvious that Altria had discovered something, but the continuous attacks prevented it from finishing its words. The mother body bared its fangs, demonic faces appeared around it, and attacked again. Just when everyone thought that Altria could escape danger and kill the enemy again. Click! A crisp breaking sound was heard, and the hero's sword broke. Artoria suffered backlash and spit out a large mouthful of blood, looking at the mother body in disbelief. If you kill my son, you will all die. Faced with the mother's fierce attack, Artoria, who suffered the backlash, was quickly defeated and nailed to the ground by one claw. The mother opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow Artoria without giving anyone time to react. Let her go! A familiar male voice rang out, and the golden wings flew over at high speed. The powerful pressure caused the mother body to activate its defense. Who are you? The only response it got was the golden wing's great sword. The powerful attack forced the mother to shake off Altria on the tip of her claws and focus on dealing with Zhou Shiyun. Your strength is good, but you are still not enough. The mother body roared loudly and attacked fiercely, bombarding the golden wing. The two exchanged dozens of moves, and the mother dragon blasted golden wing away with one claw. In fact, the strength of both sides is similar, but Zhou Shiyun's source core energy is too low to support Jin Yi's intensive consumption. Let me help you, Selena shouted, and the Thunder Wolf crashed into Golden Wing's body and completely merged into him. With the fusion of Thunder Wolf, not only was the source core energy supply sufficient, but the things in the heart also began to slowly emerge. Ayun, we are here too. Nina, Nylia, Hathaway, Strelitzia, Tinas, and others also flew over one after another. Anya even transformed into her true form and flew with the hurricane, and even the Duchess and Wuming joined in. Several mechas were integrated into the golden wings, and something in the heart was completely awakened. Ayun, why don't you call me sister? The heavy artillery arrived with reinforcements, and the heavy artillery flew over and suddenly crashed into Jin Yi's body. The void trembled. The golden wings suddenly disappeared. Zhou Shiyun also disappeared, leaving the girls staring at each other in amazement. Ha 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 ha. I thought you were so awesome, but turns out your man abandoned you and ran away. The mother bared her teeth and opened her big mouth towards the girls. At this time, Nina raised her hand and pointed behind the mother. The mother body was a little dazed and turned around to look. The miasma covering the wasteland was completely dispelled, but the darkness did not dissipate. Instead, a huge black mecha stood in the universe, its figure large enough to cover the wasteland. The mother's head tilted, and a strange and distorted sound was heard. Sure enough, sure enough, sure enough, the Silicon God is not dead yet. It's over, we are all finished. As long as you show up, the Lord God will definitely take action, and you won't have a chance to turn the tables. Feeling all the information pouring into my mind, I squeezed my hands. Zhou Shiyun murmured, reverse invasion. The main god ambushed the Heavenly Palace's backup plan. I see, I'm back. I am Zhou Shiyun, also the Silicon Base God. Then, the huge jet black mecha stretched out its hand and patted it lightly, and its huge palm covered the body of the mother dragon. With just a light slap, the dragon mother was killed. With a pinch of 2 fingers, Zhou Shiyun grabbed a strange and twisted object in his hand. The broken one. Can you still run away after falling into my hands? The Lord God? I will deal with him. After saying that, Zhou Shiyun waved his hand, and all the dragons disappeared along with the miasma that had shrouded the wasteland for hundreds of years. He stretched out his hand again, and the remaining 10 different dimensions were directly exploded by Zhou Shiyun. Those powerful false gods couldn't even make the slightest sound. Zhou Shiyun grabbed 10 broken spaces in his hand and flicked them lightly, and these broken spaces merged into the wasteland. The wasteland world is expanding rapidly, and the harsh environment is also improving, reaching out to wipe away everyone's wounds. Zhou Shiyun's laughter spread. Today, our human race shall stand. The 3,000 great worlds have oppressed our human race for tens of thousands of years. Even if our ancestors are extinct and our descendants are left in a shattered wasteland, we will return home with hatred. War! As Zhou Shiyun shouted, the ink-black mecha dissipated into the universe, and only silence remained in the world. 1 year, 3 years, 10 years. After 10 years, the whole world was in ruins. Artoria handed over power to Dillies, and Sure took over the city in the sky. Dillies used iron-blooded means to gather all humans, eliminate hidden threats, and the world was rejuvenated. On this day, this ordinary day, the wasteland world is upgraded and endless energy is transmitted into all human bodies, and the source core level is growing wildly. Dillies and others were enveloped by divine power. Not only did their strength increase, but their lifespans also became endless. The sky above the city. A figure walked towards them. There are monkeys carrying big sticks, an old man holding a whisk, and a man with 3 eyes on his head accompanied by a big dog. We're back, Earth. I want to say something, but I don't know how to say it, so here it is.